Hello, hello, good morning, day, evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Elden Ring. Let's see what we're up to today. I can't believe that I'm 172 hours into this game. I took a longer break, but holy moly, that's a long time. I didn't expect this game to actually take this long and have this much in it. I don't even know if I'm getting close to the end. Yesterday we kind of did a lot. I feel like I managed to, at least what I think at this point seems to somewhat be Rani's questline ending. Obviously, that will have implications, so it's still not really ended, right? We saw her, or I think that's what I assume. Anyway, it seems very clear, but you never know with these games, obviously. We saw her apparently having killed what I presume are the part of the two fingers, however that works, that were meant to guide slash control her. We heard about that she was an Empyrean, which apparently Mikella and Melina are as well. And those are sort of promised to, or were meant to potentially be the successor of the first Elden Lord. Very clearly it didn't work out the way the Two Fingers had planned, but we still don't really know what the Two Fingers even are, right? Clearly there's some sort of, well, almost divine force, yet at the same time they're also physically here, but in like multiple states, right? So there are multiple of these Two Fingers, some of them seemingly dead, one pair or one entity definitely still alive in the Round Table Hold, which also I still have absolutely no idea what the Round Table Hold even is. Is it like a separate dimension? How does that work, right? Why are the Two Fingers there as well when they're also physically in this world, right? Anyway, though, what I've seen is that apparently Rani has killed the Two Fingers that were somehow connected to her, which also still is a little bit of a mystery because, well, she specifically more or less sacrificed her actual body to not be under the influence of these Two Fingers, right? And we found her dead body seemingly charred at the top of the Divine Tower in Liurnia. But apparently, even though she did that, her Two Fingers still existed. So I kind of wonder what they are doing. How, like, did they just exist without a real purpose? Did they influence somebody else? Can they even do anything? And, with that in mind, I'm sort of wondering, who do the Two Fingers in the Round Table Hold belong to? Are those ours? Are they trying to control us? But seemingly they also existed before we entered the Round Table Hold, right? At least it looks as if those two were already there, so maybe these entities of the Two Fingers just sort of find new people? Because we are also, we've essentially been tasked to become the new Elden Lord by the Two Fingers, more or less, right? So, yeah, are those ours? And then the ones, like, presumably, right, if Rani got rid of her own body, wouldn't the Two Fingers that were connected to her then potentially try to find somebody else to become an Empyrean, whatever that means? So, obviously we don't really know how that works. But anyway, the thing that we've seen is that Ranni definitely killed them, right? And we more or less helped her with that. So that has to have implications, right? As of now, I don't necessarily think that the two fingers that are connected to us or the Roundtable Hold itself, Gideon, for example, in the Roundtable Hold, they still not seem to be in the know that we've done something with Ranni or that we're even connected to her, for that matter. So, but I wonder if that comes up at some point, if the two fingers realize that we've been involved in potentially killing one entity of them. How's it going to reflect on us? What are they going to do to us, potentially? Obviously, I don't know. We'll hopefully find out, I assume, once we reach the capital and the Earth Tree, and see what being connected to that, or yeah, what's even going on here, right? We still don't really have a grasp on the lands between, what they represent, why we're here in the first place, more or less. Give me 1 second, though. Okay. But before I continue with that, or with anything for that matter, one thing that I did yesterday is level up this weapon, which is a very cool weapon that I found in the Carrion Manor, as far as I recall. And I leveled it up because I needed something quicker, because I felt like my scythe wasn't really doing much against this Everjail. So, let's see, I don't have any runes anymore. They're still lying over there. I don't think I need to pick them up again. So yeah, I was trying to deal with that Everjail yesterday, and well, it was giving me a little bit of trouble. The thing is, and one thing that I've been definitely struggling with my entire playthrough is that I feel like doing dodge rolls all the time is just not a very fun gameplay element. Somehow, especially with, you know, having more of a... Am I even going in the... That's not the right direction. You know, I'm definitely way more of a fan of Sekiro's and Bloodborne's gameplay compared to Dark Souls, right? So, and in Bloodborne you have like the very quick dodges, more of a dodge rather than a roll. Obviously you can still roll in Bloodborne, but it just feels different. And then in Sekiro, you have a dodge as well, but it's a very quick one, and you have a lot more options. The problem that I have with Elden Ring is that I feel very sort of open all the time, right? And I don't know, I just don't really like this flow of gameplay where you attack and then you dodge roll, right? And then you attack again. I feel like there should be something, like obviously I could use a shield, I could try to parry. That could be an option. though every time I did that, it never really felt that great either. Um, I don't know, shield parries have always been kind of weird in my opinion. I always thought that their sort of animation looked a bit off, right? It always looks as if you're sort of, I mean, you are essentially interrupting the enemy's attack, but I feel like it never really looked very natural. It's sort of, well, I wouldn't say that that's not how you use a shield, but it's a very sort of, I would say that using this sort of shield parry or like blocking off your enemy's weapon like that should be a very niche thing, right? You can do that, but it should be a very, very niche thing. For the most part, I feel like shields should be used to, well, shield, right? And I don't know, somehow that all just doesn't really sort of, I don't really know how to describe it, but for example, my character now mostly uses, or rather I want to use, a staff for ranged attacks in my left hand and a sword for, well, physical close range attacks in my right hand, right? But even though that gives me a lot of offensive options, defensively there isn't really much going on, right? I can dodge roll, and that's it. There's literally nothing else that I can do defensively. And that's sort of not really great. It's just, yeah, it just feels as if the game's really lacking on that department, right? Your movement options are very limited. There is, I mean, if you look at the enemies design, especially, right? Especially with these Everjails, because a lot of these Everjails have more like humanoid enemies, but they always have these really, really awesome movement options, right? When you purely look at the enemy without sort of the engagement that's going on between the player and the enemy, they have like really, really cool movement options. They have a lot of like, they can sort of do these strafe runs to your side. They can try to flank you. They can really quickly hop back, or really quickly rush in. All those kinds of things. And then you're looking at your character, and the only thing that I can do is dodge roll, right? And it just feels very underwhelming. I know that obviously, if I had the same movement options, that would probably be OP, right? So in terms of balance, obviously there would have to be, you know, a lot of adjustments if you gave the player more options. But again, it feels very, very underwhelming. It feels as if the enemy has the cool stuff and I'm just sort of left standing here doing the boring shit, right? And that's the problem. If you want your game to be engaging. And that's where I really, really struggle with Elden Ring. Especially since I know how awesome Sekiro is in its gameplay, right? How awesome it feels. Because Sekiro truly feels like you're on par with the enemy, right? Because more or less, you have the same possibilities as the enemies, right? You both have, you're on equal footing. You have the same, like obviously enemies have different attack animations and different combos and stuff, but on like a pure sort of gameplay level, the enemies in Sekiro and your player character has the exact same options. And that's just not the case here. Now, obviously, as I said, you have a lot of different options in Elden Ring, which is probably why this problem exists in the first place. Like, you can use all kinds of different weapons, all kinds of different ashes of war, and all of that. But ultimately, that's very, very different to what enemies typically use. And there is this weird imbalance of, yes, you have a lot of potential options, which is very cool in the grand scheme of things, right? It's very, very awesome that you can do all these different builds and stuff. But while you're in combat, you're very, very limited. So it's always this, I feel like it's this weird imbalance that you get in Elden Ring where it feels great finding new items, it feels great finding new weapons. It feels really cool being able to use all this different stuff, but every time you actually get into an engagement, you're suddenly sort of, the promise of really cool gameplay sort of gets deflated, right? Because you suddenly realize, oh wait, I actually don't have all these cool options during gameplay, right? I can't use 10 different weapons, 15 different Ashes of War during the actual fight. So during the actual fight, you're sort of standing there going R1, R1, circle. R1, R1, circle. Circle. R1, circle. R1, circle, circle, right? I know that's a bit exaggerated, obviously, but sometimes that's just what it feels like. And that's unfortunately a bit of an issue, right? I don't really know how to solve that. Like immediately, obviously, Sekiro, even though in spirit it's definitely a FromSoft game. I mean, it is a FromSoft game, but you know, it's in spirit, it's very similar in a lot of ways to Dark Souls, for example, or Elden Ring, or whatever. But in gameplay directly, it's very, very different. And sort of translating that into a game like this, especially with all the different movement options and stuff, not that easy to do, right? So, I don't know. That being said, in order to actually tackle this Everjail, I'm actually missing a lot of crafting items. Soaking them in oil doesn't really do much. I don't really want to throw these because they can... Vengeful Spirits, they're not really that usable either. Throw enemies... Shouldn't that say throw at enemies? To cause buildup of sleep. I wonder if this would actually be usable. I wonder if this actually does anything. I mean, I have a lot of the crafting materials. I always felt like the holy water pot is fairly bad for some reason. Right, I was thinking about maybe crafting these, though I can't really craft enough to warrant using them a lot. But let's just go ahead and craft a bunch of these. Should I try doing this? I feel like that wouldn't really do much against an enemy like this. I could just go with the holy pots, right? At least then I'd have something that I can throw. Also the exalted flesh, but I mean, I've talked about that in the past as well. That it's sometimes it's rather annoying to try and actually use items and magic damage. What were these? I think these just deal more damage or something, right? So let's go with the potential poison, and then I'll use the, what is this? Freezing pot. Build up a frost. I don't know if that would help me much. Let's do this, and maybe I should try... I've never really tried the lightning strike, so before I use any of my pots... Also, I can use the, I can use this. What was it? The R1, I think, is the... That's a weird thing. That's weird that you grab your thingy again. Oh well. I'm I'm standing around for a very long time. But I do wanna. Does it say anywhere here? Oh, that's so weird that you can never really. In order to actually look at the weapon, you have to go in here. That's very, very weird. Night and Flame. Hold the sword level to prepare cast sorcery. Follow up with normal attack to cast the Night Comet sorcery. That's sort of the magic blast in front of you, right? Or a strong attack to sweep forward with a burst of flames. But that's just magic damage, right? I think this thing just it doesn't deal frost damage or something. I wonder if you can actually burn enemies with fire. I don't think you can, but whatever. All right, I need to get into the flow of things anyway with this weapon. Did I actually like? Okay, never mind. Let's try that again. Why didn't the lightning strike go at the first time? That was weird. Definitely takes a bit to come out, so it's a bit more difficult to use, I feel like, compared to magic spells. That reminds me though, what do I have? Shortened spellcast time. Right, I have this equipped. So technically, if I would go with the lightning strike, I could try actually equipping something else, right? I've never really thought about that. As long as I'm not really... I mean, shortening spellcast time is pretty cool. I don't know if I have something that'll... Oh, this gives you 5 intelligence? That's a lot. These always give you 5. I never really realized that. Greatly boosts magical damage negation. Non-physical. The thing is, they're using this Bloodfire thing, whatever that is, but yeah, I could swap it out with this if I'm using the lightning strike. I don't know, to be completely honest. Raising poise. See, I never really. Let's just keep it at this for the time being. I just need to get into the nitty-gritty of the encounter. That's also a thing, right? You have all these awesome options, but at the same time... That doesn't even... Oh, no, never... Why? Oop, that was bad timing. That was weird. It looked like... Does the lightning strike sort of extend from where I'm standing? Because it... From my point of view, it looked like I didn't even hit him. It looked like it sort of hit in front of me rather than where he was standing, but I think he took damage. Unless the damage indicator on the health bar was still from before. Yeah, dodging his attacks is still weird for some reason. I don't know, the lightning doesn't really deal enough damage to warrant the cast time, though. think it'll be better using this if he's at range. Do it. Shit. Hate that it burns me. Nope. That is such a... I don't get how you're supposed to dodge that attack. Because it sometimes feels as if I can dodge it, and then it sometimes feels as if I can't. It's very, very weird. I've definitely dodged it already. I don't know. I don't know if it ignores my iframes or if it just lasts too long to where it still hits me, even if I dodge roll. But then, how would you dodge it? Very weird. I think ultimately I just need to be aggressive, deal as much damage as I can, and then... See? I think I should have been able to dodge that for some reason. It ignored my input just there, I think. I hate that he always does a quick attack after I healed. That looked weird. Come here. What the hell are you doing? I still dodge backwards. Ah. That's pretty, like, it's very difficult sometimes with a lot of enemies in Elden Ring, actually, to where... Oh, that just hits behind him as well. Great. It's very difficult with a lot of enemies in Elden Ring that they... Like, when you mistime one dodge, right, you very often get into a situation where it's almost like impossible to get out of the mistimings, I feel like. Maybe that's just because you're sort of, you mistime your dodge, you realize, oh, I mistimed my dodge, and then you sort of immediately dodge again, which obviously leads to that dodge also being mistimed. But I don't know, for some reason it feels as if you can't really do anything against that. Like, delaying the second dodge wouldn't have really helped me. I don't know. It's definitely easier to get damage in when I'm using a quicker weapon like this, but at the same time, I don't know. I wish I had more defensive options for some reason. Like, I can dodge his attacks, but he does have a couple of attacks that I feel like it's just sort of, well, not impossible to dodge them, but I don't know. Maybe I should try... I wonder if there are, like, spells that could interrupt. But that's the thing, right? As soon as he starts his like, big blood flame flurry thing, I don't think I would be able to to counter that in any sort of way, which is weird. Because I was kind of wondering how the hell you were supposed to dodge that. Ooh, that looked weird. That felt like my hit should have come out first, right? I hit him. And that shouldn't have hit me at all. Didn't he jump behind me? Yeah, the hitboxes on those attacks are weird. Man, that's really, really weird. That is so weird. Especially, like, I've said that before as well. I hate that when you dodge roll, you do a thrust attack instead of your normal attack. Like, why can't I choose what attack I'm doing after a dodge roll? Because, like, I feel like this is a lot more effective than this. Maybe it's because the swipe, I think, has more poise damage potentially than the stab. But the problem is, again, I can't choose what I'm doing, right? I only have this one option, and I have to... Or can I somehow... I think I could try using, but I know that I tried that with another Everjail, where I tried to basically always do a back jump instead of a dodge roll, so that I could do my normal attacks as well. But I seem to remember that, well, first of all, this has less iframes, I think, than the dodge roll, if it has iframes at all. And I think what happened is that I just ended up being hit anyways for some reason. I mean, I can try. See, that's what I mean, right? I have so many cool options. I have this cool weapon, yet in the heat of the battle, I really don't have that many options, right? I have two options, basically. I can press circle, and I can press R1. I mean, technically, I can also press L1, I can press L2, R2, but... Although, then again, what happens... Oh, you just do a longer stab. No, see? Like... Okay, well that was mistimed, but... Felt like he was holding his attack there even longer than he did before. Okay, I want to try this though. I want to find out if I can actually effectively use the back jump. The biggest problem is also that the back jump is not controllable, right? Which is honestly just dumb. You can't control the direction you're back jumping in because you can only do the back jump if you don't press the left analog stick. And in that particular instance, because you're always technically jumping back from where the boss is at that particular moment, or the enemy, right? But since he's jumping around so much, I basically did a backstep into his attack, which I had no control over whatsoever, right? It just happened because, well, it happened. Yeah, that's... weird. Not weird, it's just bad. Okay. So the backstep in that particular instance just doesn't count, or did I mistime it? Because it looked as if my character was starting to backstep, but then I was still hit or grabbed by him. Though that might also be the grabbing attack just being weird. It honestly feels like it's not really worth testing these things at all. It's just bad. I should just do it normally and be done with it. That I should. It looked as if. Okay, well, that attack obviously is not dodgeable. Ah, for fuck's sake. Yeah, no. Let's just not do that. It's honestly not worth my time, I think. It doesn't work properly anyway. I don't know. The timing of everything feels so sluggish, and I don't really know why that is, to be completely honest. Like, I don't know. It feels as if my dodge roll is like the most sluggish thing ever. I am on medium equipment though. Oh man, I want to do this fight without having to dodge roll. Like, dodge rolling feels so bad. It honestly does. It feels, I don't know, it feels sluggish, slow, not really satisfying at all. I don't know. Should I maybe try do this fight? But then I have to be locked on for a lot. Aww. See, those kinds of moments just feel absolutely bad. You time your roll correctly, and then sort of the game just decides, oh, he's out of range, and that's it. Why can he attack quicker than I can? What? How are you supposed to evade that attack? I guess, but here's the thing. I multiple times tried to jump back when he was doing it. At first, right? Yesterday. And I was still getting hit, so I'm honestly confused as to how the hell you're supposed to evade it. Should I try using my shield again? And parry him? Maybe that's a thing. Maybe I could honestly try that. I would have to... What did I put on this? This one currently has no skill, right? Because I wanted to get rid of that. This will get me to have a look. Which ones do I have that parry anyways? This is shield bash, right? In order to... Why doesn't it... Wait, didn't it usually say the... Oh no, never mind, there it is. I'm just blind. So these two have parry, they don't have 100% damage negation though. This one's got parry. This one technically has parry as well, right? And this is too heavy and doesn't have a skill. Shield bash. And the big ones don't have parry usually. I want to use a small one though. These look shit. I'd have to go back to the Side of Grace to change this. I'm pretty sure I should be able to parry most of his attacks, but yeah, I don't know. Using shields always felt very unsatisfying as well. Man, this is just weird, honestly. This fight just feels bad. It feels bad because it feels like I'm sort of at 0.25 speed while my enemy is at normal speed, right? And I feel like I should be able to use something else other than just constantly dodge roll. But not really? I don't know. At least I can do that if he jumps back. That feels so bad. The fact that I don't want to use the fucking thrust attack! That's so annoying. Also, I hate that there's this, like, it honestly almost feels random which ones of... Okay, maybe I should counter with R2 a lot more. How? What? What the fuck just happened? I pressed square. No, wait, I pressed square, then circle. It started the roll animation. For some reason, I still got hit by his ranged attack, which shouldn't have happened at all, and then I still healed. Did I get that right? I'm not 100% on that. That was weird. Why did my character suddenly start healing? I felt like I overwrote my... That was... What the fuck happened to the attacks? Oh, how did the game cue that? Okay, maybe I should try using R2 after a roll, because I feel like the point where I'm struggling most is that my thrust is just not doing enough poise damage. I don't know if I always have enough time to do an R2 after I roll, and it'll be really, really difficult to remember that during most of the fight, but... Okay. Why did that suddenly reach me? When he did that earlier from the same position, it didn't actually reach me. That is still weird. And now it didn't actually break his stance? How? That attack is quicker than you... I honestly think that it's impossible to dodge one of his attacks. The one attack that he does, where he sort of really quickly thrusts forward, I feel like that's quicker than your actual reaction time. Maybe I'm slow, but I feel like that's almost undodgeable, which would be like really, really bad design. That is really weird, unless... well, it could be one of those weird attacks where you have to sort of preemptively know that he's going to do it. But is there a tell for that? Man, this fight is so weird. The weirdest part about this fight in particular is that it feels like most of his attacks are really, really sort of, well, obviously not easy to dodge, but it feels like he's not really that threatening in terms of what he can do. Like, most of his attacks, at least visually, are not threatening at all. And he actually doesn't deal that much damage either. But it just seems he's also almost, like, unavoidable in a lot of what he does. I also hate that the fight always starts out off the exact same. Great. That's also one thing that I absolutely hate in Elden Ring is the fact that how did that not reach him? The fact that sometimes the what was I gonna say? Something. I was gonna say something. How? Okay, that was the game trolling me with the ground. Because that should have hit, it just didn't because he was standing. Once again, trolling me. You got stuck on the rock. Ah, it's not what I wanted to press. Ah, that attack still gets me. Ah, that was bad. How did he... That suddenly sort of went through my, what? Why? Why did he do that? I got distracted. Fuck! I got distracted because the fucking game didn't properly change my items back. God, I hate the... Oh. The fucking controls of this game are so archaic, it's almost laughable. Okay, I pretty much got the fight now, I think. I hate the controls. I hate how you have to switch items. Why the fuck doesn't that work differently? It just feels so incredibly bad. At least I kind of got the fight now. I got trolled a lot. That was... So, I said that previously. The fact that they design these Everjails like this, where it's this weird bowl in the ground, is really, really bad. It feels like somebody just didn't think about what implications that would have. Because the problem is, I had two instances just now where he pressed R2 and just didn't hit him because it very, very narrowly went over his head, right? Because when he's attacking, he's sort of crouching low, and when I'm standing here, and he's standing here and does his crouch low attack, my R2 just doesn't hit him. Now, obviously, you could argue, well, you have to keep the ground in mind, but honestly, that's just bullshit. And it makes a badly designed fight even worse. And the thing is, right, in terms of his attacks and the overall enemy design, he's not even bad. He honestly is a pretty cool enemy with cool attacks and, you know, cool animations and all that kind of stuff. It just, once again, it sort of combines the fact that the arena design is really bad. Your dodge rolls just feel sluggish. I'm not even saying that they're bad or, you know, obviously you should have more defensive options, but they just feel bad, right? It's not even about timings or whatever. I can live with that, right? The fact that you have to learn these fights, obviously that's part of it, right? I'm not complaining about that at all. It just feels bad. That's the point of it, right? It just feels bad. It should feel a lot quicker, a lot more responsive. And I don't actually know why that is. Is it because it drops the frame rate and it just sort of feels sluggish because of that? Or is it because the dodge rolls are sort of weird? I really, really can't put my finger on it, why it feels bad specifically. Maybe I should watch the footage back at some point and try to figure it out, though I'd assume I'd have to potentially put a camera on what my fingers are doing in that particular moment. I don't think I can really figure that out, but something just doesn't feel right. And I just don't know why or how that works. How that R2 attack should have come out a lot quicker. See, that's what I mean. For some reason, your attacks sometimes just aren't as quick as they are supposed to be. Like sometimes... Okay, yeah. I dodge rolled twice and it still hit me. Sometimes my R2 attack comes out a lot quicker after a dodge roll, and sometimes it doesn't. And I don't know why. It seems... It's definitely not random. But I think it's probably dependent on sort of... Because I said that multiple times, right? One of the worst things that they did is the fact that this dodge roll is different to this dodge roll, right? And the problem is you can't... it's not consistent. Right? Obviously it is. From the game's standpoint, from a design standpoint, it's consistent. But the fact that the enemies move around quickly a lot of the time makes it inconsistent, because you as a player can never 100%... maybe speedrunners can, right? Maybe if you put 3,000 hours into this game, you do the exact same things every time. And or you actually look at the hitboxes in some sort of editor or something, right? You can figure out what to specifically do. But when you're just normally playing the game, it is impossible, 99.99999% impossible to know every single instance of how enemies move and when they move and why they move, right? And especially when you're learning new encounters, the fact that these two different dodge roll timings exist without you actually being able to control them 100% is just really, really bad design. I can't stress enough how badly designed that is in a game like this. And the problem is that this particular problem extends to a lot of other things as well. Because I do think that your attack timings are different as well. So if you're doing this compared to this, the attack timing seems to be the same. Obviously it takes longer because of your dodge roll, so maybe that's what it is. It's very, very hard to know during the actual encounter. But in particular, in that instance just now, when I did the fight, it felt as if my R2 response, and here's the thing, right? You as a player, or in that particular instance, I think, okay, so my enemy's doing this and this, right? He's attacking. He's coming towards me. I dodge his attack and press R2 with the expectation of him being posture broken, right? Or whatever the fuck that's called. So I expect him to be to break with his attack and be able to get maybe one or two additional hits in. But sometimes that just doesn't happen, either because the game points my attack at the completely wrong point, or because the timings are weird and my attack takes way too long to go out, right? The problem is, in both instances, I can't rely on the game to do what I want my character to do. But that's a really, really big issue, because if I can't rely on that, then theoretically, I would have to play around that, right? So I would have to go into my R2 with the expectation of it not working correctly. But if I play like that, I think I would be hard pressed to find any opening at all. Like if I always have to react to whether or not I hit my enemy first, I think it's almost impossible to know, or it would be almost impossible to get hits in at all. I would have to play very, very passively, which either is incredibly boring or almost impossible, since you'd never have the opportunity to actually defeat your opponent, right? The biggest issue is that I think technically, especially with the healing that I have and everything, at some point you just go, well, fuck it. You just take the hits because you know, well, as long as I deal enough damage, I'll get through this encounter, which is a very, very bad mindset to have. Or rather, it is a mindset that shouldn't happen at all if the game was properly designed, right? And I don't know, it just... Encounters like this, they're strange to me because I really, really love this game, yet at the same time, I feel like even though it has such great basics in terms of its gameplay, the execution is really, really bad. Bad to the point where it's honestly, in terms of gameplay, starting to fall below a lot of other games where you would consider their gameplay to be very subpar, right? I'm talking Witcher 3, for example, right? Witcher 3's gameplay, in a lot of ways, is not even bad, it's just mediocre, right? But at least it doesn't present you with, or for the most part, it doesn't present you with situations that just feel outright bad. It's just boring, mediocre, passable gameplay that, you know, is presented to you sort of in between the interesting stuff in the game, right? That's a little bit unfair towards The Witcher 3 because it does have, especially in the DLCs, it does have a couple of fairly cool boss fights. And a couple of the fights in between as well, even in the base game, can be pretty cool, especially visually. But overall, Witcher 3's gameplay is very, very mediocre and not that fun overall. But at least it doesn't put you in a situation where it feels absolutely terrible, right? Whereas Elden Ring does, right? And Elden Ring's gameplay can feel absolutely incredible when it wants to, but it can also feel incredibly bad a lot of the times. And that's the key point, right? A lot of the times. If there would be things, you know, sometimes a weird hitbox, and you have that in Bloodborne as well, right? Sometimes attacks just don't connect in Bloodborne where you think, man, maybe they should have, or you're getting hit, or the camera's bad. But overall, I would say that in Bloodborne or in Sekiro, those instances are very, very rare, right? 95% of the time, the game does what it's supposed to do and feels pretty incredible. Here, though, it doesn't. Like, especially compared to Bloodborne and Sekiro, Elden Ring's gameplay feels worse the longer you play it. Like, the more problems you realize and the more different options you try in terms of weapons and whatever, it feels worse and worse. Which I absolutely hate because I love the game and I want to continue playing it. I want to get through it. I want to see what happens at the end and all that kind of neat stuff, right? I like the characters. I like that they're finally, even though, as I said yesterday, some of the quest design still feels very archaic, but I still like the characters. I like a lot of what they did with this world. But I'm starting to, well, I wouldn't say hate the gameplay, but I'm starting to feel as if the gameplay is this weird, and I've seen other people say that as well. I feel like the problem is they've designed enemies that are pretty cool in what they can do. They've designed enemies sort of similar to Bloodborne's and Sekiro's enemies, with a lot of really cool looking attack combos and a lot of options and really, really cool and distinctive features. But instead of giving you the same options and instead of giving you the very, very cool and fluid Bloodborne/Sekiro gameplay, I know those two have very different gameplays, right? I'm just saying they're like, in terms of how they feel, in terms of how well designed they are, they feel very good. And on par with each other, or, well, Sekiro probably exceeding Bloodborne's gameplay, but being a bit more limited in terms of what you can do, right? And I feel like the bosses are designed that way, and the bosses they feel really cool, and you want to fight them in a very cool manner. But at the same time, your own attacks and your own possibilities and sort of control options are so incredibly limited. Yeah, I don't know. Right? It feels as if you're playing. If we're comparing it to, I don't know, let's say Persona, it feels as if you're playing with only one persona and without using guns, without using persona abilities at all, right? It feels as if I'm playing Persona and only doing the physical attack and guard instead of using all these other cool options. That's what Elden Ring's gameplay feels like. Even though I am using the other options, they just don't feel great. Yeah. I honestly don't know how else to put it. How did that not... Oh, I shouldn't have healed there. I thought I had... I thought he had dealt more damage to me at some point. Why did... Oh, the game ate my input. I pressed square, but I just didn't heal. That attack is just bullshit. Because the problem is also, like, the attack isn't consistent. Or, well, it is consistent, it's just not consistent with the visuals of it. Or rather, he has two attacks, right? He has his jump to the ground as a normal attack, and then he has the same attack with the fire being attached to it. And if the fire is attached to it, he does the flurry stuff afterwards. Problem being, he sort of just teleports forward when he does the fire stuff, right? Instead of... So he does this jump animation, jumps onto the ground, and you would think that his attack would sort of start from that point, right? Like, visually it looks as if he's jumping to the ground and then immediately does his flurry. That's not what happens. He sort of awkwardly like the game awkwardly sort of teleports his body sort of forward, like, I would say like 3 meters, something like that. So it's consistent, right? But it's this weird teleporting. So if you dodge roll too early, and that's probably why they're doing it, if you dodge roll too early, obviously you're still getting hit by the attack. Whereas if it would work consistent with the visuals, then it would probably be really, really easy to dodge, which I think is why they do this weird teleporting stuff. But yeah, that's just... No, that's not how you design attacks. It feels as if they sort of designed the attack animation first and then realized, oh, wait, because we have him jump up first and jump onto the ground, it's very easy to dodge the attack. So they sort of went back in and said, well, if we just awkwardly teleport his body forward, then it's very hard to dodge the attack, right? So, but they didn't adjust the animation to reflect the adjusted attack, which is why it's so awkward, I feel like. And also, he sort of awkwardly, like sometimes I think if you dodge towards him, the attack will actually start from where he jumps onto the ground, right? So they don't do the teleportation in that particular instance, which means that that's why you'll also get hit even though you dodge roll sort of through him. Yeah. It is what it is, I guess. What? I didn't know that his attack would just stop. Okay, the game ate my input again. Great. Ah! Again, this time I pressed the wrong thing. That attack is still weird. It feels as if it's not really ignoring my iframes, but definitely not treating them correctly. I pressed the wrong thing again. Of course, there the game doesn't eat my input. That shouldn't have hit him. Also, I wonder how the hell I actually stunned him that one time. What? What? Yeah, that attack is just weird. It feels like it works completely different to all his other attacks. Every fucking time. Also, that is... Oh, I only got hit because the game didn't correctly change back to my flask. I don't even want to switch away from a healing flask because it's so awkward to switch back to it. That's just dumb, to be honest. I could probably... I mean, I'm not using the other stuff, right? But then again, you never know. I mean, well, I definitely don't need these. Let's do this for the time being. That makes it a little bit easier to switch back to the healing stuff. God, I wish the game would use a different input method. They never really patched that, did they? I mean, they never did with the other games, so I don't think they did it here. 'Cause you can't... Yeah, I mean, I could... No, that doesn't work. What? Wait, how... How do I do that? Oh, right, if I'm holding triangle. If I put the healing here, I wonder if that works better, to be honest. But that's really weird, right? Because like, that's one additional button press that you usually don't want to do. This menu is honestly, it's really, really bad. I mean, maybe it could work. Should I try that? Let's try that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello. Let's switch this to healing. I want to know if that's better. Probably really, really awkward at first. But it's the only sort of option where the game somewhat went with the time in terms of its controls. I didn't see, this time my dodge worked with that attack, and I... Yeah, okay, that was impossible to dodge. As soon as I started R2, I was doomed. Man, the hitboxes feel so inconsistent, even though they aren't, but they are, because of the... There are so many instances where my thrusting attack just doesn't connect, even though it should. Just because... Yeah, because the game's weird. Oh well. At this point, I just need to try it and get lucky. Yeah, that's... Why does he even do that in the first place? I knew that would happen. Of course, now I pressed the... Like, I didn't remember that I switched the button for my healing. That's gonna take some getting used to. I wonder how he decides when to use his... Because that seems random. Whether or not he does the normal jumping attack or the one with the flames. I wonder what that's connected to. That's another thing, right? Technically, that should use FP, but I don't... Like, either enemies just have... I don't know, like 3000 FP or something, to where they never run out of it, or they have some sort of weird... I don't know, that's another thing, right? Typically, you shouldn't design games like this, where enemies work on different rule sets than the player character, if they're clearly using similar attacks. I don't actually know how FromSoft games typically solve that, because obviously the other games do that as well, where enemies just have either infinite stamina or something like that. I wonder how they're doing that, if they're just doing, like, giving enemies infinite stamina, or if they are, if they just attach a very high value to it. I wonder how they're doing that. It's not really relevant to this encounter, obviously, but I would be interested to know that. That shouldn't have connected. Okay, that healing definitely takes longer this way. Yeah. And that attack is just impossible to dodge, which is great. That's just wonderful design. I mean, obviously it is possible to dodge, but only if you... Like, as soon as he starts jumping into the air, you basically need to do at least 2 dodge rolls backwards. Which means that if you've already pressed something, the moment he jumps into the air, you will always get hit without being able to change anything about that, which is bad. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Healing with that triangle stuff is definitely... Maybe it just takes getting used to. I don't know. I don't want to give up on it just yet. No idea why that second hit didn't connect. See, this time I dodged, even though all the other times I didn't. Huh. I definitely didn't dodge fast enough, but it also felt like he teleported forward more than usual? I I mean, the design of that attack is bad in general because it is like, I think it's like 3 hits back to back, which obviously means that the last 2 hits will always hit you, even if you dodge roll through the actual start of the attack. I mean, the design of that attack is very bad in particular because it forces you to disengage. So especially characters without a ranged, at least I have ranged attacks, right? But characters without a ranged attack are basically forced into passiveness in that particular moment, which, yeah, that's just bad design, isn't it? Also, that's weirdly inconsistent now. How the... I shouldn't have been able to dodge that. Well, that was weird. And that was weird as well. Might have been that I did the first dodge too early or something. Yeah, that attack is just bad design, honestly. It doesn't make any sense. The fact that there are attacks that force you to dodge roll multiple times is bad, right? That should never be the case. If you have an action game like this, you should always be able to react to everything the enemy does within one button press. Obviously, you have to do the correct one, right? And it can be, I mean, when you're playing a fighting game, the things that you need to do can be multiple button presses back to back. But the point being, it should never just be dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, or something like that, right? I mean, maybe saying one button press is not really the correct way of arguing that, but I think you get what I mean, right? It shouldn't be this. I really, really wonder what they expect you to do there. Like, do they honestly expect you to do 3 backwards dodge rolls? Or 2, rather? Or at least 2. Because it feels as if the game wants you to do something different there, but I can't figure out what it wants you to do. Like, you can't dodge roll into him because he hits like backwards as well. I don't think you can break that attack. Like, I don't think you can poise break him or whatever that's called while he's doing it either. So yeah, I'm just honestly confused what they expect you to do there. I mean, technically, if I had a shield, I think I might be able to just tank the hit. Though, technically, I would probably still get burned, correct? Because that would go through the shield, which, yeah, because that means that you don't just want to shield that attack as well. Or are they expecting you to hold circle and run backwards? I don't think that would work, to be completely honest. Okay, that time... Okay, no idea why I dodged it in that particular instance. Also, his attack, I still can't figure out... When he's doing these quick attacks towards me, sometimes I'm dodging them. I don't really know why. And sometimes I'm just not. And like there seems to be no consistency to it. It feels like there is. Like it feels like the reasons why I sometimes dodge them has to be connected to something else. Maybe I'm staying on a particular point on the ground or whatever. Maybe I did something weird beforehand. That means that my character is like crouched lower than usual or something like that. Why did... some reason it... Well, that was weird. See, in that instance I dodged it. Even though in other instances I didn't, even though I pressed the exact same button. And I still dodge rolled there for some reason. I think the answer is honestly that sometimes I might have I should have healed there. Yeah, okay, oh, okay, I figured it out. It's just sort of unexpectedly weird how you're supposed to do that. Almost thought that would hit me. Nope. Wrong button, wrong button. Okay, so it's still weird. I mean, it's still bad design because you have to dodge roll twice. Bad design. It's just not fun, is the point, right? Dodging twice is just not fun. That being said, though, so the way you're meant to dodge that particular attack is you dodge roll his jump into the air, and then there's like a delay while the game teleports him forward, right? I'm saying teleport. Technically, I think it's doing some sort of animation, but it's like very, very quick. Like 3 frames quick or something like that, right? Too quick to fit his design, right? The way he's normally moving. So it sort of awkwardly teleports him forward. And what you're meant to do is delay your second dodge roll a bit while the game is doing that, and then dodge roll out. I don't know if I would be able to consistently do that because I think the game can vary his, like, the point to where he gets teleported varies depending on your position. So it's very, very awkward and sort of, again, it's not inconsistent, which is interesting, but it feels like that because you're sort of in a very, very short span of time, you're expected to react to the point he gets teleported to. You can, and here's the thing. The same with my R2. I would say that 80% of the time you can expect him to do the same thing every time. Because if you dodge roll sort of consistently backwards, he will always do the exact same movement forwards, obviously, right? Because he tries to hit you. And your backwards dodge will always be the same. But obviously, if you're not a machine or a speedrunner, whatever, your dodge roll will be inconsistent slightly in terms of when exactly you press the button, right? Compared to his attack frames. Which means that it will very, very slightly vary when you press the second dodge button as well. And if it's just very slightly off, the attack will hit you. Which is... I mean, again, that they're expecting very, very perfect dodges from you in that case isn't necessarily bad, but it combines with the fact that dodge rolling just isn't fun, and yeah, it ends up just feeling bad. That attack is still just really awkward. And that's also something that I can't figure out. So something strange is happening there, because logically, if it worked the way I was explaining it, where you dodge backwards and then you time your second dodge right and you dodge everything, that definitely worked, right? Because I did it before. The question being, why did it work? Because if you're not dodging backwards and you're trying to just iframe through that attack, it doesn't work. So there has to be some sort of awkward difference there, right? It's just that the visuals just don't match that at all. Or maybe they do. I think, well, technically what's probably happening normally is that since I think it's 3 hits, like his flurry rush thing, I think it's 3 hits. And you can iframe 2 of them. So if you dodge roll correctly, like into the correct direction away from him, you'll iframe the first 2 hits, and the third hit will be out of range. Whereas if I'm standing right on top of him and I try to dodge roll, it'll hit me at least once. Even though in that particular instance, I think it hit twice. That's also the weird thing, right? Visually, it looks as if he's doing like 9, 10 strikes or something. But I think the game only counts it as maybe 3, 4, something like that. Which that is weird to begin with, right? You would expect it to be like the visuals of the attack have absolutely nothing to do, what is happening gameplay wise, right? Which is a bit weird. And you kind of need to trial and error that. Yeah, the problem with attacks that sort of demand a double dodge roll from you is that obviously they take quite a bit of time to be executed from your enemy, and yeah, it just creates this weird moment where oh, I'm getting hit. I'm standing at the wrong position. I'm getting hit, but it still takes like 2 seconds or something until the damage actually goes out. Which, yeah, that's not a great feeling. It's never a great feeling, right? That's the same as the bullshit attacks that they sometimes did in. I think Bloodborne had like a couple of them. Not very many, fortunately, but I think Bloodborne has like a couple of boss attacks where they can practically one-shot you, but they don't one-shot you, right? They can sort of grab you, inflict you with something, and then you also take like 3 additional hits or something, where you can do absolutely nothing in between because your character is grabbed or something similar. And they effectively one-shot you without one-shotting you, right? So you take like 3, 4, 5 instances of damage, which will result in you being killed, but it's not a straight one-shot. And that just feels bad, right? On the player side, that just feels bad. So In that case, they should do just a straight one-shot instead of having this weird 5 instances of damage that will also result in a one-shot, right? And it's sort of the same thing here, where the attack honestly should just hit immediately, more or less, right? It should work the exact same in a way, but there shouldn't be this awkward pause where you already know that you're being hit. You already know, oh, I did it wrong. I'm gonna get hit. And you're still in control of your character, but you can't, like, it's impossible to do anything because your mistake already happened, right? That's a particular design that shouldn't really be done, right? It shouldn't really be part of a game like this. I think there is a time and place for when something like that might be applicable. Maybe if your enemy is like some god being, right? Which obviously you do fight in these games. And they have like a really, really strong attack, or some ultimate attack or whatever, right? I think in those particular instances, doing something like that might be okay, where you know, oh fuck, they're doing something big where I don't know, position myself wrongly and you're gonna get hit by it regardless. In that particular instance, it might be okay, but even then, it would be. You'd have to think very, very long and hard about whether to actually implement it. But in this particular instance, they shouldn't have. Yeah. Nothing against the attack in general. I mean, it looks visually, it's very, very cool. It should just work differently. I mean, the fact that it's a very tight dodge roll, for example, that's pretty cool. I just think that the game should have focused on that, right? So just demand a very tight dodge roll from the player or something. Yeah, that would be a lot more fun than this, honestly. Just make it difficult, but don't make it boring or weird. Ooh, I thought he was doing the other thing. Okay. That didn't make any sense. That was definitely on my part. That was the wrong timing. But I also see that's exactly what I mean, right? I thought at first he was doing his normal jump attack without the flames, and I didn't dodge exactly backwards. I sort of dodged slightly to the left as well, which at that point I'm already sort of getting hit. Almost. I think I could have still solved it if I timed my dodge really, really well. But because I dodged not directly backwards with my first dodge, I already put myself into a very, very bad position for the follow-up attack, which, yeah, it just feels very bad. I don't know, it's, you know, 3 years later. That shouldn't have hit me. Okay, this time I did the second dodge thing correctly. Okay, that should have stunned him. That shouldn't have hit him, at least compared to the hit that I was doing before. Ooh. Ugh. That didn't hit him because of the ground. Again. Did his attack come out earlier there because I didn't do my first dodge roll, or was it just really slow on the uptake there? That felt like I was sort of, in that particular instance, I was trying to not do the first dodge roll, just run backwards slightly and then do the second dodge roll. But apparently, if you don't do the first dodge roll, he'll just immediately go into the flurry without doing the sort of jump down attack first. Interesting. This fight feels so boring at this point. Like, it really feels boring. Because I just need to get lucky, basically. See? That shouldn't have hit me. I dodged the exact same way I always do. And that as well, it's just luck whether or not I'm actually getting hit by his attack or not. See, in that particular instance, I should have been hit. In that instance, he should have actually been... How did... Okay, no idea how I didn't get hit there. Oh, fuck! I think... For some reason I thought he was doing his jump. I don't know, I'm dead. That was on my part. God, he also just... He has way too much HP for... Like, he's just not interesting enough as an enemy for the amount of HP that he has. I don't really know if I... Like, maybe it's because of my awkward character scaling or something, but honestly, that shouldn't be the case. For the amount of damage that he deals, and the level that I'm at with my upgraded weapons and stuff, that encounter honestly shouldn't take that long. He's just not... He doesn't have enough interesting attacks, and since he doesn't really have a second phase either, at least not that I know of, doesn't really make sense that he would have this much HP. Like, I feel like he has more HP, or maybe not, but it feels like he has definitely similar HP to this, to the boss that I fought not yesterday, 2 days ago, the alien void scorpion thing, right? Feels like they can't be very far apart in terms of the amount of HP that they have, which, no. This boss should have maximum 60% maybe of the HP that the big scorpion thing had. Yeah. It's just... This fight isn't interesting enough to warrant the HP pool, unfortunately. I mean, maybe there could be something that I could do in order to deal a bit more damage, but Okay, that might have been just slightly too late in terms of my dodge timing. That was definitely too late. Got lucky there. I pressed circle, and that should have hit me. Okay, getting a bit confused by his like forward lunge, as I felt like I was dodging it more consistently than before, but sometimes I still don't. It might be because, like, if you're jumping, I think one thing that's definitely true is if you dodge backwards instead of forwards, it'll always hit you for some reason. If you dodge exactly forwards, it's still... So I think you have to sort of slightly dodge to the side at the correct moment to avoid it completely, something like that. It's really, really awkward. Because you probably want to avoid your complete side dodge because that's slower. See, this time I did it correctly. Why did that not stun him? Ah. That, I should have been able to dodge that. I already don't want to continue because it always feels incredibly bad if the game just does bullshit and you have to, like, every time the game does some bullshit, I already want to start the fight over, right? Because it just, I don't know, it just feels bad. It feels bad if you're forced into a situation where you kind of have to heal simply because the game did some bullshit or something that was inconsistent or whatever, right? I don't know. Such a boring fight. I do want to know what I get for it, though. Probably his weapon that I won't be using anyways. That was definitely too early. I think my biggest mistake is always doing like 2 follow-up attacks. What the fuck am I doing? Kill me. I'm dodging way too early. Which, by the way, that's, I think, also a thing that I just don't like about Elden Ring's combat. There's a lot of dodges where you have to, like, wait for... You know, I mean, not in this particular fight, but there are a lot of instances where you have to wait for a very long time to dodge. And that's... you can do that, but it needs to... I don't know, it needs to be a fairly rare occurrence, I feel like. It's... Because that's boring, right? Having to wait for your enemy to do something is always boring. The gameplay should be way more active. How the hell did I dodge that? That was unlucky. Nope. Oh, that was... Nah. Oh boy. God, this is an annoying fight. Why does he have so much HP? I need to be more aggressive, I know that, but at the same time it's also, I don't know. See, every time I try to be more aggressive, something like that happens. God, I hate that. How? Why? The fuck? Ah, nope. Press the wrong button. Why did that not... That was weird. Ah, press the wrong button again. See, that's what always happens when I try to be more aggressive. So press the wrong buttons way too many times and I get annoyed at myself. See, I thought like, you try to be more aggressive and then you look at the HP bar and it's only 1/3 down and you feel like, I don't know. Should I try switching my weapon again? I don't think so. Don't know if I should try my... man, sometimes I just don't know. No, I mean, reducing my cast times wouldn't really help me. I could go with that. Honestly, I don't necessarily need the runes, right? I could, honestly, I'm making it more difficult on myself by using this the entire time. I could raise my poise. I wonder what that actually does. Honestly, let's try that for a minute. I want to see what this does. How or if at all it'll help me. I could also just honestly try to... Why the fuck is this here? I could honestly try to poison him instead of using my magical attacks. Yeah. I still... See, I know, I think I'm right with my assumption that the reason why I'm not getting hit by that attack sometimes is because I basically dodge out of the last hit. The problem is that that's visually very unclear. Like, I think I know that that's correct, but there's not really a way to confirm that, and it just kind of makes things awkward. Also, I think poise just does absolutely nothing. Both the guard count does find that I'm not doing charge attacks, right? I'm just doing my normal R2s. Could raise my vitality even more, but robustness, immunity, and focus. No idea if that actually does anything. Probably wait. So let me actually. Robustness was resistance to blood loss and frostbite. Oh, okay. Sleep and bouts of madness. Okay, so those are completely irrelevant. 6-1. The difference in attack here, I mean, it's not nothing, but should we just go with more intelligence? I mean, that's better than nothing, right? At least that way I'll deal a bit more damage. Man, this encounter is weird. This encounter is so weird. Why? Like, I'm struggling. It feels like I'm struggling with the easy encounters. Why is he still jumping back, by the way? How? What? Okay, yeah. I think I'm definitely right on my assumption of how that works. Do it. That's too risky on that. I pressed circle. I pressed circle the exact same way I always did that. And usually that didn't have such a large range. What the fuck was that? Why didn't that hit him? What the I didn't press L3. What the hell? Am I out of healing? No. Game just didn't do it for some reason. I pressed circle. Pressed circle at the exact same time I always did for that attack. There must have been some lingering effects from my previous attack or something that prevented me from actually dodging that. That was very weird though. In that particular instance, I felt like I wasn't even doing that bad, but the game just sometimes, like, the problem is that depending on what the enemy decides to do, the fight can be a lot harder or a lot easier. Obviously, it still depends on your own skill, but the things that you have to do as a player in order to be successful in this particular fight vary drastically, like really, really drastically, depending on what the enemy decides to do. Obviously, that's true for all of the encounters. Like, it's not random, but, you know, to an extent, it's random what the enemies do. But in this particular fight, it feels incredibly different. So there can be instances where he does attacks where I can just pretty much almost stun lock him the entire time and deal a bunch of damage. And then sometimes there are instances where he does a lot of stuff that is really difficult to dodge and difficult to deal with. And then, again, adding onto that the weird arena shape and everything just makes it so that sometimes you get an instance where it's really, really easy to deal damage, and sometimes you get an instance where it's really hard to do that, even though it's the exact same fight, which, yeah. Just, again, it's about what that makes you feel, right? Because it feels like see again in that instance, for example. I had an instance earlier. Kill me. How the hell did I press L3 there? How the hell did I do that? That was definitely me, but I don't know. Like when you're sort of consciously trying to press L3, it's actually quite difficult to do. But somehow, sometimes I just press it during combat, and I don't really know why. I mean, the fact that activating stealth is on L3 is pretty bad to begin with. I feel like L3 should be something like... wait a second, can you actually... See, that's a thing that should be an option but isn't, right? I would like to swap crouch stand up with sprint, which I don't think is an option. Correct? Because sprint is holding the backstab dodge roll dash button. So I could only press while moving for the... Yeah, I could only swap all three at once. I can't swap sprint individually. Which is, yeah, not good. How the hell does he dodge that? I was way too late on that. I got irritated by the weird blue glow. Somehow. Didn't expect him to do that in particular. That should have swung him. Ah! Why did I press R1 already? That was unlucky. Shouldn't have been able to dodge that. Oh, game 8 input again, great. That is incredibly inconsistent. Whether or not you can dodge through that or not dodge through it, but whether or not you can hit him while he's doing that. Oh, I'm already out of healing? Holy shit. Okay. Did not realize that. Yeah. Again, as I said, there are all of these weird inconsistencies. I keep calling them inconsistencies. I know they aren't, right? They are consistent. In the way that they, the game actually does things consistently. The problem is that the reason for it is still something that is very, very uncontrollable on the player's part, because it's dependent on so many variables and has very little to do with your actual inputs. And the result is that it feels inconsistent, or that it, the result is almost the same as if the game were inconsistent, which is unfortunate because, as I said, I don't think the game has any major inconsistencies in how it, handles hitboxes and stuff. It's actually very good with that, I feel like. It's just that it introduces so many variables into when or how things are happening that the result is the same, right? Which is very unfortunate, because that means that the game's sort of taking away what makes it so great in the first place, right? It does things that other games really, really, really struggle with, which is this consistency. See, in that particular instance, for example, I got hit twice just because I got really unlucky with my dodge. See, and that is exactly what I meant there, because I pressed R2 and my attack very, very narrowly missed him. And that is something that you just can't control on the player's part, right? The reason for why my weapon missed him is an insane sort of variable part on, he was standing very close to the rocks, which maybe made his hitbox be slightly more left than what he usually was. He did an unusual movement pattern there where my R2 attack that should have connected with him didn't, and therefore I got hit, which resulted then in me getting hit again because I screwed up my dodge because I thought I would hit him, right? There are all these, again, the fact that I didn't hit him was not inconsistent. It was correct. But I never in a million years could I have expected that happened, right? Because it looked as if it would connect. And that is, yeah, that's... I don't know. If you're using hitboxes that are that finicky, then you need to give the player more options. If there are so many variables in whether or not your attacks hit, you have to give the player a chance to react to that, which the game just doesn't, right? If an attack like that just doesn't connect, like the second hit, that was on my part, right? Because I just didn't expect my first hit to not connect. But the first instance of damage was something that I couldn't do anything against because I couldn't expect that outcome. So if they're using very, very narrow hitboxes or narrow sort of chain, or not narrow, but if they're using so many variables that can determine whether or not something hits or doesn't hit, then they also need to give me as the player the option to react to it, right? It can be insanely difficult to do so, right? I'm not saying that the game should be easier. Give me a button or a button combo or a dodge or whatever, right? That is insanely hard to do, but I don't have the option in the first place. And that's, yeah, just a shame, right? How? Did not expect him to actually... Ooh, that looked as if it should have connected with me. See, and in that case, the game just overwrites my my attack, which, I don't know, I feel like that's a weird design choice, isn't it? No idea why I couldn't dodge that. Oh, great, the flame kills you before you can actually heal. Yeah, in that particular instance, I should have gotten hit, but for some reason I got hit with, I think, the entire attack, even though I dodge rolled? Okay. I feel like that completely ignored my iframes. There might have been a reason for it, but yeah, I don't know why. That was weird. Oh, for fuck's sake! Why are there fucking mountains in this? Or not mountains, but elevation changes? Why design an arena like this in the first place when you also introduce these weird, like, terrain stuff? I keep doing R2 there. I shouldn't, I think. For some reason, I always think that I should be able to stun that attack. Made the same mistake again. See, in that instance, I hit him, even though it was very, very close to the same thing that happened earlier. How did we not hit each other there? I keep doing R2 there to some... Okay, that was weird. I dodged it correctly. Running out of healing again. What? Did he actually do an attack there? It looked as if he was just jumping forward. And somehow I still got hit with something. I mean, I probably wouldn't have killed him anyways because I was very low on healing, but... That looked awkward. Because usually he does his forward jump and then he follows up with this one slash, I think. And that was usually what hit me. But for some reason in this instance, he had damage output even though he was just jumping forward. I mean, obviously he holds his, like, weapon in front of him when he's jumping forward, but still. That just looked awkward. Ah, fuck. I feel like at this point my mind's sort of getting mushy. That second hit should have connected. Yeah, great. Great. Also, the game has, I don't know. In a way, it's kind of cool that it queues your inputs for a very long time, but with how quickly enemies are reacting to what you're doing, it's kind of awkward that you can't cancel actions. Because in that case, I mean, I know I shouldn't have pressed R1 twice, but the fact that I did, and it just completely, like, it means insta-death, pretty much, right? You press R2 twice, and you know, oh shit, 3 seconds later I'm gonna be dead. Even though technically you'd still have time to react, so... yeah. Point being, it's just not fun. God, this is also... I hate my range. Honestly, maybe I should... Since I'm a bit more familiar with the fight now, maybe I should actually stop using R2 so much. Yeah, that was dumb. I don't know why I dodged in his direction. The problem is, at the end of the day, because like both of our ranges are very short, right? The fight just ends up being this awkward sort of constantly dodging away from each other, right? Or not even away, but just like it's as if we're dancing with each other instead of fighting, right? It just ends up being this non-stop dance where the fight pretty much feels like it's consistent, like it consists of 80% of just awkwardly dodging around each other, right? None of us is actually hitting the opponent, which, yeah, is boring. It's just honestly boring. And I want to hit him more, but my range is just way too short to do so. Maybe I should try using, but the problem is that my weapon art just takes a million years to come out, right? So, I don't know. Why didn't it... Ah. Oh, you can actually stun that. Okay. Interesting. Good to know, I guess. Holy fuck. Why does that deal so much damage? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Well then. Well, in this case it didn't. Okay, he can dodge that as well. Okay, I guess if I hit him just right, then it does pretty much a lot of damage. Ah, that was dumb. Why didn't that stun him? Yeah, if he gets hit with sort of all of the instances of damage, then it's kind of insane, it feels like. Come here, you doofus. That was... That was weird. He sort of just got one instance of damage. Even though I hit him pretty much the entire time. Why? Oh, I'm out of FP. Well, that's not good. Why is he doing that? He's very passive sometimes. Okay, now I'm really out of FP. Oh! He's really afraid of me now for some reason. Yeah, you doofus. Okay. Well, Black Knife. Great. You just get him as a summon? Cool. Okay, so that attack is really powerful, but in a weird way? I mean, I guess good to know. So, well, that's underwhelming. I mean, I knew that it would be. That defeating this guy is probably going to be very underwhelming, but the solution was to just outdamage him, right? I mean, the solution at the end of the day was, okay, I randomly found this attack. I mean, I didn't randomly find it, I just didn't try it for some reason. I didn't know that it worked that way, honestly, because when I tested it, well, the issue was that when I tested it, it was sort of weird in how it hit, right? Because when I originally tested this weapon 2 days ago, this particular attack always seemed to sort of aim above the enemies, almost as if it was bugged. I don't really know why. Maybe it was just too far from the enemy or something. It was really weird. But yeah, so that's the strange thing, right? Like, what the hell, game? So when I tested this attack, I tested it on the normal soldiers on the, what is it called, like gate outpost, like at the beginning of the game, pretty much, right? Or close to the beginning of the game. And it never seemed to hit any particular enemy twice. So it felt really underwhelming. And I thought that even though it's this beam, that it would only have one instance of damage, which does not seem to be the case. I think it has like 5 instances of damage, apparently. Because I think when I hit him once, it did like 200. And when I hit him with the complete thing, it did like 1,000. It might have been 4 instances of damage, something like that. But again, the reason why I now won this encounter is not because I learned it better or because I did anything that you would actually expect to have to do with an encounter like this. The solution was pretty much, oh, I have this thing that just deals kind of an insane amount of damage. I mean, it wasn't that insane, but definitely a lot more than what I did before. And if I got lucky, I just hit him with the entire blast, right? So the blast threw him back, and then while he was lying on the floor or during that throwback or something, the other instances of damage hit him. And so, yeah, it just dealt an insane amount of damage while he pretty much couldn't damage me. I just sort of stun locked him. Which is kind of boring, not gonna lie. Like, huh. Yeah. And I didn't even play particularly well. I mean, the weird thing with this particular attack is that in order for him to take the full blast, I pretty much... I don't think that I had to get hit. If I time it very, very precisely, I probably could have not gotten hit and still hit him with my entire blast. But ultimately, I think it didn't really matter in the end, because even if he hit me, like, that wasn't that much damage, but the damage that I was dealing to him was pretty substantial. So didn't really matter whether or not I got hit by his attacks or not, as long as he didn't... Well, because he got blasted back, he wasn't able to actually come out with his strongest attacks, right? So, yeah. What a weird thing. I mean, I guess I'm kind of glad that I know that now. Do I want to... That is based on intelligence, right? So I think I'm actually going to keep the Stargazer Heirloom equipped, I think. I usually like to have the bonus echoes or bonus runes, whatever the fuck, souls, as an option, because that means that I'll level quicker, which ultimately at the end of the day will make you stronger quicker, right? But in this case, the actual difference of attack power might be worth the trade-off. And to be honest, I'm already level... What am I? 105, which seems to be pretty high, to be completely honest. Though I never really farmed for levels. I mean, I did like once or twice, but never really farmed in that sense. I think it's just because I'm trying to pretty much do everything that gets me to a very high level, but I also feel like I'm not exactly close to the end of the game, or at least there still seems to be somewhat of a big portion of the map that I can still explore. So if I'm ending the game on like 160 or something in terms of levels, that would be pretty high, it feels like. I don't know though, maybe they wanted to change that up or something. Wait, did I actually teleport? No, I didn't. Let me just, I think I got another level. But yeah, so I guess my biggest problem in that particular encounter wasn't even that I was struggling with the encounter itself. It was more that I just didn't deal enough damage. For the most part, which, yeah... I don't know, but even at the end there, right, it just kind of felt weird, because he was just standing, like, very far away, and didn't really attack at all. But if I had used my ranged attack, he would have dodged it, right? So it's this weird instance of, well, you're just sort of standing there waiting. And why are they doing that? Just a weird decision, right? It's in a way that can be cool, right? If it does make the enemy behave almost like a player, right? Because it's as if they're sort of gauging you up. It's, okay, am I attacking? Am I not attacking? In a way, that's a cool sort of element. But if the result at the end of the day is that you're sort of just standing there and nothing happens, then I don't really know. Again, problem being that you as the player don't have enough movement options to do anything with that space, right? There is no quick rush in that you can do. You can't do like a very quick sidestep or something. There might be skills that do something similar. I think there's like an Ash of War or a skill that lets you rush into your opponent. I think, for example, what the Knights in Stormvale are doing, right? There's like this quick wind thing that you can use. But again, that's just if you have that equipped. And unfortunately, you can only have one equipped at a time. Or in this particular instance, because my weapon has a unique skill, I can't even change it even if I wanted to, right? So unless I maybe could equip something like that on my second hand. But again, even then, the only option that I would have is that particular skill. I still wouldn't have... So I'd have to decide between, okay, well, do I want to like a side dodge? Do I want like a rush in thing or something? Whereas I feel like the game should give you those options permanently and just as the basic sort of control scheme. Which I think, in Sekiro's case, they're not part of the basic controls, but there are a lot of skills that you can unlock that you have on you at all times. That are not something that you have to specifically select, that allow you to have options like that, right? It just, honestly, it feels as if this game is really, really lacking in that department. It feels there's a lot of sort of downtime in encounters where nothing's really happening because you don't have the movement options and the enemy is deciding not to use them. And it creates this weird space where nothing's really happening and, it's just kind of boring. And that's what made this encounter in particular boring because, without me actually doing this sword blast that I have, I was just not dealing enough damage, and the encounter was just taking way too long. And honestly, the enemy didn't really have that many attacks, right? He has a couple, but not enough to... I said that already, I know, but, not enough to really facilitate that long of an encounter. And then, the solution for me now was to just use this sword blast, which ultimately meant that he couldn't even really do anything at all. Which is sort of underwhelming as well, right? I don't really feel like I defeated that enemy. I just sort of randomly used a very strong attack and that was it. Cool, I guess. But let's not harp on about this. I've talked about this the last 2.5 hours. What else am I supposed to do, right? While I'm fighting him, obviously, I'm going to try to sort of take a look at this particular encounter and try to, talk about what I like, what I don't like. Honestly, at this point, maybe I should put a lot more points into intelligence. If I have this attack and... Like in general, intelligence will increase the damage output of my weapon. It will increase the damage output of my spells. Yeah, I do think that I should go for more intelligence. And until I find enemies that deal really like a lot of damage to me, I feel like 45 Vigor might be okay at this point. Because he wasn't really dealing that much damage, right? The only attack that actually dealt damage was the Flurry Rush thing. And that only dealt a bunch of damage if I was dodging incorrectly. So overall, I think in this particular instance, definitely my damage output was the problem. Also, maybe it might actually be worth it to go for more Mind at this point, just to have more FP. But I think first I want to get something like 35 intelligence. With the amulet that I have equipped now, that would mean 40 intelligence, right? If I leveled it to 35. So I think that's kind of a good goal to have at the moment. Also, maybe I want to change up my spells. I know that's really like hard to... I also like... So there's the support incantations, which mostly are still offensive incantations because they involve like putting poison on your weapon and stuff like that, right? Or just enchant your weapon, or heal something, heal an effect or whatever. Then you have this stuff, which is sort of special attacks, but none of these specifically, like these are all offensive as well. Right? There are either flames that you can do, or dragon flames that you can do, or frenzy. Dispels enemy spells and retaliates with Glint Blades. Creates dark space that draws in spells. Yeah, the thing is, there are no defensive sorceries, which I mean, I know you can enchant like your shield, something like that, but that's never been that great. But yeah, there really isn't anything that would allow you to cast like an actual shield around you or something. I don't know. I just wish there would be something. I mean, maybe there is, and I just haven't found it. But I honestly wish there would be something, especially in this particular encounter, right, where you could either maybe teleport away from the enemy or bind the enemy, sort of interrupt his attacks or something. Something like that, right? I wonder if maybe I should try something like this, the gravity stuff. I mean, that technically maybe could interrupt enemy attacks as well. God, there are so many freaking things here. Maybe the shockwave could interrupt attacks? I'd have to try, right? But usually these take so long to cast that you'll get hit anyways? There are so many spells, right? Yet at the same time it feels none of these are really particularly useful to me. I mean, this, for example, was pretty bad when I tried using it. I don't know, maybe I should try the shockwave? I mean, that's the only thing, right? I can try. This is weird, right? Because the Scarlet Rot, when I get affected by it, especially when I was, for example, fighting the dragon that allowed me to get this, the Scarlet Rot was insanely potent. to the point where if I got really hit by it or even stood in the rot mist for like a second, I was already dead pretty much. Yet when I was using this against this particular enemy, he didn't seem to be affected by that at all. I mean, maybe he has a very high resistance against that, though I wouldn't really know why. Why would any enemy have a very high resistance against rot? Except for maybe the enemies that live in rot, right? So the geckos, for example, or the rot soldiers that I fought in the rot lake in Caelid. Like, obviously those would have high resistances against it, or would be completely immune. But when you're fighting like a normal enemy, I would have expected him to be affected by rot. Yet he wasn't. So this was completely useless to me, which is, yeah, I don't know. Pretty underwhelming, all things considered. Do I have any other Dragon Sorceries? I can't use this, right? I'm missing one arcane stat. Bites foe. Don't know if that's really useful. And then this is just magic breath instead of fire, which technically might be dealing more damage. Not really sure about that. I could actually, since I have other fire spells with me as well, let's just change it to this. But yeah, I mean, the thing is also the dragon incantations just take a really, really long time to be cast. And then the damage that they deal is very underwhelming. At least it felt like that. Maybe I just didn't hit them correctly or something. Why can't I look at what the fuck this is doing? I think, isn't that actually a passive thing? The spinning thingy? Let me see, which one is it? This one. Defensive skill employed by carrion princesses. Lifts armament into mid-air, then makes it spin violently. Those it touches will suffer successive attacks. The problem, though, is if I would equip this on my staff, it would overwrite the offensive things from my sword, right? Which, again, like, why give me this many? I mean, look at this. Look at how many fucking Ashes of War there are. Yet you can't really use them at all because you can only ever have one equipped. It's just really... why? I mean, I know it's probably connected to PvP because having two skills would probably completely break PvP balance, but at the same time, like, look at this. Look at the insane amount of options you have. But, yeah, it's not really usable at all because you can only ever use one. They should at least, you know what? They should have actually, they should have differentiated between offensive and defensive skills and gave you the option to use one offensive and one defensive skill. I think that would have been a good way to deal with this and a good way to balance them, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense. Okay, good. Let's actually continue with things. What should I do next? First of all, I think since I have more dragon hearts, I want to take a look at whether or not I can get more dragon skills. And I'm also, at this point, really interested in whether or not you actually turn into some sort of dragon at some point. Because it's definitely changing my eyes. I mean, that seems very, very clear, right? I actually wonder, does the smaller version of this, does it get activated faster? how many do I have? 7. I mean, there's going to be like a million more dragons probably. Let's get this one. Get the fire one as well. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I have the dragon hearts. Why not just get everything? Okay. So far, no direct change. No debuff or anything. Okay. Maybe I need to... I mean, there might be something specific. There might be like a third Church of Dragon Communion or something that would allow you to maybe sort of alter yourself. Now that I thought about it, I actually want to try. So let me see. I'm gonna equip memorize spell. I want to equip this one as well. And then just see what's the difference between the two. So this is a small one, right? Okay. And then we have the big one. Okay. Well, that's underwhelming. Okay, so the big one just does one big blast towards the front, and the small one does, I think, like 3 small blasts, 1 to the front, 1 and 2 to the sides. Something like that, but they're both equally slow. Apparently. Okay. Actually, when you're using them sort of out of combat, they don't even feel that slow, to be completely honest, but they kind of are. Need to keep that in mind. I mean, I'm definitely really interested to see if I can actually find some sort of enemy that will be affected by rot. I feel like, again, considering how much damage rot does to me, I feel like there should be, like, most enemies should actually be pretty heavily affected by it, right? Okay, never mind that though. So I just... Oh, hello. Are there 2? Why did that hit me all of a sudden? Oh yeah, there's, I think, another one that hits from the castle or something. Okay. So the thing is, I want to find out why the heck... Oh, hello. Why the heck these guys are suddenly here? Because these are not only like normal enemies, but they're also not even that strong apparently. I really wonder what they're doing here. Can I sort of deactivate this thing, or... Hello? Who the hell are you? Ooh. Oh, for a second there I forgot where I put my healing. Whoa, okay. Can you... well... wasn't as elegant as I thought it would be. But at least I dealt with him. Yeah, what the hell are these guys doing here all of a sudden? Because it feels like they should have been here from the start. Like the first time I came here, this was just empty, right? There was nobody here. And, well, that made sense, right? Because Radahn, that was Radahn, right? I'm remembering that name correctly. But yeah, the first time I came here, the whole reason for why I came here, the whole reason for that was because Radahn pretty much wanted to die, right? I mean, that's why he did the tournament. He wanted to be released from the rot. Whoa, the fuck was that? Oh, the big. That's it. So, yeah, honestly, I'm slightly confused why presumably I mean, that's their sigil, right? Isn't that Radahn's sigil? It would have made sense, right? That that it would have been empty in the first place because, well, Radahn wanted people to come here. Whereas the soldiers being here obviously meant that nobody would have been able to approach the castle unless they fought through everybody. Oh, hello. Been a while since I saw one of you. Oh, oops, that's not what I wanted. Did I hit him with that? I mean, I definitely hit him, it's just that... Can you stop standing on the rock? See? He's only getting hit once for some reason. I felt like I dodge rolled that correctly. Oops. For fuck's sake. Can you stop? I didn't actually want to press R3. For fuck's sake, I'm dodge rolling. God, this is annoying, eh? I made that a lot more difficult on myself than it had to be, but whatever. I'm actually out of healing, what the fuck? Oh, okay, never mind that, but, yeah, he only got hit once by that sword blast, for some reason. That's weird. Like, isn't that completely inconsistent with how it worked in the boss fight? Did I do it wrong, or did I miss something? Wait. Also, why the hell don't my flasks get replenished? I feel like they should have been replenished by this, but oh, yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't there like somebody attacking me? But there is. Not really worth killing them, I feel like. Wait, how the fuck did I get over there in the first place? I think I need to jump down, right? Isn't that how it worked? Honestly, can't remember. Oh yeah, I can climb back up, right? Nobody else here. I mean, doesn't that just feel weird at this point? Because that's a very scary drop. I mean, I've already been there. The only thing that's changed is the castle itself, right? I think the only thing that has actually changed are the doors that were locked previously are now open. At least that's what it looked like when I took like a sneak peek in here. Wait, this way. So what? Oh wait, they're actually instantly dead from that. So it just feels weird that they would put enemies here. I mean, you even have the reason why I'm doing this is just because I want to see whether or not something else has changed. But realistically, I don't think anything has changed here. So why put enemies somewhere where most players probably won't go through again? Like, I'd imagine most players wouldn't actually do this again. They would just say, well, I know there's probably nothing has changed, so I'm just gonna, leave it at that, more or less. Wait, did I actually make that jump earlier, or was there another way to get in here? I think you actually had to jump, huh? Yeah, okay. So yeah, isn't that just kind of weird? I don't have any healing. I don't necessarily want to fight those guys. But yeah, because you'd think that they would sort of change more stuff, if you will. Like, to the point where it's actually... where it actually does make a difference, being in here a second time. What hit me? Something hit me. Must have been one of the enemies, huh? I don't get them either. They're just sitting here, not really caring that everybody's killed, but at the same time, they, at some point, just randomly do decide to attack you. Also, was this door actually closed earlier? I'm not entirely sure if this was one of the doors that remained closed at first. Because I think I actually had to climb up, right? Wasn't this closed? No, that's not the one that was closed. Or maybe it wasn't. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore which doors were closed and which one weren't. I'm just sort of slightly annoyed that I don't have any healing. Can I hit you from here? I can. Seriously. Perfumer's bolt. Wait, that was a perfumer? Okay. See, this door is now open, right? This was one of the doors that was closed. Yeah, honestly, this is just weird. I can't really... Or rather, I can't say why, because it feels so inconsistent with how the game worked before, where, usually these kinds of doors are activated either by some sort of mechanism, or you can just go through them, or they require a key, or whatever, right? They're definitely... oh, wait, whoops. That's actually not... This is what I wanted. Oh, great. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. They are very weak to that. But yeah, usually that's how it works, right? But in this particular case, the doors were just closed. There's no way to open them. And they just randomly, well, not randomly, obviously, but they open once you deal with Radahn, I think. Then they just open. And then they're just open. And yeah, it's just, isn't that weird? Like, what's that all about? It's kind of cool, as I said, Armorer's Cookbook 4, which one is that? It's kind of cool that they give you a reason to come back here. That definitely makes sense, because it's a very cool environment that would have been sort of wasted if you're not... Wait, where the fuck are they? Why do I always forget where they are? Yeah, it would be kind of a waste of a level if the castle is mostly empty and its only purpose is to sort of be the stage for the fight against Radahn. Because it's not actually, right? It's not even the stage for the fight against Radahn. It's just a means to get there, because the actual fight takes place in the desert. Redmane Firepot. I don't think I can craft that. This one. Heavy fire damage. Okay. Sounds cool. Oh, I should probably equip the holy pots. So that I can actually equip the other ones, or rather craft the other ones at some point. Let's just change these against the normal ones. Okay. But yeah, it definitely makes sense that they would reuse this level, because it's a very good level. It's just weird in how they're doing it. You think I can actually open the gate? It's definitely a lot of FP for these somewhat easy enemies, but then again, they can be very annoying as well. Well, now that I have healing, I actually kind of want to go back and check out whether or not the top of the castle has changed in any sort of capacity, because earlier, I think the only enemies that were up top were actually these flying beasts thingies. So I'm wondering if that might have changed. Well, I don't really have to deal with them, do I? Also, I mean, there are definitely still items that I wasn't able to get earlier, because they were locked behind some of the doors, but at the same time, I'm honestly not really sure if it'll be worth it to go back to this castle. I mean, sure, the cookbook that I got just now, you know, is something, but, you know, it's not much, all things considered. Oh, cool. He just fell down. Huh. That's very interesting, though. So, the first time I got here, there were actually no soldiers here, I think. I'm actually fairly sure. Although, then again, no, I think it was pretty much empty. Now there's even an ogre up top. Huh. Weird, right? Okay, in this instance, he actually did got hit by every... Can I... Whoa. So he got knocked back and got hit with the entire blast, I think. So maybe the damage is actually not the blast itself, but rather the fact that they're getting knocked back? Potentially, because I mean that's sort of the only difference to the giant troll that I fought earlier, right? That they weren't knocked back. How the hell are you even supposed to get up there? Oh, there might be yeah, there has to be some sort of door that opened up somewhere to get into the tower, probably. Okay. Do I have FP still? No. Not a lot, anyways. Yeah, I guess it's the knockback, huh? It's, again, kind of a weird choice, though, wouldn't you say? Because it's, again, sort of about the visuals, right? The visuals look like you're shooting off like a giant blast, essentially. Are you alive? No. And you would assume that the blast is what's dealing the most damage, right? And technically, I guess it is. But at the same time, the actual damage that enemies take depend on how the blast hits them, basically. That's what I assume, anyway. Which is, yeah, very, very strange. Also, I'm just now realizing, technically, this castle got a lot easier. I mean, there are a bunch more enemies in here, obviously, compared to before, but the first time around, the castle had 2 giant lions in the front yard, which are definitely a lot more difficult to defeat than all of these guys. So, it's just a kind of a weird, neat, funny observation that it's literally a lot easier. In a way, anyways. Also, I completely forgot that there is boss fog here. I mean, I saw that earlier because the first time I went back here, I actually went to that side of Grace. So yeah, I'm slightly confused as to who I'm going to fight in here. Okay, this probably leads to where the ogre is standing, I assume. Think... Is he directly behind me? No. Oh, there you are. Well, more or less. Can sort of cheese him. I'm not really sure if I want to engage with him like this. I mean, it's not like this is a particularly difficult enemy, but, you know, if you can avoid it, why not do so? Smithing Stone 5. See, like, why? Why give me an item that is very, very sort of unimportant to me at this point? He definitely has no clue what he's supposed to do with me standing here. It's got quite a lot of HP, actually. Ah, for fuck's sake. Well, I could have used the bleeding bolts. I don't... Oh, seriously. Don't know if they would have been worth it. Would have been interesting to see, though. Because so far, I think I've never procced a bleed with arrows or bolts or anything. Why did that not hit? Right. Bye-bye. But yeah, I mean, why unlock the castle at this point? Or rather after you deal with Radahn, but then the only items that you can now reach are items that are actually flamberge? Is that how you pronounce that? Yeah, the only items that I can actually grab from here are just things that are very, very basic and more early game stuff. Wait, I wanted to take a look at the weapon. I think I already had something similar, didn't I? Oh, that's actually a great sword. Really? That's weird. Featuring a flame-like undulation, shreds enemy flesh inducing blood... Oh, it's a blood loss. Okay. Scarlet Rot is kept at bay with flame at Redmane Castle. And as such, this beloved sword of Jarran's eventually became a symbol of the castle itself. Huh. Kind of funny, actually, since it doesn't actually produce flame, right? Just looks like flame. I mean, for normal soldiers, you know, in a way it makes sense. If they don't have magical means to produce flame, they can still sort of utilize symbols and stuff to feel as if they're actually capable of dealing with something like rot. So yeah, this door was closed when I first came here, which, as I said, just makes this whole thing weird. Can I actually get behind him? Oh, wait, there's a bunch more of you guys. I did not realize. Why did the other one run to me? Wait. Can I just do this? Yes, I can. He's just got the arrow stuck in his head. Also, one thing that I've actually been very curious about is how these things work in terms of sort of... Where the hell did... What? In terms of gameplay. Did I just miss this guy earlier, or... Because I think that they're actually not capable of sort of returning to their weapons, right? So, which is why he's standing behind it, right? But once I hit him with my arrow, or bolt, rather... Oh, wait, did it actually fly above him? Oh, oops, I'm also using the wrong ones. I just realized. Okay, yeah, which is why when you hit them, they don't return to their actual post. They start attacking you normally, right? And that's because these weapons, they're not interactables in a way. So I can't use them, I can't interact with them. But they can't either, right? They just sort of spawn in behind the weapons, and that's why they can use them. Which is rather interesting. I wonder how that works. I'd imagine that the game maybe considers them sort of... well, they can't be one entity, though. So there has to still be some sort of disconnection between the two. But yeah, it has to have something to do with how the game treats them, right? as if the enemy is, they're in some sort of special state that allows them to use these weapons, but once you kick them out of that state by attacking them or whatever, they can't return to it. It's sort of a state that can only be activated by actually spawning in on that state, more or less. Which I find kind of peculiar, right? I mean, you would think that if you include weapons like these in your game, that you would sort of program it in a way where you can actually... Okay, can you stop? Seriously? How the... I did not dodge that? Okay. Weird, but okay. But yeah, wouldn't you think that if you introduce something like that into your game, that you actually program it in as a usable item? Especially since they had that in the past, right? So for example, in Bloodborne, in the forest level, don't remember what it was actually called, but there was this giant cannon that somebody shot at you. And if you manage to kill him and stand behind the cannon yourself, you can just use it, right? I don't know if it was the normal interact button that allowed you to use it. I think it might have been. So should have been triangle as well, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, seriously? I really don't want to fight you without healing. Oops. That's actually not what I wanted. Does it have rot? It looks like that. Yeah, isn't that curious? I mean, if that was possible in Bloodborne, why not just make it so that if I stand here, for example, I can just press triangle and it'll shoot out flame? Not very usable, I'd imagine, in most situations, but also not entirely useless. So, wait, is it actually following? Where the fuck did it go? I've been wondering about that, right? Since I started the game, basically, why they would do it that way? Why they would make it so that you can only really, even for the enemies, right? They pretty much are at a disadvantage as well. Because of that. Red hot wet blade. That means I can apply flame damage to my weapons. That's a key item, right? Let's see. Yeah. Red hot wet blade. When applying an affinity using physical or flame type ashes of war, an additional affinity of fire or flame art can be chosen. That is yet another thing in this game, right? There are so many really, really cool, unique weapons that you're kind of left wondering, well, why give me the option to change the normal weapons as well in that sort of capacity? I mean, it's cool that you can, right? At the end of the day, you could argue, well, it's better that they included this rather than not to include it, but at the same time, just makes the unique weapons feel less unique, to be honest. I know I said this before. Obviously, with the magical weapon that I'm using now, for example, the fact that I can, use magic and flame and all that kind of stuff, having the ability to additionally apply, I don't know, the dragon grease or rot grease or poison grease to this particular weapon would probably be overkill, Like, obviously that's maybe a bit much, all things considered. But that being said, it's just a bit boring that it's not possible, right? And again, I said this before multiple times as well. It's just that the game presents you with this many options, right? There are really, really a lot of cool options in this game that are really, really fun. And it's just kind of unfortunate that at the same time they sort of lock you out of a lot of them if you use a very cool, unique weapon or something, right? And it's just kind of... It's a weird instance, honestly, because Elden Ring is this weird type of game where less would have actually been more, I feel like. Where the options that you have are really, really awesome. And it's really, really cool what exists within the game. But at the same time, there are so many that, you know, you can never realistically actually use all the unique weapons the game presents. I mean, you can, right, if you're doing like 5 different playthroughs and, I don't know. Ooh, that actually hit me. Nope. Oh, whoops. Didn't realize I'm at the wall. Fuck. Whoopsie. I actually just wanted to run back. Nah, whatever. I can just, I'm very close to the other side of Grace. I'm gonna, yeah. Let's just go over here. Yeah, obviously, I mean, I've seen people, like, do a lot in this game, right? Don't get me wrong. Somebody like Peeve, for example, the crazy builds that you can do in PvP, all that kind of neat stuff. Like, obviously, a lot of people are really enjoying all the options that are being presented here, right? And again, it's definitely a case of it's better that they included it rather than to not include it. But at the same time, it is definitely a case of, you know, being a lot to the point where I do feel it's a legitimate question to ask whether or not it's actually sort of worth it. Or rather, not worth it, but as I said, right, I think it would have been cool to have 2 skills available to you at any given time. Oh wait, where the fuck? I completely forgot that I should probably try to get my runes first before I fight, like, some really strong enemy. Can I actually enter here? I don't think it can. No. Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say it's a difficult thing to solve. But there are just some things that I would have sort of done differently. I think the upgrade items is definitely one thing where I would say that they should be... I mean, I said that in every FromSoft game as well, is that in terms of the upgrade items, I think they should actually have been designed in a way where um, where as soon as you find one of them, sort of, so as soon as I find one plus 15 upgrade item, I should have also been able to then permanently buy those, basically. Not necessarily exactly at that point, but the way I'm imagining it is, for example, if, let's just say, as an example, if in Stormvale Castle, you're able to find upgrade items to upgrade your weapon to +6, let's say. I don't remember if it was actually +6 or if you already found better ones there. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that that's how it worked, right? Stormvale Castle is definitely sort of one... I think people call them legacy dungeons, right, of the game. So if you can find these items there, then I think... Well, what that means, basically, at the end of the day, right, is that the developers expect you to upgrade your weapon to +6 before fighting the end boss of that dungeon, right? That's basically what they're saying. So, and you then, as the player, make a choice of, okay, which weapon do I want to use for this, right? Ideally, maybe if you explore the castle fully, they would even give you the option to upgrade 2 weapons to +6, right? Depending. I mean, first of all, you can two-hand weapons in this game, so that would make sense from that sort of standpoint. Also, you can upgrade your staff and all those kinds of shenanigans, right? So it would make sense that it would give you enough to potentially upgrade 2 weapons. But also that would give you the option to maybe try out a weapon, realize, well, maybe this isn't really working for the boss, and then decide to upgrade another one. But I think as soon as you then defeat the boss of that level, they should pretty much immediately give you the option via, I don't know, they can place a chest behind the boss room or whatever the fuck that gives you the item that then lets you turn that into the twin maidens or whatever they're called in the round table hold, and therefore giving you the option to then purchase +6 upgrade materials from that point forward, right? That's how I think it should work. So they should still be a special item while you find them, right? In the sense that, this is the level that I'm currently at. And then, cool, I can actually find upgrade materials for +6 weapons here, right? So while you're still going through the level, those items are then still special, right? They're still a cool loot thing to find because you can't purchase them at that point. But as soon as you're through the level, you should be able to purchase them. Because at that point, the game is pretty much saying, okay, your weapon should now be +6, basically, right? And the fact that it presents you so many options, so many different weapons, but at the same time does not allow you to actually upgrade them to the same point that your other weapon might be upgraded to, that's not really good. Now, I would say that at least in this particular case of Elden Ring, later on, at the point that I'm at in the game, for example, you do get quite a lot of upgrade items, to the point where you can realistically upgrade, 6, 7 weapons to the maximum upgrade level that I currently am able to achieve, which is cool, right? That's definitely cool. Yet at the same time, it's still not possible to upgrade every weapon, and that's still weird, considering the sheer amount of choice that you have. It's a lot better than in Dark Souls, but again, still not perfect. And it's definitely the same. Why? Why do I get a Smithing Stone 6 when I already have Smithing Stone 9 or whatever? From a treasure chest, no less, instead of just a random item. But yeah, in this particular instance, it's doubly sort of weird because the game has so many cool options, yet limits you so drastically in what you can use, especially with the Ashes of War, with the skills that you can equip on weapons. They really, really drastically sort of reduce the things that you can use, yet at the same time they give you a whole bunch. Especially with the crafting system, right? Think about how many crafting materials you get, and yet at the same time, most of them almost remain unused because I can't use grease on most of the weapons that I've been using, simply for the fact that I've equipped like an Ash of War, right? The fact that one cool thing locks you out of the use of another one does make sense for PvP balance, maybe, but in a weird way, it completely... Well, not completely, right? You can never really talk in extremes, I feel like. There's definitely still... Like, you can still use them. It's not that this stuff is completely useless or anything, but it's also... just not as good as it should be. I honestly thought that that thing would maybe drop some sort of unique item, but... Oh well. Okay, did I actually explore everything? I kind of think I did that. I have, right? I went up to the Yoga, I went up to this place. Or is there another place that I could potentially jump over towards? There seems to be... I think you can jump over that way. Are you supposed to jump over there, or are you supposed to get there via other means? Not entirely sure. I think you actually can't jump over from this side, or though maybe... Oh, no, never mind. Wait, this is weird. There aren't even any items here. Is this really... Is this a place we're actually meant to get to? This looks weird, doesn't it? Not only because of the texture, but... looks they've sort of awkwardly stuck two level elements together that weren't necessarily meant to be stuck together, especially since you can also... get stuck on it? Yeah. That's weird. That's there are a couple of areas in the game where it feels like you're not necessarily meant to go there, but you can. And they even provide you an option to get onto this roof from here, so... Clearly they expected players to try to get up here, but yet at the same time there's no real point to it. Okay, I think I pretty much got everything, right? There were like 3 closed doors previously. I'm pretty sure that I've been up on the entire sort of outside wall of the castle at this point. Yeah. Let's try the boss then, I guess. I really wonder what awaits me here. Because judging by the enemies, the boss shouldn't be too difficult. Yet at the same time, I feel like we might be in for some sort of surprise. I mean, again, it's strange anyway that this would be here in the first place. I do need to take a little pee break though. Be right back. Okay. Well then, I guess, let's just take a look. I do want to equip my Mimic too though, because I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to use it. Technically, I should be able to use it, right? Because this looks like it's treated as a normal boss fight. Also, I'm still not sure, like, why they decided to include the fog. Because it's not consistent, right? Sometimes boss rooms don't have the fog, and only get it once you've entered it at one point. Sometimes they do have it, so... Wouldn't this been a lot more interesting if it wasn't here, right? You go in here for a second time and then suddenly there is another boss here that you maybe didn't expect? I mean, it's just a small thing. I'm just honestly wondering what it means. Misbegotten warrior. Also, I completely forgot that I have... Heck, the hell even are you? Oops. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of HP at all. Ah, okay. Oh, maybe this is some sort of... The fuck? Is this like a gauntlet of enemies, maybe? Oh, I forgot about that. Maybe it's not? Seems like it's only these two. Huh. Ruins greatsword. Okay. Am I missing something here? What was the point of this boss fight specifically? They even give you another side of grace? Huh? I mean, I guess it's cool that there's another weapon here that you can get, but... this one, right? It looks a bit weird. Originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. This surviving fragment was honed into a weapon. One of the legendary armaments. No idea what that actually means, by the way. Like, what specifically designates something as a legendary armament compared to other things, but oh well. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbors its destructive power. Wave of destruction. Raise the sword up high, then strike it against the ground to fire off a wave of gravitational force. Okay. For a second there, I was a little bit confused with this description of the ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. But that doesn't really... I think that doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things, because... At least as far as I know, right? So we've seen the ruins in the sky already because you can teleport to a nearby location via the, what are they called? Four Belfries or something? Next to, like, west of Raya Lucaria. For some weird reason, you can teleport to a place that is close to the floating city. I don't even know what it's called, honestly, but where the ruins fell from the sky, right? So I was able to look at them from a distance. But it looks as if the reason they're destroyed is because of these big tornadoes, right? At least that's what it looks like, that the tornadoes are responsible for the destruction. Whether or not they actually are, obviously that's a different thing, but it looks as if they are. For a second here, I thought that this description might have meant that those floating ruins were hit by a meteorite? I don't think that's actually the case, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, how random is this? So, we fought, like, this lion-looking enemy looked similar to the enemy that we fought at Castle... What's it called? The one in... Shit, I actually don't remember the name of it. Here, Castle Morn, right? The one that you fight here. That's what the first guy looked like. Just less special. And then the second night, we've actually fought a bunch of times by this point. and they weren't even particularly like hard to fight. Obviously, with my mimic, it was completely trivial. But I think had I tried it alone, it wouldn't have been that much more difficult. Especially since they were pretty weak in terms of their HP, right? So even if I had like died a couple of times, I probably would have been able to at some point just kill the first lion quickly enough to where the knight, to where I never would have actually had to fight two enemies at once. And then the knight itself isn't really that difficult. I mean, again, I fought a much, much more difficult version of this knight in one of the Ever jails, and yeah. Which is, isn't that weird? Why does this fight exist at all? So, they're reusing this castle that I've already been to. They specifically closed like 3 doors that I wasn't able to open. In a very weird way, right? Because I literally stood in front of the doors and there was no interact button, nothing. As if they were just sort of solid wall. And then they just magically open as soon as you defeat Radahn. Yet, returning to the castle just gives you enemies that you've already fought a million times that are pretty weak for my current level, and a dual boss fight that was also really weak for my current level, with a reward that isn't really all that special, and is also not connected to Castle Redmane in any sort of capacity. I mean, well, technically you could argue that this floating, destroyed, ruined city, I think, is somewhere over here. I guess technically the weapon could have dropped from there, but yeah, this is just weird, isn't it? I think I can remove this. Oh, wait. What a weird choice. Doesn't really make sense to me at all. I mean, if they let you return to this castle, then why not at least do so in a way that presents some sort of unique enemy, or at least enemies on par with the things that you would have had to fight to activate this state? Huh. And then you come here, and we still have the non-aggression pact, even though I think nothing actually exists here anymore, right? I mean, the reason for why this is here was because originally you talked to Radahn's servant, I think it was. Something like that. What the fuck? Wait, so this is now closed? Without any way to open it, even though I already went through there at some point? Okay. But this is now open. I think this wasn't open before, correct? Oh no, never mind. It might have been. Or not? Huh? Wait, this is... why can't I just walk through him? What the hell? Am I... There are also bloodstains here. Although, maybe that's from people that just fell down here? I'm hella confused. Wait, I don't actually remember if this door was closed originally. No, I don't think it was. I think that this is actually new, being able to go in here. I think... Maybe not. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe there is some sort of quest that either leads you back here or some sort of NPC that... I mean, that can always be the case, right? Maybe I missed some sort of trigger, or maybe that'll happen in the future, or maybe it's because I decided certain things during certain quests that means that now there is no NPC here. But this honestly feels weird. The fact that there's literally nothing here. And this sort of random boss fight that was too easy. I mean, it's an open world game, right? So usually, if you find boss fights like that, it's not so unusual because due to the fact of it being an open world game, it can just randomly happen that you find bosses that are either over or under leveled compared to your current level. But this particular thing can only be accessed if you already fought Radahn. So... Huh? What? I don't think there's going to be anything here either, right? Wailing Dunes. It's also kind of fun that you... well, I mean, it makes sense, right? The teleporter would get you to the exact same location as before. I mean, I already looked at this entire desert, I think, so... I would be very surprised if there would be something new here that I didn't see before. There is still a cave here at the end, where I think I still have to defeat the boss, but that was slightly difficult to do, to be honest. Oh, right. Turn to entrance. Oh. Wait, this returns you to the entrance of the castle? Did not remember that. How weird. So, the entire exercise that I just did was essentially for this one sword. And, and for the one cookbook that I wasn't able to get before. Huh. What a weird choice to reuse this castle. Redmane Castle Plaza. And this again is just now an empty room. It's the weirdest thing, right? That the non-aggression pact is still here as well. I mean, I've talked about that in the past. The fact that they have this weird symbol and don't let you attack in certain places is very, very weird. I don't know. I feel like there were a million different ways of doing this a lot better. I honestly, at this point, if you want the player to not randomly kill certain NPCs in certain quest locations or whatever, I feel like doing something like Elder Scrolls Oblivion, for example, would make a lot more sense. So in Oblivion, you can... I don't know if they actually had that in Skyrim as well. Don't remember. It definitely worked a little bit differently in Skyrim, as far as I know. Well, the thing is, in Oblivion, the way it worked was that, obviously it's a first-person game, right? So you have a crosshair in the middle of the screen. And if you talk to normal NPCs, the crosshair will change to this, I think it was like a face symbol, whatever. It changes to a certain symbol, right? And you can interact with the NPC and talk to them and whatever. But it actually becomes a different symbol with certain important NPCs. So certain quest NPCs, certain mainly main story NPCs, I think, or NPCs that were related to the big factions, like the Mages Guild. They had a crown as a symbol when you talk to them, and what that meant was that they were unkillable, right? And you could still attack them, and I think you could still make them sort of aggressive or hostile towards you, which also led to some like curious situations where I think you could sort of soft lock yourself in very particular instances. Though I don't think that was ever a problem during normal gameplay. You had to specifically go out of your way to do that, but they couldn't be killed, so you could still reduce their HP to 0, I think, but it would always sort of remain at 1 HP, and yeah, they were invincible, essentially. And I feel like that's... I mean, obviously it's not realistic, but the game very early on tells you about that, and you kind of just accept it, that that's how the game works, right? It just prevents you from randomly killing NPCs and therefore completely locking you out of quest lines, essentially, right? Because otherwise you might sort of randomly kill a person that is important to the main quest line and never be able to progress it any further. Essentially, they didn't have to account for those particular outcomes, right? Because otherwise, if you design an open world RPG like that, you then have to deal with the player actually killing those NPCs, right? So you would have to actually come up with dialogue and quest progression objectives that facilitated those outcomes. Doesn't necessarily mean that they need to be too fleshed out, right? Obviously, if the player sort of more or less on purpose locks themselves out of the main quest, for example, then that's their fault, right? And not continuing the main quest at that point makes sense. But you still need to include that somehow, right? You still need to have some sort of dialogue option or other NPCs or whatever the hell that in a certain way react to that naturally. So they just didn't want to deal with that, and so they made certain NPCs invincible, which is fine, right? And here in Elden Ring, I think the fact that they're doing that in a way as well is fine as well, right? That's not the issue. The problem is how they solved it is weird. Because it feels very, very arbitrary, right? You're just entering an area and suddenly you're not able to attack anymore. I mean, I'm not even able to use my weapons here, right? Even though I'm pressing R1. You can't even change stances, for example, which is very, very weird. Oh, I can activate this, however. Interesting. So yeah, interesting choice. I would have done it differently. Either just do, again, the Oblivion solution and just make the specific NPCs invincible. And give them some sort of symbol that tells the player that they're invincible. I think another thing that also might have worked is to have some sort of specific effect. So we're already working with these weird fog doors that don't make any sense in lore, right? They made sense, I think, in Demon's Souls, but that was the only game where fog doors ever made sense in lore, right? All the other games just have them because I guess it was easier to copy that over rather than actually thinking of something that made sense. So why not just have... I mean, for example, what they're also doing, which I think, it's not the best solution, but it is a solution. And that's that when you enter specific buildings or whatever, or this castle probably, with your horse, since I can't summon it here, obviously, there are a lot of sections in the game where you're not allowed to summon your horse. If you enter those sections with your horse, there's actually this blue sort of magical... Well, it's not really a wall, but it's definitely a very visible effect on the ground that tells you, oh, beyond this specific point, you can't use your horse anymore. Again, it's not a great solution either because there's no in-game explanation for why that occurs, but it's sort of fine. And I kind of wish that they would have included an effect like this with this symbol as well. So it's fine that the symbol exists, even though I kind of don't like it that they're having a UI element for that. But what they could do, for example, is do a similar effect, right? Where on the ground right here, it would just have this faintly visible golden line that would tell you, oh, beyond this point, the non-aggression pact of the Round Table is in effect, right? And if you want to make it more immersive, they could have Gideon or whatever the first time you enter the Round Table, they're actually explaining this non-aggression pact to you, right? So it's part of the in-game lore. They could have just added a dialogue option or whatever that explained that, you know, it also exists within the real world and it's visible through a faint golden line or whatever, right? Would have made it a lot better than just sort of randomly have the symbol pop up on your UI. I feel like this is probably the I don't really want to call it laziest solution that they could have chosen, but it's definitely not a very elegant one at all. And the fact that they also then sort of, well, I wouldn't say forget, but if an area like this exists and after a certain point in the game, it becomes essentially unimportant to the story, right? The player has already cleared this place out, as I have, and there is no NPC here anymore, right? It's just a normal area like anything else. Then I think they should have made sure to then remove this non-aggression pact. Because now it just feels silly. There is an entire area here where I'm not allowed to attack for no reason whatsoever. And that's a thing that, yeah, shouldn't really exist, I feel like. Again, it's not a big deal. It doesn't change the game in any sort of way because there's literally nothing here. There is no reason for why I would need to attack anything here, but it feels like such a, yeah, honestly kind of lazy solution, right? Where they, I don't know, if it was my game, playing this, I would have felt weird. And I would have said, hey, I mean, as always, obviously there is a certain point in time where they release games and there are problems in the game that have just not been solved because they weren't important enough to be solved before the game releases, right? At a certain point, you can always make games better, but there has to be a point where you release it. So things like this, maybe they wanted to do it another way, but just decided, hey, it's not really worth it, right? It's only a small thing. Let's not bother with it anymore. And in order to not run into a situation, because obviously if you remove the symbol at any given time, then you also need to make sure, you need to check on whether or not at a certain other point down the line, the player may enter a certain quest state in some sort of random quest, where suddenly this non-aggression pact is again in effect in a certain area, right? So obviously there is a bit of work involved and a couple of checks that you then have to make in order to remove and then re-add this non-aggression pact to certain areas. And I feel like they just didn't want to bother with it, which is kind of fine, but that's the thing, right? That's what I also said or meant when I said earlier, Elden Ring feels like a game where less would have been more. And looking at how absolutely gargantuan this map is, or well, not even the map, but the game itself is really, really big, has a lot of content, a lot of things that you could do. Honestly, I kind of would have liked them to maybe include like one area less in the game or a couple of dungeons less in the game and instead clean up the things that they already had, right? It honestly feels like there are too many things like this that are sort of left over that feel like they didn't really want to bother with it because the game was already so big that, these are little things that you can't really clean up. Or you can, but you might create new problems while cleaning it up, right? And yeah. I mean, that's just my 2 cents. Obviously, I'm not the developer. I'm not, the one that had to decide what they were doing. And I'm not pretending that doing it my way would have been in any way easier, right? I mean, that could have created a whole bunch of other problems that maybe they were aware of and therefore decided against it. Again, completely fine. I just find it curious. I find it curious that with the game of this size, why not sort of hold off on maybe one or two areas, put a little bit less into the game, but make the things that are there, really clean and almost perfect. Which I feel like, by the way, is something that they did in Bloodborne/Sekiro. I mean, I kind of hate that I constantly come back to those two games, but they're really, really good games. And one of, I think, FromSoft's biggest strengths in the past has been that they avoided this specifically, right? That they, by making their games not really open world, making them really, really focused and sort of, this one specific world with a specific level structure that really kind of in very many cool ways sort of interconnected with itself. And it's also why I always liked the item placement, for example, in these games. I know I said this in the past as well, that item placements in FromSoft games have always been like the best way you can do them, because they felt very, very deliberate. They felt like people really thought about where do we place what and why. And that was always a big draw for me personally to these games. And they actually managed to, for the most part, pull it off here in Elden Ring as well, right? It's really, really impressive that they were able to pull off things like Stormvale Castle within the open world of this game. But they definitely went a little bit overboard in that direction, and at least in my opinion, kind of lost to a certain degree, right? It's still an amazing game, don't get me wrong, but to a certain degree, I feel like they lost this focus and this feeling of purpose behind everything. I think that's what it comes down to, right? Is that when you play the other FromSoft games and you find items or you find certain enemies, boss enemies, or even normal enemies, it always felt that wasn't always true, right? I'm not pretending like FromSoft's games have been perfect. They definitely weren't. But still, for the most part, like I would say in 95% of cases, right, it felt like there was a lot of purpose behind the decisions that had been made in terms of level structure, enemy placement, item placement, all those kinds of things. But with Elden Ring, it definitely feels like they lost a bit of that, right? And again, I think that for an open world game like this, they managed to pull off their usual stuff in a very impressive manner. Like, the fact that they were able to still, for the most part, retain that feeling of purpose and of specifically placed items and enemies is incredible to me, right? And that's what makes this game so amazing, that they were able to, for the most part, retain what made FromSoft's games so special up until this point. But the ratio here is definitely noticeably less, right? Where previously I would have said that a game like Bloodborne is sort of 95% perfect in that particular regard, right? In sort of the purpose of enemy placement, level structure, balance, all that kind of stuff. It feels like that value, if you were to put a number on it, with Elden Ring definitely dropped to something like 75 to 80%, I would say, right? To where it's still very, very impressive compared to other games, right? Other open world games, like The Witcher 3, like Elder Scrolls, that have really cool stories, but when it comes to something like item placement, level structure, all that kind of stuff, they're definitely, light years behind what FromSoft is doing. But that being said, Elden Ring definitely goes, in my opinion, too far into that direction. Elden Ring has too many things where I would say that it definitely reminds me of, you know, the more Ubisoft style open world game. Not enough towards actually a detriment to how the game fares overall. Like, I still have a very, very high opinion of the game. But yeah, I think, again, when we're trying to put a number on it, trying to put a ratio on it, I do think that they maybe should have removed about 50 to 20% of the open world in terms of scale, and instead put that development time into cleaning up the already established areas. Though I'm fully aware with saying that that's not as easy as I make it out to be, right? Obviously, cleaning up the areas probably costs a lot more time than developing 50% of the world, 15% of the world, because for the most part, you already have a lot of assets that you can use, right? For example, let's take one of these catacomb dungeons. They're very, very similar in structure, right? They're almost like the randomly generated, what were they called? Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne. They're still cool to play through, like they're still fun, but they're definitely reusing a lot of elements there, right? So I think that cleaning up a specific area probably would have taken more development time and potentially also other developers, right? So let's say when you're designing one of those catacombs, right? You already have all the assets, you have all the sounds, enemy animations and stuff, right? You're essentially just going into a level editor. I mean, that's by no means a trivial task, right? Because you still need to make it interesting for the player. But essentially, it's a level designer that will do that, right? Or at least I think so. It'll probably one person, maybe two, that will go in, select certain assets, select certain enemies that they want to have there, design that particular dungeon, and then put it at a certain point in the world, right? Whereas if you try to clean up a specific area, you might look at it and say, oh, this particular item doesn't make any sense here. So then you have to think about, well, where does it make sense, right? You maybe have to put it somewhere else. You maybe have to cut it entirely, which probably is never really great. You might have to completely change an animation, right? What I'm trying to say is there's all these different points that might come into play there, where obviously that's just a lot more development time, a lot more difficult. It can be a lot more. I'm not saying that it's necessarily that, because it might already be pretty perfect in its design, and then you don't really need to clean up at all. But yeah, there's definitely a discrepancy there where, developing new stuff might not be as difficult as, depending, right? I mean, if you're designing a whole new area where you also have to create new assets, new enemies, all that kind of shenanigans, then that's a lot more difficult, obviously, but yeah. As I said, I think that Elden Ring definitely moved a little bit too far into big open world with repeating assets, repeating enemies, compared to the more focused design of Bloodborne Sekiro. Still very impressive, as I said, but an area like this, honestly, a little bit unnecessary, right? The weapon didn't need to exist at all. I don't know. I mean, there are enough great swords that I already own, and I've not even completed the game, right? Why put another one in here? Especially since it's just locked behind reused enemies. And then, again, having this non-aggression pact here that doesn't make any sense anymore, having the other doors there that don't really make any sense, that they won't be able to open until you defeat a specific enemy, that doesn't really make any sense whatsoever, right? So, Oh well. Does the sage still sit there? Is there still something that I can do with him? I don't think so. Okay, so at this point, I think I've actually pretty much, except for the northeastern part of Caelid, I've pretty much done everything that I was able to do at this point. So I think, yeah, I think it's honestly time to go to the Altus Plateau and continue that way. Trying to think if there was something else that I wanted to do, but I'm pretty positive that that's where I need to head next. Which is honestly kind of daunting, to be completely honest. Entering an entirely new area? Yeah, let's do it. Let's actually go to the Altus Plateau. It's been, what, like at least 50 hours in game since I've been here, or rather had the theoretical possibility to go there? Okay. Thought maybe that I could talk to Melinia again. Is it Melinia? No. What's my finger maiden called? Another path. An ancient totem. Okay, yeah, he's just giving you the hint that there's also another way to enter the Altus Plateau. Because the Grand Lift here, you can only get... this only activates when you get the two sides of the medallion, right? Which I have. Which is also still weird to me. So you need to go here. This is where I got the first one, and then I think this one had the second one, if I remember correctly. Which seems kind of random that this powerful medallion that gives you access to this ancient lift to the capital. The two sides of the medallion are just sort of randomly in these forts. Wait, do I actually? I thought I had them. Deck this medallion left. Right. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Dectus. Am I maybe missing something or someone that allows me to connect the two halves, or do I have to insert them? Oh, never mind. Hoist medallion. Kind of a random place to place that, but okay. Ooh, it's actually big medallion. Thought it was much smaller. Thought it was about as like a palm of a hand or something. Ooh, it's actually the entire platform? Well, that's pretty awesome. I wonder if it actually moves down again as well. That's a pretty cool lift, not gonna lie. Altus Plateau. that an enemy? So I'm... somewhat far away from the other place where I was able to get up here. Okay, there is a site of grace there. Yeah, one thing that I've definitely wondered about the entire time is these big white translucent banners that you can see here. Because... oh, these are the giants, okay. Because you can see them from very far away. Also, this is the girl that we met in Liurnia for the first time. Wasn't she the one that invited us to some manor of sorts? The windmills over there. Yeah, I wonder what these translucent banners mean, because they're, like, huge. Also, there is, like, a really interesting rock there in the distance. A tree. It's still weird to me, like, obviously it's pretty cool that they give you multiple sort of options, right? You can either go and get the two halves of the medallion and just use this elevator, or you can do the optional path, which technically is more difficult, right? Because there's like a boss enemy there and whatever have you. So in that regard, it's pretty cool, but honestly, at the end of the day, even though this lift is pretty awesome, the two paths don't, like, I don't know, they almost don't feel distinct enough. Maybe it's because the optional path, or the way to get here without the medallion, is just so close to this one, that it just kind of feels awkward. I don't really know.
I've been waiting for you. I knew you had the stuff of champions. I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor.
Can you already do that?
And have audience with my mistress.
Wait, I can sort of just instantly go there? I mean, sure.
I will pray that you follow the same path as Lady Tanith.
Whatever that means. Oh, that was weird. Okay. So they just sort of instantly teleport you there. Oh, hello. Sorry, I had to answer a message real quick. I did not expect this. This is one of the loading screens that I've seen already, but I definitely did not expect to be teleported pretty much in the middle of this thing. How weird. So the game does a lot with these teleports. I know I said that multiple times, but I'm really not a fan of that. Like in this instance, at least they explain it, right? So we can sort of assume that we've not really been teleported here. Instead, she actually took us here, right? And the game sort of just skipped the journey. Which is fine. But at the same time, it's Hmm. I don't know. When the girl gave me the invitation, I honestly thought that at some point I would just rock up to the entrance of wherever this manor is and present the letter instead of just being taken here. Let me actually see. I think the invitation is here at the end, right? Volcano Manor invitation. Letter given by Rhea as thanks for retrieving her necklace. Brave Tarnished, seek the Altus Plateau in the realm of the Earth Tree. Prove yourself by making this journey, and the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation to fight amongst the family of champions. Well, that doesn't tell me much, does it? It's a very beautiful manor. Don't know about the red light, but oh, holy fuck. Oh, there's a map unlock thing right here. Okay. Wait, isn't this the, That's where this, like, mountain with the jagged stones was, right? I just looked over there, pretty much. I mean, it makes sense, because it looks like a volcano. So this manor is pretty much, like, in the middle of it? Is that what I'm getting here? Very, very interesting. God, this looks really cool. Man! Again, places like this make me wish that FromSoft games would, in general, contain way, way more quote-unquote friendly places, right? I don't know, just more sort of typical quest hub style areas. Or not necessarily quest hubs like that, but I mean, like actual like, villages that you can just go to with friendly NPCs. I mean, they could still make it so that you can, in fact, be like depending on what choices you make during certain quest lines, they can be either friendly towards you or hostile. But in general, have places like this that are actual like normal places, right? I feel like this makes the whole world way, way more immersive because the biggest thing that I've always struggled with in FromSoft games in terms of story is that the worlds just feel broken, right? Broken beyond repair. So normally, like typically in other RPGs as well, you always enter worlds that are pretty broken, I would say, right? I mean, if we talk of The Witcher, again, your typical RPGs, right? It's always a world that has a lot of problems, a lot of hostile sort of enemies and factions and whatever. But it never feels like a world beyond repair, right? It feels like, well, the Middle Ages, whatever, right? Whereas FromSoft games typically present to you a world that feels as if it's like on the brink of destruction or already beyond it. Which obviously can be an intriguing setting in terms of its atmosphere, but at least to me, it also always meant that I had trouble actually caring about the worlds that I went through, right? The atmosphere can still be absolutely incredible. Like the atmosphere in Bloodborne, for example, is absolutely incredible. Yet at the same time, I always catch myself not really caring about the world itself. Like I care about sort of the feeling that it evokes in me, right? I care about, I don't know, like how I react to the setting and the atmosphere and all that kind of stuff. In every given particular moment, it's a great backdrop. But it never really feels like more than that, right? It always feels like most FromSoft worlds to me have felt like this big stage where events take place in. That can have a lot of meaning and lore and world building behind it. But those things never really truly feel tangible for the player, for me as the player, right? Because the worlds are that broken husk of their former self. Whereas in, let's say, The Witcher, I sort of get both, right? The Witcher world has great atmosphere as well. It has the great lore and world building and everything behind it. But at the same time, it is also an actual world that you can interact with and influence and grasp, right? It is something tangible that is actually there for you to explore. Whereas in FromSoft games, it's always been more of a backdrop. A very, very, very well presented one with a lot of really, really cool stuff in it. But yet, it never really was able to cross that threshold for me, right? And places like this, you know, are what's missing. And they do exist, but not enough to where it truly feels like a living, breathing world, right? And, you know, this is a good example of that, because let's say this Rhea girl that we've met, right? She got her necklace stolen, we brought it back, and well, now I'm kind of asking myself, well, how the hell did she even get here? Because it looks like that grand lift has never been activated, or hasn't been activated for potentially hundreds of years, right? That's what it looks like, at least. Or, well, maybe not hundreds of years, but at least a couple of years, right? And, well, there are only hostile and pretty dangerous enemies between Liurnia and the Grand Lift. So how the hell did she get there? Right? Those are the kinds of questions that, like, in a Witcher game, that makes sense. In a Witcher game, there are actual normal paths that are at least somewhat regularly controlled by, or patrolled by normal patrols. They are still very dangerous. They're still, like, bandits and monsters and whatever. And a lot of the time, that is actually a point in quests and in the story that it is a very dangerous world. Yet it's also a world where you can feasibly travel from one point to the other, with it still making sense within the world. Whereas here in Elden Ring and other FromSoft games, that's always felt weird to me, right? It always felt more as if, like, the game now says, oh, you have fulfilled a specific objective of an NPC in one location, so now we're going to move that NPC to another location. But technically that NPC could also just be some sort of magical rune or a magical clipboard or whatever, right? It doesn't actually make sense that there are NPCs that move from one point to another, because it's very difficult for us to move from one point to another, so it should also be difficult for creatures in this world to move from one point to another. Unless they're very, very magical, they can actually teleport or fly or whatever the hell, right? But that's sort of kind of immersion breaking, and it's something that I wish that FromSoft would do differently, right? I feel like a game like Elden Ring, it is somewhat difficult because a big draw of the FromSoft games is this particular dystopian feeling in a lot of ways, right? But that doesn't mean that it's completely impossible to also include logical travel or stuff like that, right? At least make it so that maybe these NPCs are also powerful warriors, right? I mean, in a lot of cases, there are, for example, that weird dude that I've met a couple of times with a white mask that you meet right at the beginning of the game, and then later on in Liurnia where he gives you like a PvP item or something. For him, for example, it makes sense that he would be able to move through the world because he actually sort of low-key feels like a very dangerous person, right? Other NPCs not so much, so for them it makes way less sense that they would like just normally move through this world, right? So I wish that they would present that differently. Oh well. That being said, let's actually check out this manor and what we can do here. Interestingly enough, that this knight to her right looks very much like the dragon knights that we've already fought a lot of the time. No idea who that is supposed to be behind her, though. And she's wearing some sort of white mask. Hi.
Brave Tarnished. Welcome to the Volcano Manor.
Volcano
I
Manor.
am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. Raya spoke well of you. A warrior of promise, I believe she said. Perhaps you are prepared to make a commitment. Will you join us here at the Volcano Manor and resist the tide? Why accept the burden of their grace, or be fooled by the dogmatic ramblings of the Fingers? Rise with us against the Erd Tree.
I mean, well, I don't really know much about you, do I? Since I've already technically gone against the Erd Tree, at least against the Two Fingers, by helping Ranni, I guess I could? Once again, the game sort of fails to provide an option for why you shouldn't do this. Sure?
Interesting. Your decision is
Oh, now it's a round table
now
thing.
You belong to the Volcano Manor family. The drawing room lies down the hall. Make yourself comfortable.
Drawing room.
But be sure to earn your keep.
Drawing room key. Okay. Whatever this means. So that's interesting. That means that technically I could have killed her before joining? Is that it? That's even weirder. So they let you join, but then you're locked out of actually killing her, but you could technically, maybe, potentially? Okay. Drawing room key. The door can be found in the westward corridor, upon the left-hand side. Huh. It's interesting, the key does seem to have something that resembles a tree on it, right? On the handle. Although, it's almost as if something is sort of wrapping around the tree, trying to suffocate it, right? I wonder if that's actually what it means. That's actually some sort of symbolism here.
The drawing room is through the hall. Use the key I handed you, and make yourself comfortable. The drawing room, use the key.
Can I talk to you?
The drawing room, use the key
no. It's also, I really don't like that they present you with these choices. I mean, I think that I could probably have turned her down and then just go up to her again and could have just joined. I don't think that it was a one-time thing. But at the same time, I do think that they should sometimes just... I don't know, like logically speaking, I wouldn't have joined them because I have absolutely no clue what the hell they are, right? So it's just kind of weird that they don't really give you any kind of information. What does this message say? Time for rolling? Huh. Okay. That looks like an enemy. Is that one of the trolls with a cape, or what is it? I just want to see where the hell I actually am. Ooh, that looks very Kaled-like. Also, I mean, this goes back to what I said earlier, right? I'm pretty sure that that troll is still an enemy to me. Even though technically he seems to protect this mana? So by joining the Volcano Manor, technically, Mount Gelmir, technically these enemies should now be friendly towards me as well? Hi, thanks for the raid. It's been a while. Hello, everybody. Yeah, they're 100% not friendly. I assumed as much. Thanks for the raid. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I've just been transported to this interesting manor with a very unfriendly looking outside. I wonder what this is about. I probably don't want to engage with them. This just looks like a troll with a cape behind it. It's going, well, kind of great. I had a bit of trouble doing an Everjail earlier, so yeah, that was something. And now I'm here. I finally went up to the Altus Plateau after a long time. How was your stream, by the way? Are you still playing Elden Ring as well? I imagine most people probably finished with it or a long time ago, right? At least their first playthrough. How many times did you complete it? Have you completed it? Also still on your foot. Okay. Yeah, so it's taken me a lot longer than I thought, honestly. I mean, I know that I'm pretty, I'm really taking my time with these games, but it's just, there's so much to see here, and so many levels and places. Man, this looks absolutely stunning. It's not where I'm supposed to be, though, right? The key thinks it's something different. Doesn't look like there's... Hello? What the hell are you doing here? That... Why is there an invasion here? That was a cool weapon. You actually get that weapon. That weapon reminds me a lot of what was it called in Bloodborne? The thing that you can, the saw blade or whatever, that you can spin. Character look, yeah, thank you. I really like this like red flowing thing. Smithing Stone 6? Okay, that's weird. Why is there an invasion here? Inquisitor something? Weird placement. You would think that considering that I joined their manor, that this might not happen if you do that, but then again, I don't even know if he belongs to them, right? Okay, let's see. Maybe his weapon actually tells me something about that. The only thing that I'm missing still from my character is pants. I don't really like the look of these pants, but I've also not really found anything that would really fit with this sort of cape style. But maybe I'll get something in the future. Okay, what the hell is it even? Colossal weapon. Wait, it's just called a colossal weapon? That is interesting. Great iron wheel lined with flesh-flaying blades. Device of torture used by Inquisitor Giza. So that was a guy that it just killed. Okay. Inquisitor Giza. I feel like I've heard Inquisitor as a sort of title before. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. The design was adopted for use as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. And the spinning wheel is a unique skill. Strike the wheel against the ground to set it spinning at top speed. Hold to keep the wheel spinning. Can be used while walking to push the armament into enemies. I mean, it's very, very reminiscent of that Bloodborne weapon, right? What was it called? Isn't it called Saw? No, not Sawblade. I think that's something else. But it seems very similar to that. 28 strength. Causes blood loss build up 70. There are so many blood loss weapons in this game. It's actually kind of crazy. But wait, the design as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. I thought that... Did I misinterpret something? I'm struggling to remember who that was. Somebody did talk about Iron Virgins at some point. But I thought the last time I heard that specific phrase was where I thought somebody was talking about these teleporter things that we find all over the place. But now it seems like there's some sort of faction rather than a device. So maybe I misunderstood what somebody else was saying earlier? Oh, right. The big they also have these, they drive around essentially, right? Right. Why did I think? Didn't somebody mention that in? I can't remember. I thought somebody mentioned that in conjunction with something about the teleporters, or maybe it was just that. Oh no, never mind. Now I know why I confused the two. Because Patches is talking about something. You know what? I think I just understood what Patches is actually talking about. Because I was okay. So Patches is talking about somebody teleporting you somewhere else, right? And he's talking about something at the base of Raya Lucaria. And for some reason, teleporting, I connected that to the teleporters that you find all over the world, right? These galaxy-looking things. So I actually went back at one point to Raya Lucaria to try and find some of that, like one of those teleporters at the base of it. but it's actually these weird enemies that can teleport you. I completely misinterpreted that, which is why I thought of Iron Virgins as those teleporters. I thought they were called that, but it's actually the enemies. So I guess, now that I'm thinking about that, I mean, I've definitely never been captured by them. So that's why I didn't know that they can actually teleport you. Wait, that's weird though, why would they bring you here then? It is true though, right? They are in fact actually using these weapons. That's true. Because they have some sort of spinning thing at their side as well, right? What does it say? It was adopted for use as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. Yeah, they have... I mean, they have, like, multiple weapons. But... okay. So they were a design adopted by this manor at some point? Just seems so... seems a bit disconnected from this, because this... I mean, this is... Unless they sort of sent them out everywhere. But at one point I've been in, like, a cave where there were... I don't know... a lot of those Iron Virgins destroyed in the cave. But that's very far away from here. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that there would be a reason why they bring you here. It's just weird because they felt so... Well, I wouldn't say random, but their placement felt very arbitrary for the most part. I mean, it seemed like there was some sort of purpose behind it, but at the same time, as far, like, from my perspective at that point, it was very, very difficult to figure out what they were about up until this point. Oh, another one of these. Cool. Huh. So, okay. Why do they give me a key specifically for this room? Caelid was a battle... yeah. Wait, was that cave in Caelid? It might have been. Well, that's... Well, yeah, the thing is, though, nothing really tells you that they are part of a war, right? I mean, they're clearly some sort of war weapon, but I think nothing up until this point has really told me anything about them other than their name and patches giving you a hint. Hidden path ahead? Oh. Well, that's weird. Wait, this was a wall with a painting on it. How the hell are you supposed to know that without something actually telling you? Okay, I assume that I can't really do anything else here? Never mind. Okay. Same key opens multiple doors. Oh, hi. She's here as well. That's a new guy. Wait. Okay, so the key opens 3 of the... Oh no, never mind. What the 4th door said that it was blocked, not that the key was not able to open it, right? It's a very dark place. Oh, right, I can't even... Ah, that's also interesting. So the hidden path actually opened up by just running into it rather than hitting it. Wait, how many doors are there? Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks for the raid again. She hints towards the hymn pass. Yeah, that makes sense because it seems like somewhat of an important thing that you shouldn't necessarily miss. Who the hell are you? It's very interesting. Oh, is that a snake weapon? What the hell is this? Wait, can I get a better look at his helmet? Those are like two... Are those wolves or lions? I think they're wolves. Very interesting design.
What in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants who spit at grace and hunt our own kind.
Oh, is it?
You understand the weight of my words.
Well, I didn't know that originally. Maybe I would have chosen otherwise if I had. Oh, one wolf, one lion. Yeah, that's why they seem so... Have I met him already?
Well, as long as you understand what you're saying. You have harbored doubts from the very beginning.
Maybe
Perhaps
as a summon or
this day was
something?
always lurking on the horizon. But know that the path you walk is blasphemy and leads only to a miserable death.
Well, why are you here then?
Consider hunting any of your own kind. Think on that.
Okay, so this is... Seems like this area might be connected to PvP in some form. A letter... Recusant finger. It's interesting because that makes me think that the white masked guy from the beginning is also somehow connected to this place. Considering that... what was her name? Tarith? Also wears a white mask?
This blasphemous path leads only to a pitiful death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that.
Okay.
Hello again, brave Tarnished. As a scout, I am pleased to see you again here at the Volcano Manor, under Lady Tanith's guidance. May you tread the path of valor.
As a scout. Maybe I did underestimate her a little bit. So she then maybe specifically looks for very strong people?
Brave Tarnished, under Lady Tanith's guidance. May you tread the path of valor.
Yeah, probably makes sense to talk to him again. Yeah, you're right about that. Because he's also not changed his dialogue for a very long time. I actually went back to him multiple times, I think, and he never really had anything new to say, which I felt was a bit weird. Though then again, most NPCs have been talking about going to the Elder's Plateau for a very long time, which I just didn't do because I had so much else to do still. So I assume that's probably why they've not really changed their state. Wait, so this is blocked. Interesting. And then there was another door that I wasn't able to open, right? Oh, right, the one in the like entranceway. Hello. Wait, are you? What the hell are you doing here? Well, that's strange. Is that just... That's supposed to mean that maybe not many people were in here for a very long time? There's a bunch more of them. Yeah, I mean, Varay is his name, right? He does change. I mean, he is currently he's been at this church, Blood Church, something like that, At that one church. He's been there for a very long time. That's the only sort of change that I've seen so far from him. Huh. Looks like it might have been some sort of wine cellar at some point. 3 budding horns. Goes even further down. Okay, there's a lot here. Yeah, right. He talks about the PvP invasion, right? Which I haven't done so far. Oh, hello. There's a lot of you guys. They do stick out a lot, though. I mean, maybe that's because of the light that I have active, but they're very, very easy to see compared to the okay. Compared to the things that normally stick to ceilings in FromSoft games. Hey, another cookbook. Oh. Ah, this was the blocked off room. Okay. Depraved Perfumer Carman. Wait, I cannot open it? Oh, that's a shame. What does even... Technically nothing's really blocking the door though, right? I mean, yeah, he's lying in front of it, but... okay. Sure. It's very cool though, that... it's like an ancient castle that has double walls everywhere. I imagine something like that would happen, that he changes when you... I mean, that's pretty much what he says, right? Try the item and something will happen. The thing is, I've never really engaged in PvP that much. What the hell are you? In FromSoft games, say, especially during first playthroughs, I typically don't do anything online related. Okay, wait a second before I do that. I kind of want to check out all the items and stuff that I got, but... yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think pretty much all the FromSoft games so far have always had, well, something akin to PvP factions, right? And I don't think I've ever actually sort of followed the path of one of them. Well, never mind that though. I do have to take a little bit of a break now, though. Unfortunately, I'm gonna keep the stream live, but I'll probably, it'll be about 20-30 minutes. Because I do need to eat something, have a little bit of a lunch break. I will be back though after that and check out all the items that I got and whatever else there is here in this manor, and hopefully figure out what the hell they want from me, why they exist, and what their plan is, or why they want me here specifically. Because so far they've not really talked about who they are. So hopefully we're gonna get into that a little bit more. Yeah, I'll be back in about, hopefully, 20-25 minutes. Yeah, you can, maybe if you're back, that would be great. Otherwise, have a great rest of your day. Maybe eat something as well. Take a small break. And I'll be back in about, 20-25 minutes. All right. Let's get back into this. With a lot more food in my stomach and hopefully more. All right, let me check. No, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Let's get back into this. Let's take a look. I collected a couple of items that I definitely still want to take a look at. Right, and potentially fight that weird knight. By the way, Lady Tarith, you do realize that there are like dangerous creatures sort of behind hidden walls in your manor, right? Maybe you should like send your dragon knight boy to actually clean out this place. To a degree, I always find this sort of really funny, right? There's like literally, well, maybe not the most dangerous enemies here, but certainly enemies. They're like right in this manor. She even specifically seems to have some sort of servant to protect her, and they just seemingly don't really care about that. The fact that that they're here. Okay, let me take a look. Right, so what did I actually find here? There was some sort of letter. Ooh, I need to remember to turn this in, by the way. And this thing, the recusant finger. Attempts invasion of other players' world. Oh, hi. Still here. I hope you had something good to eat as well. Okay, the recusant finger. Wait, what's the other one? Creates a summon sign. Oh, right. This creates a summon sign, and other players can summon you in. And then I had the festering bloody finger, but this is a consumable, whereas this seems to be a permanently usable item. Interesting. Attempts an invasion of another player's world. If successful, you will arrive as an invader recusant, with the objective of defeating the host of fingers of that world. This furled finger is covered in snake scales. Once again, something to do with snakes. An heirloom of the Lord of the Volcano Manor, bequeathed to Tarnished who have become family. Okay, so the description is definitely different, obviously. And what you are called when you invade with this other item is different. You're either a recusant or a bloody finger. Does not, however, describe what that means specifically, which is interesting. I mean, technically, I would assume that it's probably... Gameplay-wise, it might just be that depending on which one you use, you sort of get allied with that faction more. Probably. Something like that. But if it means anything other than that, sort of lore-wise, would be very interesting. Oh, you can get something from Beret as well. It's always very interesting to me that they never really say what that means. That that you have these different items. I wonder if there's some sort of other gameplay element attached to that as well, other than just purely sort of allying yourself with a certain faction. Also, they just give you this thing. Wait, which one did I get? I think I got a cookbook somewhere in here, right? Where would the letter be? Isn't that also a key item? No, it's at the end probably. This is the invitation. This is the letter that I found. A written request from Volcano Manor disclosing the name of a tarnish to be hunted. Old Knight Istvan. He can be found in Limgrave. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. Oh. Interesting. So they specifically give you NPC targets to hunt. Very interesting. That's a very cool thing, because that's I think that's actually something that I said earlier, regards to, like, not today obviously, but when I talked to Varay last time or something, where I found it interesting that they have NPC invasions that invade your world, but at least with the Bloody Finger stuff, you would invade another player's world, right? So with that in particular, you're sort of forced into online play, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's interesting that they force you into online play to progress that quest line, or at least it seems like they're doing that, which is, I mean, that's fine. But I kind of wondered why they have NPC invasions that invade you, yet they don't have sort of a, let's call it somewhat of a tutorial for invading other worlds, right? Which I always found interesting. Because you would think that it also would work sort of the other way around, where they have NPC worlds that you can invade as well, which I think, isn't that a thing in Dark Souls 1? Was it in Dark Souls? Isn't there, when you get in Anor Londo? Do I remember that right? Oh, it's been a while. I think in Anor Londo, there is like a point where you can actually invade another world. And I think you fight like three NPCs there or something. I don't really remember what it's connected to, but I found that really interesting, because that's exactly what I was kind of missing always, right? I always found it really, really interesting that they gave you these NPC invasions, yet they don't give you NPC worlds to invade. I mean, this is not an NPC world, right? This is somebody you can summon and then fight. So it's not the same thing as invading in PvP. Though it is very, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, sure, they present it as a tutorial. Yeah, but I would find it interesting if they had, let's say, the first invasion you do with Varay would always lead to, I mean, obviously I don't know, maybe it does. I don't think it does. But yeah, it would be interesting if the first invasion you do with Varay, with the Bloody Finger, would always automatically sort of lead to a more or less tutorial NPC world. I mean, maybe that might be annoying for subsequent playthroughs if you already know what you're doing. They could do it in a way where they, let's say, give you like a tutorial Bloody Finger or something. It's just kind of interesting that they don't really give you a tutorial for that. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, right? But again, I just find it interesting that the other way around they're doing it. The other way around, you have a lot of NPCs actually that evade you. That most of them even aren't really that difficult to fight, especially compared to a couple of the bosses in Elden Ring. So it's kind of weird that they're doing that, but not the other way. This one's a lot more interesting, though, that they're giving you actual targets, more or less. Okay, this is an actual NPC. Okay, I thought that it would work like, because it's saying the red mark. Well, I guess they're talking about red mark on my map. I would have assumed that it works the same way, like the NPCs that you can summon close to that big pot in Caelid, right? It has like 3 summon signs next to it that where you can fight. I thought that it would work like that. But if it doesn't, I mean, that's even better, to be honest. But yeah, the difference between the two, what you said about like they're rebelling against the Golden Order, I mean, that's pretty much what Tarith said at the beginning, right? Whereas the Bloody Fingers are more serial killers. I mean, yeah, that's what the dialogue sort of leads you to assume, right? Sort of still doesn't necessarily explain the specific difference between the two, because it seems to be there seems to be somewhat of an overlap there in theme, at least. Very interesting. What was the other thing that I got? All right, so I got a cookbook. Was it? Did I have this before? Not that it really matters, but I don't think there was anything else that I missed potentially. I need to talk to her again. She probably has some new dialogue for me now that I opened the doors. Still wondering about this dude. Especially since he pretty much says or warns us against this place, yet he's still here himself. Very curious. Also that his weapon is so snake-themed, when the finger that we got is also snake-themed. Why snakes specifically? And then why wouldn't his armor be snake-themed as well?
This blasphemous path leads only to a pitiful death. Before you consider hunting any of your own kind, think on that.
It's also really interesting that they always sort of warn you against actually killing other players. Yet they all invite you to their respective places. He's the guy from the War Master Shack at Limgrave? Is he? Wait, the War Master Shack? Okay, so that's a summon sign, right? Wasn't the War Master Shack here? Yeah. Wait, he is? I was wondering about that NPC. Okay, that's also interesting. So this one is also close to this Colosseum. And the other NPCs that I could summon, I actually marked that for myself so that I wouldn't forget. They're also close to a Colosseum. So, I mean, the game practically tells you that these Colosseums are sort of for PvP in a way. Which I found interesting because there wasn't really anything to do here, whereas the other one has summons that you can do and fight. I do remember that I went back to this NPC at least once because I found it weird that they existed at all. Didn't... I think he sold some Ashes of War or something, didn't he? When he's still in the shack? He seemed so random. He was just a dude standing in the shack, and he sold Ashes of War for some reason. But he never really elaborated on why he was there. He never elaborated on anything, really, and he never changed either. He was just there. So I assumed that he was just a random merchant, basically, that for some reason just had another name or something. Yeah, didn't he have like long hair or something? I remember him looking sort of, warrior-like. I just found it weird. Huh. Also that he doesn't even reference that, right? He didn't really say anything along the lines of, oh, it's you, the guy that I met back there. Also, this makes me very interested in these sort of invasions, because the fact that it's so close to the Colosseum almost makes it look as if this Istvan wants to fight, right? Whereas the letter itself makes it more seem like you are a hitman of sorts. A tarnished to be hunted. As if he deserves death for some wrongdoing or something. Yet he's close to the Colosseum. It's a very curious choice for placement, because it makes you think that he wants to fight, essentially. I'm not saying it could still be true, obviously, but very strange choice. Oh, so he essentially becomes the merchant he was earlier. What a weird way of introducing this character, isn't it? You would think that there was a point to him being there and then moving here. I mean, maybe there is, and I just didn't find it. Well, okay, there was nothing else here, so I probably should take another look at that. I think there was like one other item, unless the this place actually continues somewhere. Should probably level up as well. Because usually these guys are somewhat... Oh, seriously? Are they following me? Yeah, they are. Usually these, what are they called, blood hunters or whatever, are somewhat... well, not necessarily annoying, but certainly can kill you fairly quickly if you underestimate them. And since he does look a bit bigger than the other ones, wonder if I could sneak up on him. This does actually continue. It looks weird. Can I even do a sneak attack on him, or... Yeah, those quick attacks are always what get me. Not very clean, but at least I killed him. Bloodhound claws. Oh, interesting. I still don't really... These enemies are so weird to me, because they're so similar to the enemies in Sekiro that also sort of crawl and have these claws attached to them all over their body. But here, they're a bit strange. Because you would think that they would be sort of corrupted by something to even, like, be... Because clearly they were normal knights at some point, right? And then sort of decided that now they're weird, I don't know, cat-like creatures, or, well, not really cat-like, but definitely weird creatures at some point. Yeah, it's, I wonder why he isn't that strong, actually. He was a lot easier than the other ones. Well, then again, the other one is, like, one of them is in a nether jail, right? And then there is, like, another one that's also presented as a mini-boss, I think. Don't actually remember. If you go to the area before joining Volcano Man, you get invaded by Recusant. Wait, are you talking about the area in front of the Colosseum? Did I forget about that? Pretty sure that I definitely went there. Maybe I just don't remember killing an invader there. Or is there like a point when, if you get there too early in game, that you won't be invaded, maybe? I don't really remember. Oh, beastmen that became knights? That might also be the case. They look very human-like, though. Although this one's obviously unusually large. Well, the weapon's probably not going to tell us much, is it? Bloodhound claws. No, it's not. The curve allows the weapon to slip through an enemy's guard. The Bloodhound Step is the same skill that I think the sword has? Do I still have that? Yeah, Bloodhound's Fang. Oh no, this says Bloodhound's Finesse. Interesting that these weapons, they're even specifically called Bloodhound something, yet they still don't really tell you what the Bloodhounds are about. Wait, did I think that's the wrong door? This is where it continues. True, yeah, beastmen are fairly human-like. It's a bit unclear, I feel like, or has been a bit unclear throughout most of the game so far, if they're... I mean, I think at one point they've been, like, presented as an ally, if I recall correctly, to a certain faction, yet they also attacked that other fort, where you find one of the halves of the medallion for the Grand Lift. In that particular case, then again, I think they attacked the fort because some friend of them, or like one of the beastmen, got taken by the people of the fort, and they wanted to rescue them or something. This looks like a sort of secret altar. The site of grace? Well, that's curious. God, the lighting in this place is awesome. The red flames and everything creates a really, really cool atmosphere. Right, the beastmen, at night they get the red eyes, right? But, I mean, technically they're still aggressive, at least towards the player, during the day. If you get too close, I guess. just kind of wondering if, like, how a beastman would sort of suddenly start being a knight-like creature with an actual iron helmet on top of the head and everything. And then again, I mean, it's very, very hard to tell sometimes with the different factions in this game. Ooh, that sounds promising. But yeah, with the invasion, okay, so you said that they only invade if you walk through a specific area. Yeah, honestly, I don't remember 100%. It might have been that I actually fought against an invader there and just forgot about it. So I'm pretty sure that I looked at everything there because I mean, you can't really do anything with the Colosseum, right? It's closed off. It seems like this giant landmark that doesn't really do much when you first approach it, especially since it's in Limgrave. It's fairly early in game. Yet, yeah, might have been either I forgot it or maybe I just didn't walk through that specific area. Oh, they drop a specific talisman. Oh, holy! Where the hell am I? Oh, this looks awesome. Yeah, it's an actual volcano. That's pretty cool. Wow. With a lot of castle structures in it, actually. From the outside, at least from what I could see when I went up the Grand Lift, it just looked like this sort of stone volcano thing. Or not really a volcano, more like a normal mountain. This looks awesome, though. What a cool design for a place. And it's actually, like, it's a huge place. Wait, so I guess this is the actual way you're supposed to take. What the hell is that? I sort of thought that this was just sort of a hidden back room entrance thing, but now it almost looks like the actual entrance to the entire level. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Right, what hammer talisman you said? Talisman? I think I actually have that. Oh wait, hammer? Wouldn't it be axe, spear, twin blade, curved? It would be one of these, right? For hammers? So then again, I guess I must have missed that invasion. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I must have missed that then. I wonder... That's actually pretty cool that I did, because that means that I always feel like I'm very, especially because I do take the game very slow. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is that thing? That looks weird. Okay. Very, very cool. But yeah, I always think that I'm actually sort of pretty thorough in investigating these areas, yet at the same time, I definitely missed a bunch of stuff, which is really, really cool. Because that means that they're either hiding it very well, or that the game's just so large that you just automatically don't find everything, right? I mean... Yeah, I mean... These talismans in general, I think at the beginning I actually used the arrow one for a bit, because I didn't really have much else, but... They're all... Well, the thing is probably just that most talismans are just straight up better, right? So there's not that much reason to use them. Okay, Prison Town Church. Interesting name. I kind of wanted to get to that map thing first, though. Because it seems like that's not necessarily part of this level. So before I start with this thing, I should probably take another look outside of the actual manor. Also, before I do this, I should probably talk to Lady Taris again and see if she has some other dialogue for me now. Because technically I did what she told me, and I checked out my room. Let's see. Hi again.
Did you read the letter left for you?
I did.
That is the task the Volcano Manor desires you enact. You will be compensated once the deed is done. Good luck. If you are loath to hunt your own kin, so be it. But you must leave this house at once. This is a war against the Erd Tree. We have no place for the meek, nor the luxury of keeping clean hands.
Okay. I mean, as long as I don't kill them, though.
The letter describes the task the Volcano Manor desires you enact. You will be compensated.
I wonder what the compensation is, actually. The Erd Tree is definitely not going to be happy once I actually reach it, considering that I helped Ranni kill one of the Two Fingers, or what I assume to be part of the Two Fingers. Now I'm part of this. I mean, I definitely want to try it. I want to see what kind of things you can get out of this place. I don't know who that is. Looks different to Taris, so maybe a former leader of the Order. The windows also look pretty awesome. Man, I always really like the environments of these places. I just sometimes wish there would be more sort of to interact with. I mean, obviously you have the NPCs, right? But, Makes you deal more stamina damage against people who shield your attacks. Yeah, that's really not... Right, she didn't. Yeah, she said she is the proprietor of the house, right? True. Would also make sense. I mean, she's literally sitting in front of what potentially is or was the leader of this place. Whoever that is. I wonder with some of those talismans... Hello there. Huh. What are you doing here, Patches?
Well, you joined the manor, huh?
I did.
Don't believe it. Didn't think you had it in you.
I didn't even know you were talking about this place.
Up the wrong tree. All good though. We're on the same side now. We'll do good work together.
Ah. I guess that makes a lot of sense that Patches would be part of this, right? It's actually pretty cool. And now that I think about it, I mean, you meet Rhea pretty close to where you meet him as well. At least, well, technically you meet him the first time in Limgrave, but then he moves to that one place in Liurnia, sort of in that swamp area. And that's very, very close to where you meet Rhea. I mean, they're not really... That's always the interesting part, right? They're definitely... Now we know that they're connected, but at that point, obviously, you don't know that, and the way they're talking doesn't really suggest that they even know each other or anything to that degree. It's pretty cool. They always... They put in these, like, small hints, but it's very, very hard to actually be aware of that until you properly find these places. Painting of the older brother of Rani and Radahn? Did I don't think I know about that at this point. Probably find out about that.
Oh, and of course, we can do business if you like.
You still selling the same stuff as before?
Volcano Manor, especially for you. Are you surprised that I belong to the Volcano Manor?
Well, a bit, yeah.
I always hated the gibberish about lost grace and the laughable two fingers. I thought I could lend a hand in unmasking the charade. Not to mention, Tanith has always made me curious. I guess her master must really be something, because she's pretty damn smug about it. Even after announcing her blasphemous ambitions, she still stands proud. I've never seen a woman quite like her.
Well, I mean, to her, clearly her actions are not blasphemous, right? So, wouldn't it make sense that she's very proud of that? I wonder why so many people, like at this point in the game, it's really, really interesting that sort of, obviously it starts off with people constantly telling you, oh, you need to become the next Elden Lord, you need to follow Grace and follow the Two Fingers and whatever. And then you actually meet the Two Fingers, or what potentially are the Two Fingers, in the Round Table Hold. Yet at the same time, they never really do much to convince you to actually do what they want you to do, seemingly. Everybody's sort of just, oh yeah, I don't know, do something and become the next Elden Lord. And that's pretty much it. I mean, they do kind of tell you about the Great Runes, I guess. Gideon obviously tells you a lot about a lot of people and what you are maybe supposed to do, but he also never makes it really seem like that's, like, he never really tells you really why you should do that. He talks about a lot, but he never really specifically gives you reasons for why you should do anything, really. Whereas everybody that is sort of seemingly against the Two Fingers, well, I guess they're also not explicitly elaborating on their reasons that much either, but they do a much more convincing job of actually getting you on their side, I feel like. Also, they're just straight up way more sympathetic, at least in Blaze and Rani's case. There's a painting of Radahn. Ooh, I need to get back and look at that. And that's also really cool how they they insert these really important people all over the place, pretty much, like very in your face, yet at the same time, obviously you don't really know about it in a lot of ways. Because I think they also did that in, well, very early on, right? In Stormmail, for example, I think there are also a lot of paintings of what was his name? Godric, who grafted? Was it Godric? Okay, he doesn't really sell anything new as far as I can tell. Same. I could sell a little bit to him though. 2,000. That shouldn't be too hard to get. Yeah, let's just sell these.
Cheers for that.
Probably have a bunch of other stuff that I could sell as well, but at this point, I'm not too concerned. My inventory is overflowing with a lot of stuff that I don't use anyways. Let's see, what did I want to do? Oops, intelligence. Okay. So I'll go back to that room real quick. What the heck is going on? Praetor, right? I do remember that name. Who the hell are you? Wait. Isn't that the guy that was in the Round Table hold pretty much from the beginning of the game? Oh, right. Godric. Oh, you're right. He has a bunch of paintings of Godfrey as well. I always got it. Why the heck did they choose? I mean, it kind of makes sense that they would be called that, but Godric, Godfrey. I think there's another one that's also called God something, right? And then he even has paintings of the other one in his castle as well. Yeah, he has there, right. In Stormvale, there are also these paintings that look like this poster, the promotional poster from Elden Ring, right? With that's the first Elden Lord, right? The Godfrey with the lion mane thing behind them, I think. Right, Godwyn exists as well. Right.
You're tarnished.
Okay, maybe he's not the same guy?
Demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent. The one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent-slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished. Brandish the spear and run him through. The great serpent. That unspeakable monstrosity.
In the Lord's chamber? Is that in here somewhere? A spear?
Praetor Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous, marked him a worthy sovereign, but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity once he gave himself to the serpent. Whatever that thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard. Someone must kill him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor.
Why does the name seem so familiar to me? Praetor Rykard. Where did he appear before this? So he is presumably somebody that I need to kill in this... well, where all the other serpents are? Yeah, that... with all the names, I mean, I know that I even wrote that down somewhere, I think, to specifically tell them apart. But especially since I took a bit of a break from the game, it is an interesting choice that with a game that decides to pretty much make things, well, not necessarily confusing, but certainly, well, with FromSoft storytelling, not really obvious what they mean a lot of the time, that they then also decide to use very confusing names on top of that. I mean, that's a choice, I guess. Rykard, Ranni, and Radahn. True. I never really, even though I've heard the name so many times now, somehow I didn't really connect that they all start with the same letter. Well, then again, at least Rykard, Ranni, Radahn are somewhat distinct names compared to Godwyn, Godric, and Godfrey.
Worthy tarnished, it
Okay.
is the run it.
So I need to find the Lord's Chamber, which I presume is somewhere in here. So many things that I can suddenly do. So I could go with either trying to kill the guy from the letter, or I could continue here with the whatever castle prison town church that is. Or I could... Well, I mean, those are really the two options that I have, right? This is not supposed to be the Lord's Chamber, right? I hope. Also, I completely forgot about... I actually wanted to go back here, not for this guy, but to look at the picture of Radan. Wait, was it in here? Oh, is that him? With the horns at the side? Yeah, he has the mane at the back of his helmet, right? That's a pretty cool image. And that doesn't really appear beforehand, though, right? I don't think he has any pictures of himself in what's it called? Redmane Castle? That's quite interesting. Radan before the war, yeah. Very interesting that, because most pictures sort of, well, I guess these random pictures appear a lot throughout the game, but very, very curious that his picture is here, but not necessarily in his castle. Also, I really thought that this guy was the one that was in the round table hold looking for his sister, which he at some point just disappeared and then was never seen again. I don't know if that's him. Looks somewhat similar. Why are you glowing anyways? Okay, before I really do anything here though, wait, let me see if I go to the entrance and which direction I'm looking. The entrance is sort of north. Yeah, should be able to get the map first, hopefully. Also, I always wonder, so far, every time I've had or seen like a manor like this, or a lot of the important places, you always get sort of teleported to, instead of organically finding them, which, I mean, I don't mind, it's just interesting. I wonder what this place would be like, or rather, oh, what the hell was going on with shadows? How this would feel if you would just sort of come here, I guess, naturally. Yeah, that's I mean, that's what I mean, right? You can find everything. That's pretty cool about Elden Ring specifically, is that they always seem to give you at least two options of approaching any sort of given area, or, well, quest line I don't really know about, obviously, but well, for example, the Grand Lift, right? You can either find the two halves of the medallion, take the lift, or you can take the other hidden path. Yet at the same time, they also always seem to have one sort of path that you're more or less meant to take. So I guess getting here via the official invitation would more or less be the way you're meant to get here, right? I guess it's a lot more unlikely to get here via just traveling. That's a developer message, isn't it? What? Who? Where the hell did you guys come from? Did they... What? Did they just jump down from the castle for some reason? Okay, sure. I thought there's a mountain of fire, but I hardly feel a thing. I'll have to head further down. Wait, isn't that Alexander? So I guess we might find him here at some point. Huh. I wonder if that looks like it connects back to this place, maybe. Oh, there's one of these weird hands here as well. Wait, isn't that the map? Oh, it is. Huh, well, that's great. Or not so great, there's a lot of those weird hands there. But that's where I get the map. So that's pretty much where I want to go to first. I wonder why... That is so weird. So there is like this one troll with the cape that seems to be guarding this place, and at the same time his brethren, if we want to call them that, they're sort of hung up here. Weird. Why would they kill so many people in the first place? I mean, I guess they're hunting people, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to put their bodies right in front of your castle. Yeah, the whole thing with the teleporters. I mean, it's very cool that they reward you with that through exploration. I just find it interesting that they chose to use that so much. I don't know, it almost feels like they are... I mean, well, they're clearly not afraid to make a lot of their game sort of missable, I want to say, right, for the lack of a better term. Which is pretty cool to begin with, and they've sort of always done it like that, right? Where you can sort of miss huge parts of quest lines or something if you just don't trigger that one very obscure thing at a certain point in time. So that's kind of cool, but they also, like, it's almost... So, for example, in Caleb, right, I got transported to the Beastman Sanctum? Yeah, the Bestial Sanctum. I think it was a teleporter, right, that gets you there. Technically, if you use that teleporter, there is never any reason why you would ever enter this area at all after that point. I mean, obviously, if you want to explore, you do. And there's quite a bunch of stuff here that you can get, but technically, I guess, you don't really have a reason to go there anymore after that point, because the... I guess, most important thing has already been revealed to you. Also, they always, like, they give you a teleport point, right? Since the Sites of Grace, you can always teleport to them. So you can pretty much even just run by a lot of the enemies here, and you would still be able to get to most places, or find most items and things without really much effort at all. It's really a rather interesting choice. With all the teleportation and stuff. Okay. Are you okay? Oh, hello. That's new. Okay, so I probably maybe should have dealt with those doll things first, because now this is going to be very annoying, probably. Yeah, I thought as much. Did not expect him to cause frenzy, or madness rather. Wait, was I still alive? I thought I was dead. Oh well. I guess that explains why he's here then, right? So, did they... Are they somehow controlling him with madness? How the hell is that possible? Wait. Where did the guy go? What's going on? So... I have a feeling I still need to find that spear somehow. I definitely need to remember to look for that. Let me just write that down. I did not really expect them to be able to control a troll with madness, though. Because the way madness seems to work is more or less that they... Well, I mean, the other guys and things that you find that are mad also aren't dead. So... Okay, let's see. Where the hell are those? Oh, there you are. Oh! They didn't fall down from the castle at all. I thought they fell down from the castle, but they're the ones that... They're always hanging on to the... onto these things, right? Okay. Ooh, that goes a lot further than I thought it would. His close-up attacks are the same, though. Okay. It's a lot easier without the doll things shooting arrows at me from a distance. That is very interesting, though. So... there is a connection between the madness and this volcano mana, possibly? Man, there's so many cool... It's always very, very hard to remember... What was the name of the guy that invaded me close to that Tower of Madness? Because I found it very curious that there was somebody invading me there. I wonder if he's connected to this somehow. The boss room? Oh, okay, so it's just pretty much next to the guy that I need to kill. Right, the Frenzied Flame, they follow the three fingers, right? That's what I've been told so far, I think. So yeah, I mean, clearly there are a bunch of factions that are opposing the two fingers, the greater will, whatever it's called. I didn't necessarily expect them to be aligned, though. Especially with the way they operate, and with this madness going on, that never really felt like something that was... I mean, especially that first... I mean, the first time I came in contact with it was on that southern island, right? There's like a small village that is also inflicted by it, and it always felt more like a... almost like an accidental thing that they maybe discovered and potentially used subsequently for their own objectives, but definitely something that was almost uncontrollable to a degree. Whereas in this case, it looked kind of very controlled, right? Almost as if they specifically potentially inflicted this troll with madness to protect their castle, but they also, I mean, you would assume, made sure that it was actually under control. I don't know. Is it actually the first time that I found this volcanic material? Unfortunately, usually the crafting materials don't really tell you much. Smoldering rock containing hot gas. Cool. And this place is absolutely massive. And this isn't even where I originally wanted to go. I mean, not that I'm complaining. It's pretty cool. It's always kind of daunting how huge some of these areas can be. Still wondering why they hang all these people up here. I mean, clearly they don't necessarily want to have visitors unless they specifically invite them here. What is interesting to me, though, is that apparently they're also using these dolls as somewhat of protectors as well. Guardians, whatever. Yet aren't these dolls more connected to the academy? I thought? I always thought that the dolls were more of a magic thing. That the magicians specifically used as means of protection, more or less. Yeah, all of these different connections, I wonder if there's more that you can sort of find out about this. It always seems, what's so difficult about it is really that the game is so huge. Oh, there's another one of these things. The game's so huge that oftentimes you sort of run into a specific thing that's really, really interesting, and potentially reveals some of these connections, but in like a very indirect way, right? Sometimes it's just the placement of a certain invasion or the placement of a certain item, and at first glance it might not even be obvious that there is supposed to be some sort of connection there at all. And then you run through the rest of the game, it can be like 50 hours, 80 hours, until you ever find another connection, right? Or another thing that references sort of the same NPC or faction or whatever. So it's very, very difficult to sometimes pick up on these connections or what they might mean, if they even tell you about them at all. Sometimes they just don't really elaborate on anything. Co-developed could also be a thing, yeah. I mean, some of these things seem to be pretty, well, powerful, I guess depends, but clearly very potent weapons to a degree, or very dangerous things if they fall into the wrong hands. So yeah, it might really be that they sometimes sort of have crossover because of that, because it's so either difficult to keep these things controlled by themselves or something like that. What the hell was that? That was a huge frame drop. Never seen anything like that. Okay, they clearly loaded something that it wasn't supposed to load. That was weird. Okay, let's see. There's probably a point where it intersects its paths. Didn't I come here earlier? Oh. Wait, did it just... Oh god. Felt like it stayed on this rock for a very long time. Yeah. Let's just wait until it comes back, I guess. These things I'm sometimes really not too sure about. It's kind of neat when you actually... Oh, seriously? How did I not hit it? Kind of a neat idea. In practice, a little bit annoying. I sort of wish there was... Would be cool if there was some sort of trap or something that you could use for them. Like something that... through and through. Something that you can place in the path that captures them or something. That would be kind of neat. Through and through. What the hell is that? Storm Stomp. Flame Golden. Oh. This one. Through and through. Powerful archery skill. Using a great bow held in oblique stance. Ready the great bow, then twist the bowstring to fire a mighty great arrow that can penetrate through enemies. So it's like a more powerful way to fire great arrows? Because I would assume that... Oh, I actually have... Mighty Shot. Guess it's a more powerful version of this one? Or it's the Great Bow version of this one. Okay. Kinda neat, but also not really usable if you don't use bows. Wait, this works on the steel wire torch? That would be something. There are all these cool, like ways to build up, well, not only your character, but use things in general. It's almost a bit too much, to the point where you sometimes just don't remember what exists in the game. Man, this place really is huge. That a site of grace in there? Might be. The hands are also here. Once again, that's sort of another weird connection. Because the last time, these hands so far have also mostly been... or pretty much exclusively been connected to the Carrion royal family, right? The, like, Rani's family? Oh. This is more HP than I remember. Kind of interesting that they're here as well. A lot of connections between... or seemingly connections between... magicians or Raya Lucaria or something to this place. Wait, that gave me back flasks? Okay. What's up with that guy? Well, he is clearly stuck on something. Also, every time these hands are somewhere, there's always a lot of them. Like, way more than you'd think at first. Oh, for the scarab. Yeah, right. True. I never actually really thought about that. Um, yeah, that probably makes it a lot easier. Also, that's kind of what I described, right? Some sort of device that, I don't know, somehow I was thinking about, what is it, Erden from Witcher 3? The sign that you can place on the ground and sort of captures enemies? I mean, not really, but it makes them slower. Stuff like that. But yeah, AoEs with sort of lingering effects definitely work well for that. Those are things that I sometimes just don't really think of even. I mean, it kind of makes sense now that you mention it, but at the same time, I don't think I would have ever tried that, even though it's actually kind of an obvious thing. Well, then again, not many of these scarabs that run around actually exist, right? It's like 4 or something that I've seen so far. And even though it's a bit annoying to wait for them, it still works. So I never really had any reason to try any different method. That might be that the glitchy hand caused that. I wonder if there's like a bug that maybe got introduced with some of the patches or something, or maybe it could also be coincidence that it just never happened earlier. But I had that, I think, 2 days ago, where was that actually? Oh, for fuck's sake! These things are actually quite annoying to hit with a small sword. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, there is... Where exactly was that? Oh, it was on the plateau, where you find Ranni, close to the 2 fingers that you killed, or presumably killed. There were these grafted spider things that, wait, was it one of those? I think it was. The thing is, it also got stuck on the environment somehow, and that also caused not really like a lag spike like that, because in this particular instance, it really dropped the frames, and sort of had it took some time to load, but when I loaded it was fine. But in that instance, something got stuck on the environment, and it also caused... Oh no, it wasn't one of the grafted things. Now I remember, it was one of the dragons up there, and the dragon got stuck on something, and that caused the frame rate to massively drop as well. But not like this, curiously. It just ran at like 5 frames per second for a while. Mount Gelmir. Yeah, probably. It's definitely something with the physics engine. That always seemed to be... I mean, that was, I think, or is still one of the biggest problems, even with the other FromSoft games, is every time there's like a weird physics interaction, the performance seems to become less stable. It's just weird because it now happened... What the hell is going on there? It now happened sort of twice in a row? Like 2 days ago and now? Whereas I never had that happen in all the time earlier. Is there somebody fighting, or are they... What's going on? Are they fighting? Oh yeah, there's like a knight fighting something. Oh well, I'll get there eventually, I guess. Mount Gelmir. Ooh, that actually uncovers quite a lot of the map. Oh. Wait, what? This looks a lot better than bigger than I thought it would. shit. This looks like I'm just sort of... Well, it's not even 2/3, right? This almost looks like this is only half of the game so far. Oopsie, I guess. Wow. Mountain itself looks pretty cool. Wait, is that that looks like a dead minor Earth tree. And another sort of mansion thing back there. Even on the map, this place looks absolutely gargantuan. Like the entire... I'm pretty sure that's bigger than... Wait, where is it? It might be on par with Stormvale, sort of. Wow. Yeah, dead minor Earth tree, right? That's interesting. I wonder what the thing why I think it's very curious is because in Caelid, where you would assume that things are very dead for the most part, the minor Earth trees are actually still okay. Or at least they look okay. So if there's a dead one here, wonder what that means. Okay, I just need to sort of figure out what to do here. So this looks like sort of the edge of the volcano, right? Which would mean that this entire area belongs to sort of this side of Grace. So at some point I probably want to do this. I just sort of... Now that I'm here, I think I probably want to get this area done first, and then sort of move backwards to where I came from. More or less. Oh, wait, it also uncovered the location where the next part of the map is here. It's actually very far away from the Grand Lift, though, right? This almost looks like it's already part of the capital thing? Of the city? I'm always sort of debating with myself if I should go uncover the map first, or just sort of naturally go through. Most of the time I end up just uncovering the map first, because it gives you a lot more sort of a clear structure in how you want to deal with all the areas without forgetting about one of them. Is the map after that? Really? That's weird though that it... Oh, maybe it's because I got teleported here at some point? Which I covered this. There might be another one here then, yeah. Well, that would be cool then. This is indeed one of the ghosts. I still don't get why they have mushrooms sprouting next to them. Lord Rykard. If this putrid field of death is what your blasphemy would bring, then I can no longer abide. No one can. Okay. If this putrid field of death is what your blasphemy would bring. Is he talking about the blasphemy of Volcano Manor, though? Because wouldn't that be kind of weird? If Volcano Manor... Is he referencing that, or is he referencing something else? Because when that other guy talked about Praetor Rykard, it made it seem as if Rykard sort of went against Volcano Manor as well. But now he's talking as if Rykard did exactly what Volcano Manor did, but it just only brings death and destruction. Okay, so this path leads down here, right? So I guess this might actually be the proper entrance point to this whole area, and this is actually sort of an optional way in here. Although then again, wait. No, this leads back here as well, doesn't it? This would be the normal way to get here, right? Yeah. Definitely is. Well, let's see, I guess. And, wait, this is to the east. That's the mountain behind the capital, though, isn't it? Right. Yeah. Looks like it. Looks very similar to Caelid, to be honest. There's a summoning pool here? Are you an NPC? No, it's just a dead soldier. Likely out of stamina. I guess. Thankfully, I don't drop dead the instant I run out of stamina, but... Still very impressive, every single time. No matter where you look at the Erdtree from, it always looks impressive. Well, there's a bunch of dead soldiers here. Yeah, the map is actually... They do a pretty great job with the verticality of everything, really. Oh, you guys are still alive? Also, it's just really interesting how they use the verticality, because that's so unique to this game, right? Compared to, well, pretty much every other open world game. Because open world games have sort of tried that in the past, where they are using verticality or elevation to make their world seem bigger. But Elden Ring actually uses it to almost make levels out of an open world, right? I mean, obviously they're only doing it to a degree, so the world itself is still more or less an open world, but at the same time, things like Stormvale Castle are actual levels, I guess. Which is only really possible because they're using so much verticality. It's a very, very interesting way to design a world. Obviously, it only really works if you are doing a very sort of... I don't know, what would you even call this? Like a very abstract fantasy world? I guess in a game like The Witcher 3 that's more based on sort of the actual Middle Ages, this wouldn't really make any sense, right? To have so much verticality, because it just straight up doesn't make any sense. The way certain places are built in this world is clearly sort of magical in nature. Oh, hello. Been a while since I've seen you guys. Oh, hello. What the... What are you? What happened to you? Oh, he tried to grab me. Ooh. I did not realize that. I did not realize that the Deathlight had already accumulated so much. Wait, why did that happen? Did I just not see that guy? Wow, that was the first time I died from Deathlight. Interesting to know that it looks the exact same as the stuff that Rogia had on him. The thorns, right? Which obviously makes sense, but that's very, very cool. Wormface, kind of a good description for them. Very Bloodborne-like. I honestly did not expect something like this to be here. Is it still here because it dropped the larval tier? I almost think that it doesn't respawn. That's very concerning though. That Deathblight accumulated a bit faster than I would want it to. Oh! Wait, that is the minor Earth tree. Oh, this thing's really gone. Just sort of the bottom half that's remaining. Okay, so what the hell happened here? If even the rot in Caelid can't kill these things, or seemingly doesn't even affect them, how the hell is this thing straight up dead? Or almost more than dead. This whole place looks kind of crazy. Huh. So usually there are these tree spirits, right? Next to the trees. I wonder if there's some form of corrupted Deathblight tree spirit here. Would certainly make sense. Well, the soldiers are all definitely dead. Also, the thing that they're wearing, these are soldiers from the capital, right? I would assume. They very much look like them. Oh, they're meant to be mimic tears? Wouldn't that mean that they're then related to the things that the... What were they called? They also had a name. They tried to use the mimic tears for something, right? They tried to summon sort of a Nokron and Noxtella, what are they called? Eternal cities? They tried to summon like a new leader or something and create a lord, right? And they tried to do that through those mimic tears. So I wonder... Are they meant to be that? I wonder what that means. Especially with this weird worm face thing. Okay, this place is actually pretty confusing. How do I get back there? That would be sort of this place. What even is this? I thought I was actually going to go sort of through here. But now it looks like you can't even get there, possibly? I'm just going to summon my mimics here and let's see what's going on here. Ulcerated tree spirit, so I was correct. Yeah. Oh no. Really? Is it another one of these weird worm things? I should have known. Oops. Ooh, that does a lot of damage. I probably should have gotten some other flame thing. Oops. At least in this case, they give you a lot of room and hold the camera back to actually make it possible to deal with this thing. Is that Deathblight as well that he's doing? How did that not hit? Seriously? Well, that's my shield gone. I always underestimate how quick they are. Whoa. What? Where was that? Bye-bye. Well... Oh, cool. And they also give you Cerulean Hidden Tear, Leaden Heart Tear. So it's literally the same as the other spirits, just very, very corrupted, I guess. Does make me wonder, though, I mean, these worms do appear in a couple of other locations. If they're really meant to be a corrupted form of the tree spirits that appear at minor earth trees. Well, I guess the other ones also appear always at sort of places where there are roots of earth trees. So in a way, it makes sense. I do very much like this arena, though. That makes a big difference. This thing, I mean, having the sword with flame obviously also makes this encounter a lot more fun, but so far I really didn't like these enemies because they're always, or they had been up until this point, in very enclosed spaces where they sort of constantly glitch into the wall and do all kinds of really sort of weird things. It makes a lot more sense to place an enemy like this in a big open space. Makes them a lot more interesting to fight, to be honest. Yeah, it was definitely not Deathblight, because, I mean, I got hit a couple of times. It looked like holy damage, didn't it? It's very interesting. Why would they deal holy damage? That sort of seems backwards, doesn't it? If they're some sort of corrupted being? Yeah, the Death Root, it's just, I guess, in this case, so the other things of these worm things, they've so far been in catacombs, for example, where they do these earth tree burials, and I thought, well, clearly they're corrupted tree spirits. I mean, I think they're called that as well, right? But clearly they're always connected to roots in some form. I mean, the one of them is literally next to the corpse of the Death God in below Stormvale Castle. I just found it interesting because this thing being here kind of does specifically mean that they are the more or less the transformed version of these normal tree spirits, or I guess that's at least my assumption, right? This thing is sort of the transformed, corrupted version of what we usually find next to these minor earth trees. The other tree spirits. They also always deal holy damage, right? So maybe the holy damage is just sort of a remainder of what it once was, and might not necessarily be connected to what it now is. I was just wondering, like, if the other worms were these tree spirits as well, what prompted them to go to the locations where they're now at? Or are there other things as well that might turn into these worms? Does it maybe not always have to be a specific tree spirit or whatever? Honestly, I'm also still a bit blown away by how effective the sword was with the flames. I mean, they're always weak to flames, obviously. All of the tree spirits are, or have been so far at least. But worked a lot better than I expected. I mean, it does help, obviously, that he was distracted by my mimic, but still. I mean, the tree itself is definitely just dead. Although, with all of these plants growing here, what the hell is a golden arrow? With the flowers here, it almost does look like as if the tree is, well, maybe the tree is dead, but almost as if sort of life and nature can still bloom. Like, it's not entirely defeated. Not entirely dead. Okay, I need to look at the items that I got. Oh yeah, probably. They sort of grew into that. It's just weird since, I don't know, I would have thought that there was just one tree spirit per minor earth tree as their protector, more or less. So I'm just wondering where the other worms are coming from. Could also be that they were the actual, like, also tree spirits at some point, and then they got corrupted, went somewhere else, and then for some reason the minor earth tree was sort of able to recover and summon another tree spirit as its protector. Yeah. But obviously that's just sort of speculation. Right, isn't that the first one you encounter, the first minor earth tree, pretty much? I mean, depending on where you go, obviously, but most players would encounter first. There is no tree spirit next to that one, right? Where is it specifically? It's... no, wait. This is the one that I encountered first, I think. And this one has a tree spirit, if I remember correctly. This one doesn't, though, right? Because it's also so, like, it's next to the Mistwoods. It's sort of occluded a little bit. There isn't even really a place for where you could fight one. I was just thinking because I think actually the first time that I encountered one of these worm things is here in the Stranded Graveyard. So I was wondering if maybe that's the corrupted tree spirit of this tree, but nah. It's pretty far away, isn't it? Yeah, maybe that theory isn't really correct then. It doesn't really make sense now that I think about it, right? With the amount of these corrupted tree spirits as well that you can encounter in the game. The tree spirits, I mean, clearly they're connected to the minor earth trees, might be summoned by them or exist for their protection or something, but it's not necessarily like a one-to-one relation where the minor Erdtrees always have to have one tree spirit. They can maybe have multiple, maybe they don't necessarily need to have one at all. Maybe they're specifically summoned by the minor Erdtrees every time they feel in danger or something. And apparently they can also get corrupted and then sort of wander off and can be found in caves and whatnot. Or in Stormbear Castle. I completely forgot to look at the items, didn't I? I don't know. Could do that now. Drawstring fire grease. Just make sure that there's nothing else. It's a bit weird that these wooden things are all stuck in the air still. I think that was the worm. By the way, that's one addition that I really, really like, that I think they haven't really done up until this point. That, like, big, strong enemies can actually destroy parts of the environment, but you as a player can't. It's a pretty cool addition, I feel like. Okay, so I got... let me take a look at the arrows first. Golden arrow. Carved arrows made in tandem with the Erdtree bow. Deals holy damage. Highly effective against those who live in death and able to prevent them from rising again. Okay. So these must have probably been used in the capital then during the time of the Erdtree or whatnot. Do I have that? No, I don't have a bow like this. A bow that would correspond to those. And then I got the 2 tiers, right? This one, Leadenheart tier. The resulting concoction temporarily boosts one's poise. Doesn't seem to be too good. What is this doing, however? Eliminates all FP consumption. This effect is only brief and will quickly expire. Okay, something like this can either be absolutely incredible or completely unusable, depending on how long it lasts. I mean, I guess if you use this, you'd have to have something really, really powerful that consumes a lot of FP so that this would be worth it. Just seems... I mean, it depends on how long it lasts, obviously, but if it already says that it lasts only for a very short time, I always struggle to use those kinds of things, because not only do you have to have a moment during a boss fight where you can actually drink the flask, but then you pretty much have to very quickly also use whatever you wanted to use that for, right? The FP consumption thing. So I don't know how effective that would really be. Okay, this is interesting. Can I jump down there? Maybe with the horse or something. No, that doesn't have to change anything, does it? Huh. So technically this is a dead end, right? Unless I do jump down. But that would go over to the other area, whereas I think... kind of want to stay here first. But then in order to get up here, I would probably have to go over there from here, or as it looks like. Man, this place really is pretty confusing. Also, you can go down there as well. It's kind of crazy to me. Well, no, not down there, but over there as well. How would I do that? Wait, it gives you infinite poise? Okay, well that might... That might actually be better than I thought. Though poise, I don't know, poise has always been somewhat of a weird stat for me. And it lasts, well, 15 seconds is... Okay, it's interesting that there is a spell here that sort of works well with that. Obviously, kind of makes sense that there would be, but 15 seconds is actually longer than I thought it would last. Because typically, I always thought that effects like that tended to last, well, not long enough. I mean, 15 seconds is... With an effect like that, obviously you would assume that it doesn't really last longer than that, but at the same time, yeah. You have to be really, really sure that that's really useful for you. Well, then again, the other effects of the flask are not that much better necessarily. I mean, the what I'm using currently, for example, the oh, right, I was already here earlier. I died. That's why they respawned. Slightly confused there for a second. What I'm using currently is the shield thing, right? Where an enemy can hit you once and it just doesn't deal damage to you. That actually lasts surprisingly long, like, I don't know, 3 minutes or something, or even longer than that. But obviously it expires when you get hit once. In a way, it's a very, very strong effect, but... Oh, right, these things are back here as well. In a way, it's a very strong effect, but at the same time, when you consider that you also have to actually use the flask to be able to get it, a lot of the time what ended up happening for me is that I used the flask, and because I used the flask, I was hit again. So... that made the shield expire right away. This is a bit unfortunate. Okay, I think I'm just gonna, I guess, start from here and look at this place. Because it feels like, so if this leads, this actually doesn't lead here, it leads here. Right? That's where I was. So... And then I went over... Wait, did I go over here? Yeah. So if I assume correctly, then there might be a way to sort of go down this way, and then from here go through this this section. The thing that makes the map in Elden Ring fairly confusing is that there are sections like this, right, where they're on the map, but they're not actually play area, which can be kind of confusing. I mean, this entire section on the coast, basically, you can't... Like, that's not part of the game world, more or less, but it's on the map. And in cases like this, with a lot of verticality as well, sometimes it's really, really hard to tell which parts are part of the map and which are not, or which are inaccessible. The flask that makes you explode. Yeah, that one I actually know about because I saw, I think it was Peeve, during the beta test for Elden Ring. Because obviously you can use that in PvP to make the enemy think that you're healing, but then you're exploding. Yeah, that one I know about. That's really, really, it's actually a really fun thing. I don't know if it would be that effective in PvE, but the spell is called Comet Azure. I guess it just uses a lot of FP. Still, I don't know. Even if it's a very, very powerful spell, I I don't know if I would actually use that particular flask thing. Oh, I can actually shoot in here? It's weird. Because it's still sort of, I don't know. Maybe that's also because of, I don't know, every time there is some form of combo action like that, I always sort of, I think it's a bit of tunnel vision or something, right? You're sort of setting yourself up, oh, I want to use this now, and then you're using the flask, and then you feel like you're sort of pressured into actually doing what you planned on doing. But obviously, if the enemy is just doing something else, or is I don't know, reacting in a way that you didn't really plan for, then it can also really easily backfire, where you're really getting hit a bunch of times, or just don't really pay attention to enemy movement or something because of that. So, but that's just, obviously also depending on me. Oh, wait, guy's back. Wait, why did you leave? I assume he's just going to say the same thing he just said before.
Tarnished. It is the run.
I guess maybe he left because I entered the other area. He might just sort of be following you through that. Wait, you can kill bosses before the effect runs out? Okay, well that... Free big spell of attack. Well, yeah, if you... true. If you're using it right away and you're not too far away from the boss, then I guess it would be pretty good, yeah. What's wrong with that slug? He almost came in here. Okay. Man, there's so much to do. Honestly, I'm really struggling to decide on what to do next. But yeah. Considering that I'm here, I should probably well, technically I could maybe go to Limgrave and do that first task for the manor. Nah. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna start with the prison town church. In this entire castle, or whatever it is. Did I want to do something else first? I can't level up. Is there anybody I need to talk to? Not really. I did want to try talking to Varay, but I don't think, since I didn't really do anything for him specifically, I don't think his dialogue would have changed, right? Since he didn't really have anything to do with the manor. Yeah, I pretty much figured as much, that it would unlock a bunch of things. Yeah, I mean, I could do that, right? The place where it's at, it's really accessible. Hello. It's been a while. Okay, yeah, he doesn't care. Do I want to do that? I mean, the thing is, it's right there in Limgrave, right? Which means that I don't really have to go to any new area or something. Wait, what is it? Oh. Is this? Just noticed that there are a bunch of things here on the outside of the map as well. This looks intriguing. Might just be flavor, though. Oh, the church I'm at right now. I might have... Wait, the Blood Flame Blade does ring a bell. Is that an Ash of War? It's not this, right? Bloody Slash? This direction? I would think... This thing, right? Yeah. Blood Oath Incantation. Seems that I have, fortunately. I do remember there being a scarab here somewhere. It's not the one below the bridge, though. No, there was one below the bridge. Was it this one? No, I think it was this one. Well, yeah. I mean, considering that I'm probably going to spend a bunch of time at the manor right now, I'm just going to go here and try out that task. I hope it doesn't... Oh, well, at this point. I would have done it anyways, so... doesn't really matter. It screws with anything. I wonder how... I assume the game has... I mean, it has to have multiple endings, right? I wonder how sort of early these kinds of decisions actually... How many... What? Are you kidding me? How many of these wolves are here? I'm just sort of wondering how many of these decisions... Oh, that's the summoning thing. How many of these decisions actually influence the ending, and how early you can influence endings. Because typically... I would say typically it's only towards the very, very end of the game where you actually decide on a certain sort of ending or path that you're taking, right? Oh, 6 endings. Ooh. So that's double what they usually have, right? Didn't most of the other FromSoft games have like 3? Something? Or maybe that's just Bloodborne. I always tend to remember Bloodborne the most, because I played that first. Well, technically I played Demon's Souls first, but the first that I played through. Okay, this guy's just... I'm pretty sure that I talked to him, yeah. Guidance of Grace, door doesn't open... Oh, 1 second. Okay. This is very interesting, though, because this looks exactly the same, or at least as far as I remember, it looks exactly the same as the summoning invader thingy sign that you can get at the other Colosseum, with the big pot in front. Yet it's pretty different, right? Wait, if I invade his world... Can I get my runes back? Ah, well, I assume so. Oh, it just gives you a big arena as well. Okay, it makes sense, yeah. Hi. Huh. That's kind of cool that now I am the red person and he's like the normal looking dude. Oh, it also reduces the amount of... Oh no, never mind. Did I actually accidentally already... Maybe I should have healed before I went in here? Ooh. He has gravity magic? Well, that was interesting. Oh yeah, he does heal. What was that? Did he actually use an emote there? Oh, he's actually pretty good in terms of... He feels much more like an actual play. I mean, obviously not like an actual human, right? Humans would probably still react very differently, but the way he fights definitely is more similar to actual sort of PvP gameplay, I feel like, compared to other of these invasion guys that I've done so far. Oh, gives you a rune arc and a fur-calling finger remedy. Okay. I assume those are items that you always get for a successful invasion then? Oh, hello. Scaled helm, armor, gauntlets. Huh. Cool. Kinda wished I knew more about him before killing him, but, oh well. Doesn't change this guy though, right? Usually these ghost things never really change. Still a very interesting spot you fight him in. Oh, so he only had one healing flask then. That's funny that he still tried to heal. Okay. I thought he was actually doing an emote there. That would have also been pretty awesome. You get half the amount of flasks there, that makes sense, okay. So it works actually like a proper invasion. It's just that I think when you're doing like an actual invasion, you don't get the huge borders around you, right? I guess that's because it's an NPC world in this particular case. Yeah, let's see what that did, huh? Oh, this is... wait. Road of Iniquity. Iniquity. Iniquity, okay. Interesting name. Hi. I did what you asked me to do.
You've completed your task. I am pleased. Now you are a recusant true, and a full-fledged member of the Volcano Manor. This is your reward, as promised.
Magma shot. Sounds cool.
Never forget that the recusant fights to tread the path of the champion. The way is tainted, but for this very reason, it is the true path to valor.
Kind of wish she would elaborate on that a little bit. What's this about champions exactly? So that's... ah, there it is. Magma shot. Fire slump of magma that explodes on contact. Doesn't sound too bad, though I wonder how easily you could target that. One of the sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir fires a lump of magma that explodes on contact. After discovering the ancient hexes of Gelmir, Rykard, son of Queen Renala, brought them back into practical use as new forms of sorcery. Right, that's a connection as well. Why the heck did that... Well, I guess that was because I sort of I forgot about Rykard. Right, Rykard is the son of Queen Renala. Well, that makes a whole lot more sense now. That's also because, or that's also why there are all these sorcery connections here with these weird fingers and everything. Is because Rykard, well, is the son of Queen Renala, and therefore probably brought these things with him when he came to this mountain. Discovered new forms of sorcery here. Oh, that's pretty cool. Still makes me wonder, though. What were they going on about with him being, or bringing death on this blasphemous path? What that spirit talked about as well. Because so far it seems as if Rykard is pretty much allied with this mana, and more or less, I mean, does what they're planning on as well? Oh, right, I'd probably have to rest there, yeah. Do want to make sure, though. I don't think they will. They probably just don't react to this at all, right? If I don't rest at the site of grace first. Oh no, never mind. There is. I assume this is the new task.
Have you ever heard any strange sounds here at the manor? Something beyond the walls, like breathing or slithering scales. Oh, Fi, what am I saying? It just isn't possible. I must be tired.
No, you're absolutely correct. It's those weird slugs behind the wall. So she doesn't know about that, and we also can't tell her, apparently.
You've blooded your sword in the hunt. Then
A hunter must hunt.
Once more. Banal. A recusant, just like you.
Banal.
Recusants have particular battle arts, styled to our methods of slaughter. Why not add some to your repertoire?
Did he introduce himself? No, I don't think he did, right? The first time you see him in the War Master's shack, I think he's just called something generic. Which also makes him seem more like a sort of generic merchant. It's kind of cool, but weird at the same time.
You've come to understand now, eh? To take power and make it his own. The recusant must hunt his own kind. To raise the flag of revolt against this sanctified pillaging, we recusants must become the most wretched of predators. All you can do is laugh.
That is weird. He seems to be somewhat... I mean, he was specifically warning us about even sort of entering this manor. Seems to be very... I mean, it could just be that he's sort of very respectful towards what he's doing. Or maybe he doesn't like that he's become this, but he sort of just goes with it. Oh, that's pretty cool. He's got a bunch of new stuff. What is this? Eruption. Skill of the knights who serve at Volcano Manor. Slam armament into the ground, spawning roiling lava which spouts up upon release. Sounds pretty awesome. Assassin's Gambit. Masks the user's presence at the cost of a self-inflicted wound. Grants near invisibility and silences footsteps. What? Where's the picture even supposed to be? I guess there's blood on his hand, but... it kind of looks weird, like a very short knife with a very, very long handle for some reason. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what it's supposed to be. That sounds pretty awesome. Maybe more for PvP rather than PvE, but... At the cost of a self-inflicted wound. I wonder if that permanently damages you or just once. Stormblade, lost skill of Stormrail. I think he sold this beforehand, right? Some of these he already had originally. Yeah, this is what I bought from him at some point. Impaling Thrust, Stamp. Some of these I already have, I think. Warcry. Definitely want to get these two, though. Don't know if I'll ever be using them, but... well, why not?
Until we meet again.
Still so curious about his armor choice. Which does remind me that I did get the armor of that knight. Well, that's not it. Where is it? Oh, I have a bunch of duplicates that I could sell as well. This one, right? Helm worn by Old Knight Istvan. The corroded metal is reinforced with rock-hard scales, making it highly effective against non-physical attacks. Actually looks pretty awesome. Istvan is one of a few Weisen Tarnished who survived to this day. Well, survived. Not anymore, though. Are those sort of just meant to be dragon scales, or are they actually dragon scales? Scaled armor. Honestly, that looks pretty awesome. Doesn't have any kind of additional effect, though. Since these look pretty cool, I wonder if... But they're probably a lot heavier than these. Yeah, a lot heavier. Less immunity, less focus, less vitality, a bit more poise. Maybe I would wanna... I don't know. Does that fit the rest of my armor? It's hard to tell in this light. I don't know. I like the sort of scaly look. Especially since I'm sort of halfway becoming a dragon at this point. At least I think so. According to my eyes. Maybe I should keep that in mind to potentially equip these at some point. I would have to get more endurance though, right? So not completely sure on that. I do like that these have really good stats for like really good resistances though. And again, I mean, I got a bunch of new stuff as well. But I don't really want to wear these. These are weird. Yeah, the other ones... I could wear these, but wasn't really a big fan of them. Really, I mean, well, the skill obviously says that, but I would have thought that it's not actually that great for PvE, because it felt like sneaking around is fairly easy to do against PvE enemies in general. So I wouldn't have necessarily thought that it will be strictly necessary. Well, it's obviously not necessary, but... Wait, is it? Oh, guess not. Okay, let's say what else they comment on. Oh no, then again, wait. Shit. Running around the entire time. I wanted to talk to her again before I reset.
Sometimes
Okay, so she just repeats that. Never mind. Did I talk to her again?
Now you are a recusant true. I am pleased.
Okay. Let's see.
Now you are. I am pleased.
Okay. I wonder if... Did I talk to Patches? I don't think I did.
Ah, hello. This?
Letter to Patches.
You're new here at the manor, but if you complete the request, you can improve your standing. Relax. We're old friends. Time's come to pass the torch, right? Go on, break a leg then.
This little fucker. So he's just giving you the tasks that he's actually supposed to do, right? At least that's... I'm assuming that's what it is? Because it says letter to Patches. A written request from Volcano Manor addressed to Patches, disclosing in the name of a tarnished to be hunted. Great Horned Tragoth. Wait, I know that name as well. He can be found at the ruin-strewn precipice. Find the red mark on your map for the exact location. This little son of a bitch. Wait, Tragoth? Isn't that... Wait, isn't this marked on my map? No, this guy's called Yura. Why do I remember that name? I definitely encountered that NPC before. Wait, is it not on my map, or, maybe I'm missing it. It's in the boss room? The hell? Why? Wait, where do I know the name from, though? I mean, that is... I'm right on that, right? That is actually his task. Ruin-strewn precipice. By the way, I always forget to talk to them again.
Hello again.
Okay, so he...
Try to find it in your heart.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy from you at some point, maybe. Try to get better wares. A very quick look upstairs as well. Kind of intrigued by the upstairs of this, to be honest. Not only because I got invaded here at first, but I don't know, it almost seems like there should be more here, shouldn't there? Guess not. At least not at this point. You mean, yeah, well, Patches... Oh, you mean Trago? Ah, right. He does, doesn't he? Wait, isn't he also... That means he's also part of the group that you meet before the fight actually starts, right? Here in Castle Redmane? That's why I know him. I'm supposed to kill him, though? I don't really... Maybe not want to do that? Wait, what the heck? What? Are you serious? Did she get killed by the slugs, or is she looking for new people? Okay, that's my new letter.
Still alive.
I am.
Well.
Oh, that's my new target, right? Let's see. This one. Riley? The Idol. Can be sold in Altus Plateau. Okay. So maybe that guy the Patches is supposed to kill is at a point where that I haven't uncovered yet, or weird. Okay, where the hell did the girl go? This guy is gone as well. He can't seem to decide whether or not he wants to stay here, apparently. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Is that her? Is she actually like a snake person then? That's why she's like, that's why she has that weird stance, right?
Brave Tarnished, what is your business here? I'm afraid this is not a guest room. What's that peculiar look upon your face? Goodness, am I still a serpent?
You didn't realize?
Oh, how dreadful. How dreadful indeed. Oh, forgive my distress. I ought to be thanking you for treating me as usual. Despite this appearance, Brave Tarnished, this is my true form. My real name is Zarias. Please forgive the deception. Do understand. This duplicity is my own doing. Lady Tanith speaks no falsehoods. And the Volcano Manor is just as it seems.
How am I supposed to believe that when you are suddenly turning into this? Wait, the boss room of the Ruinstone Precipice? I should remember what that was, right? Shouldn't it still be on my map, though? It's a bit weird that it isn't. I mean, I guess it's not my target, therefore maybe it wouldn't be... So she is the same as those weird serpent snake things outside of this manor, right? So does that mean she can also sort of extend her neck like 20 meters or something?
Lady Tanith is my mother. I
What?
am told I was born by the grace of a glorious king. That my mother cherishes this form I inhabit. I am proud of what I am. But people are cruel. If they saw my true form, they wouldn't speak to me. And so I assume a guise when seeking new recruits. But you are not like the rest.
Is that literally or figuratively? That's her mother. She was born as a...
My serpentine form and the name Zarias were secrets, known only to Lady Tanith and I. Now I share the secrets with you as well. Please keep them safe from anyone else. My serpentine, a secret. Now I share this. Please keep them safe.
This is just... I don't even know what to make of this. Wait, but aren't we... I thought we were sort of gonna kill snakes? Maybe? outside? Aren't there, like, enemies that are, like, her? Would she want us to keep them alive? Huh.
Now you are a recused. I am pleased.
Wait, it's morning where you are? Were you up the entire night? Oh, it's a dungeon here. Oh. Right, so that's the boss room where isn't there like a magma worm or something there? But if you want to go, don't let me keep you. It's been really, really fun talking to you.
Did you see
Okay, let's talk about her
the
phone.
girl, Raya.
Raya. I always called her Rhea. Raya.
Well, if she confided in you the name Zarias, then perhaps it is not my place to speak. But as her
Adoptive mother. Okay, that makes lot more sense.
Please be kind to her. Look after young Zarias. Her true visage belies the purity of her heart. Honestly, I hardly deserve the sweet child.
That does not explain where she originally came from, nor who her actual parents are, though, right? So there might still be some interesting connection there to something. See you later. Okay, so wait, there it is. I probably should have just zoomed in on the map, shouldn't I? Tragoth. Wait, doesn't he also? I think that's also the guy. Like, you can also summon him for this particular boss fight, right? The Magma Worm Makar. Pretty sure that you can summon him for that particular fight. Because I think that I did this before I did the Radahn fight. I'm 99% sure I did this before I did the Radahn fight. Which is why I already knew this guy when I went to Radahn. Yeah, that's sort of a lot more troubling, isn't it, though? If they suddenly request you to kill people that have helped you a lot in the past. Then again, I don't really know him, right? Which is also another weird thing, is that you can summon this guy even though you've never really talked or seen him anywhere before. He helped me twice, actually, more or less. Yet now somehow I'm meant to kill him. Though then again, this is Patch's request, technically, not mine. Well, I guess I don't really have to do that right away. This place certainly has been very, very interesting. And not only that, it's completely derailed my plans of actually finally going to the Atlas Plateau, right? Because I originally started off here, and then Raya just sort of led me to the manor, and now I'm here, and doing completely other things, which I don't mind that at all, but holy hell. Well, this'll take a while. Okay, I really need to... Somehow I feel like I might have forgotten about something that I actually wanted to do. Or maybe not. Well, I mean, one thing that I definitely want to do is go back to the round table hold and figure out if there's something else there now that I... Okay, she doesn't actually say anything new. I do want to see whether or not something has changed at the Round Table Hold, now that I actually even killed somebody for the mana, right? I mean, they wouldn't even necessarily know about that, but... Wait, how many... Oh, right, I can... Let me actually... I need to buy this at some point as well, but for the time being, I want to exchange this. Right, these are pretty heavy as well. I could potentially... These might look very, very cool together with my current armor. The Golden Line is said to symbolize Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, and his beast regent Sarosh. From his youngest years, Rodan was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. His armor looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Right, I bought the helmet last time I was here. Since I have the runes, I'm just gonna get them, and then maybe I'm going to actually at some point level up my endurance to be able to wear them. I kind of want to do that, but oh well. Actually, the lighting is a lot better here, so let me quickly take a look. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's see, how does this look? Well, somehow it does fit the outfit, but I'm kind of not the biggest fan of these completely sort of, how can I put it, like, completely, dirty looking clothes. I really don't, it's not the right word to use, I think, but because of the like scales and stuff, it looks like there's like mud or something attached to them, and not the biggest fan of that. I mean, it's fine if for example, like the cloak thing that I'm wearing is clearly also sort of not entirely pristine, but it doesn't look as ragged. Oh, for fuck's sake. This one. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? They're a little bit too big for this outfit, I feel like. Also, the completely black pants beneath them don't really fit the rest, I feel like. Bit of a shame. Maybe I'll stick to the other ones after all. These guys are still doing their business. Fia still nowhere to be seen. Yeah, I don't think that anything's changed in here. That being said, Gideon might comment on me actually using the Grand Lift. I don't think so, but let's see, I guess. It is somewhat weird, though, that they don't really react to me joining Volcano Mana and stuff. I mean, I guess the implication would be that they just don't know about that, right?
I asked you, be thankful of that.
But
That keeps you.
That being said, I don't know. We have so much to do with like divine powers, and the Two Fingers especially, you would assume would kind of feel or know if you were going against their plans.
Journey to the capital.
Okay, yeah, he still has the sand dial. I kind of wish you could talk to him. I mean, well, obviously that would make things really, really complicated if they allowed you to talk to him about things like Volcano Mana. I don't know though. It's a bit weird sometimes that they don't really include those kinds of conversations.
Now you are a recuse. I am pleased.
Okay. Does Raya stay a serpent, or does she turn back to her original form? That somehow. Oh, yeah, she's back to her original form. Somehow, I think it's weird that if she's like a serpent, right? I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's powerful, but you would kind of assume that she had like a good feeling for, I guess, hidden creatures and stuff like that. So it's a bit weird that she was commenting on things being behind the wall. You would assume that she knew about that, right? Okay, so she's just saying the same thing, even though she's back to normal. Okay. Huh. Once again, though, I just realized that again. I know I mentioned that earlier, but it's just really, really interesting to me that both this Volcano Manor, even here, right, even though they're giving you tasks to kill people, much like Ranny as well, all of these opposing factions, well, not all of them. The Three Fingers, not. The Three Fingers and their madness, that's, like, clearly wrong, right? Or rather, it seems to be clearly wrong. But I find it interesting that even a faction like this, that wants you to kill people, still somehow comes across as way more sort of inclusive and sort of understanding and open than the Two Fingers. And honestly, I really don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. It obviously makes things a lot more interesting, because, like, at this point, you really, really can't tell if... Oh, he actually responds. That's interesting. I really, really can't tell if... if the Two Fingers are good or bad. I mean, ultimately, I assume they are neither. It is very interesting, though. So the Two Fingers, there's kind of very little that they actually talk to you about. I mean, obviously, the Fingers themselves don't talk at all, but even everybody that's sort of connected to them, they never really... They really feel like a religion in a way, in a bad way, right? Which is, I'm not saying that religion is bad per se, but it can very much feel as if, how do I put this? They're sort of talking over your head. I feel like that's like a big thing that is putting me off of religion in a way. Hi, what did you just join in on? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what certain things in the game mean, or what the Two Fingers mean specifically, or what they are, what they want. I don't know, but the thing is with religions, right, is that the way they're sometimes talking, or the way that texts are written, I think that's that basically goes back to that they're historic texts, right? Is that they're sort of written with the assumption that most people are just not very intelligent, in a way, right? I mean, you need to remember that the Bible was basically written at a time where most people couldn't read, that's why it was written in the first place, to keep these stories and make them available to everyone. And in a way, sort of priests and stuff from the church, their more or less responsibility was to educate people. So in a way, churches in the earlier times were sort of school and I guess even something like a news outlet at the same time as well, right? But looking at these sort of historic texts, and that's not even, I wouldn't even say that that's only sort of church or more biblical texts, but also other like normal historic texts from like very old time periods, I think are written in a very similar way, where they sometimes feel like they're sort of talking over your head from like a more modern perspective. Because that's what they did. And it's not even, I think it's not even in like bad faith, pun intended. It's more that they had to assume, because that was the actual truth back then. They had to assume that the people were not really educated. Most people, anyway, right? So they had to write these texts in a way that almost in a way that you would potentially write children's books nowadays. I mean, that's why, for example, the Brothers Grimm wrote down their fairy tales in that particular way, right? Because they originally existed as stories to tell children, to educate them, right? So those stories, even though they seem like, fairy tales to us now, their purpose was to educate children and to not make them do certain things, like wander off into the woods alone or something. And again, other historic texts were sort of seemingly written in the same manner, where that's also what the Bible does, right? The Bible has a lot of these, what are they called? They have this specific name where they basically use simple comparisons, right? So they compare the behavior of people to sort of similar things in order to make you understand what is good and what is bad behavior, right? To ultimately educate people. Hey, this is what you should do. You should, share your bread with others, right? So that they also have something to eat, as a simple sort of thing. And they use these comparisons and stuff to show you in a very similar way, or in a very simple way, what sort of good behavior can lead to and what bad behavior can lead to. And what I find so interesting is that, in a way, it very much feels like the two fingers here in Elden Ring. I know that that's like maybe a very seemingly weird comparison to draw, but that's sort of the first thing that I thought of when you really look at the two fingers here. How they're sort of communicating with you or not communicating with you, and how everybody that's associated with them communicates with you, is very sort of religious-like. It's very sort of in that same vein, where they're basically saying, hey, we know what's right for this world. We know how you should behave, so please just do as we say, right? And they're not really doing that in any sort of ill-advised way or something, right? They're not forcing you to do it. They're not essentially they're not doing things that make you let's say uncomfortable. I mean, it doesn't really fit what I was talking about, but essentially, well, they're not really forcing you to do that, right? But they're very, very, very strongly nudging you into a certain direction and saying, hey, this is what you should do. This is what we think is right for this world. And then you're sort of left to your own devices, and they just say, hey, go do that. And in a way, I have no reason to distrust them, which is really interesting, right? They don't really do anything to make you distrust them, mostly because they don't really do anything at all. They sort of just exist and just expect everybody to follow their lead, in a way. I mean, we still don't even really know what they are, or why they exist, or how they were really connected to the first Elden Lord, to Godfrey, how they're connected to the children that we've heard so much about at this point. And I don't know, I just find it really interesting to look at that and say, well, there actually isn't really any reason to distrust them. At least they haven't really done anything to make you distrust them. But on the other hand, they also haven't really done anything to make you trust in them, right? They've never really done anything. They've never really shown that what they say actually translates to sort of a better future for the world, I guess. Whereas the other sort of quote-unquote factions, if you want to call them that, like this Volcano Manor, or Ranni, right, and Raya Lucaria, or the Carrion family, for that matter, they haven't really said anything in terms of the world at all, right? They never said to me, hey, we want to make the world a better place, or we think that by doing this, the world will be mended, or whatever, right? They haven't really promised anything of the sort. Yet at the same time, I kind of trust them a lot more than the Two Fingers, simply because they were open with me, they actually talked to me, they said what they wanted to do, and at least to an extent, why. And I don't know, I feel that that's just a very interesting comparison, in my opinion, to have these. And I'm really interested to see how that actually sort of plays into what will at one point be the end of the game, right? Does it turn out that I mean, since it's FromSoft, we can pretty much assume that it's probably going to be very sort of gray, where you're not really quite sure if whatever you do at the end is good or bad in any sort of capacity, but I do wonder what that leads to, right? I do wonder what do the Two Fingers actually want, and if you do what they want, does that actually result in any good thing? And comparatively, if I now, for example, do things for Volcano Manor, that clearly goes against what the Two Fingers want, yet doesn't really change anything in terms of the world. Doesn't make the world a better or worse place or something, right? It's a very, very, very interesting sort of thought experiment at this point, I guess. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. It has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm doing at this point, by the way, but it's just something that I really needed to think about for a second, and hopefully something that will be in some form addressed by the game. Now I do remember something else that I kind of wanted to try out. I think, isn't that one of those? Yeah, that's definitely one of the these weird mechanical weapon things. One thing that I did want to try. Huh, did it actually notice me? One thing that I definitely want to try at some point I just don't really know if I want to do it now, because it'll probably take a long time. Maybe if I end the stream, I'm going to do it as somehow. I actually do want to sort of go back to Raya Lucaria and try what Patches was talking about originally, which is... Well, hello. Can you not get down here? That's weird. I assume we can probably raise this bridge at some point. But yeah, I want to try what Patches said originally, which is to be captured by this guy in Raya Lucaria at the basement, right? And see if it still teleports you here. Because if it actually does, that would be pretty awesome. I just don't really know. I guess that's why I never assumed that they can actually teleport you or anything, or that they can even capture you, because they just don't really... I mean, obviously they have this like weird door at the front, or something to that extent, that looks like they could potentially, well, capture people in there, but I just sort of assumed that if they kill you, that's it, right? If they kill you, you're just dead. Though then again, funnily enough, doesn't it work the same in Bloodborne? Where they... Oh, wait a second. Let me go back to the Set of Grace real quick. Doesn't it work the same in Bloodborne with the guys that wear the big sacks, burlap sacks on their back that can also capture you? Well, technically it's only one that can capture you, right? But yeah, it works the same way in Bloodborne, doesn't it? Where they're basically normal enemies, but if you die to one specific one, then you get transported to another place, to this like prison thing. Which is quite funny, because you just don't expect that to happen, right? Anyways, I'm gonna take a very quick toilet break, be right back. Alright. I'm back. Let's get back into this. Yeah, so I assume that that's going to be some sort of shortcut at some point, right? The big bridge. So let's go here and try to figure out what's going on here. I like that he's always extending himself like that every time you go down here. Kind of a curious thing. Ooh, he also does have quite a lot of HP. Interesting. Though, in these particular instances, I do always wonder, right? Why are these things hostile towards us? How does that make sense? If Raya is a serpent creature like this as well, then why is this thing hostile? Behold dog, yeah, sure. I don't know. It's just kind of strange to me. Oh, there is another one there. There's actually a lot of guys there. Do I want to go onto the rooftops first, or do I want to go through here first? This, by the way, this looks awesome. Could really be a destroyed medieval town, right? Like, this is also something that, you know, seeing a scene like this sometimes does make me wonder. It's not that I particularly like dislike FromSoft's worlds. I do think that they're sort of pretty cool most of the time, but sometimes I do wish that they would also create a quote-unquote more normal sort of RPG setting, right? I mean, I do think that it's pretty awesome that they create these worlds and the way that they do that and everything. I mean, obviously I like it. They're pretty cool games, but even though they're very different in theme, I wish we would know what it looked like if FromSoft attempted a more traditional RPG world, I guess. Thrill Calling Finger Remedy. Actually, I want to take another look at that description because it's been a while since I read this. Never mind. It doesn't actually have any sort of lore description. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. What is that? Does that just look weird, or is it... No, it's... That definitely looks like an enemy that we haven't encountered yet. Hello. Now that I actually see it, right? Now it's very, very obvious they're actually using the weapon thing that the invader had. I never really paid attention to this. This almost, except for the lighting. But other than that, this does somehow remind me of a section of Bloodborne. With the sort of more enclosed city setting. Pretty awesome. But yeah, I mean, very unclear as to why this place looks so broken and burned down. I mean, it might honestly just be that the volcano erupted at some point and they sort of didn't really plan for that. Although, why would you build your city literally inside a volcano when you didn't plan for it erupting at some point? I don't know. Maybe they didn't know that it was a volcano. Not entirely sure on that, but yeah, I just kind of wonder why exactly this place exists the way that it does. Oh, my mimic's just gonna attack. Okay, great. Oh, nope, that was the wrong button. There's a bunch of them that are destroyed here as well, though. Why the fuck is my mimic throwing holy pots at them? Now he's starting to use fucking magic. I still find these Iron Virgins to be somehow weird. I don't know. Seriously? Somber Smithing Stone. Oh, hello. Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you, Serpent? Holy fuck! That's the crazy thing about the Mimic, right? Is that not only does it use everything you have equipped on you, but it can do so pretty much without using resources, which is pretty crazy in these particular instances. Okay. Somehow, this is a pretty cool level. It definitely makes you feel like you're also sort of missing stuff. I don't think that I have, but yeah. As I said though, it is very, very unclear as to what this level is even supposed to represent. So we came down here from Volcano Manor, which in a way seems to be part of this city or castle, whatever it was at one point. Why is it destroyed though? Why is it destroyed? Why are there these serpent creatures that seem to be very similar to Raya, yet at the same time are hostile towards us? I just wish that they would explain that a little bit more, right? Nothing against mysteries, but why not just drop at least like a hint in here that, oh, I don't know, the volcano has a corrupting presence that made everybody go mad and burn their own city or whatever, right? At least give it a bit of a backdrop as to why it is the way it is, instead of just throwing you in there without any explanation whatsoever and sort of... I mean, it's cool that you can figure it out on your own, right? I don't necessarily mind that. It's just, they tell you so little that at first it always seems sort of unrealistic, I would say. I know that it's a bit weird to speak of settings in FromSoft games as being unrealistic, but you know, even for this world, it doesn't really make that much sense, right? It's just sort of, well, we just killed somebody for Volcano Manor. Wouldn't they be inclined to at least tell us what the fuck happened here, instead of just sort of wildly letting us walk into this without any explanation whatsoever? At least saying, oh, hey, by the way, be careful when you walk down into the village, or something like that, right? I don't know. It's sort of... It's not necessarily a super big deal for these FromSoft games in particular, because not only have they always been like this, but ultimately it's more about the level design and the gameplay rather than... Can you stop killing random things? What the fuck? He just... My mimic just went over there. Oh, hold my beer. But killing somebody, coming back. Oh, nothing. Nothing happened. Not that I mind, it's just kind of funny. But yeah, it's... I don't know. Is there a reason why you're not attacking me? Oh. Well, he's attacking it. Oh, for fuck's sake. It can be very annoying, though, when that attack doesn't actually connect with your opponent, right? I don't know, it's a very, very cool attack with this blast of magic, but at the same time it's also kind of... can be very underwhelming as well. These things are very weird. Weak, but weird. Well, maybe they're weird too, but they're definitely weak. Also, it's so very strange to me that despite... Well, I mean, okay, as far as we know, this village or castle isn't necessarily connected to what Volcano Manor is doing now, right? I mean, technically... The fact that the manor is now opposing the Two Fingers can sort of be a recent decision. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's always been like that, and it doesn't mean that they always want to continue like that. It's just that in this particular instance, I think they're not really too keen on what the Two Fingers are currently doing, and that's why they decided to sort of move against them. But at one point in time, this city was clearly aligned with the Earth Tree, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have all these tree symbols in here. Which does make me wonder what happened at the end of the day. Crimson Amber Medallion. Also, that's everything that I get for this? Oh, that was my mimic. Greatly raises maximum HP. Also, this is +1 for some weird reason. Whereas this is +2. I wonder if that's... That would be weird if it's random, right? I like the reflections in the blood. They're partially very low res, but they still work well, I think. Also, why do these statues have wings? They look like eagle serpents or something. Absolutely no idea what that's supposed to mean. Okay, that looked kind of weird. Ooh. They seem to have like a weird funny waddle, don't they? Like when you see them sort of just walking towards you, it looks very, very funny. Okay. Well, I kind of expected that it wouldn't open from this side. Holy fuck, this is huge. So... Honestly, this might actually be the way to continue, now that I think about it. Or maybe they're both. It's honestly kind of hard to tell. That's a weird repeating texture. Oh, that's just a broken... I thought this was an iron version as well, but... It just seems broken. Yeah, that's just broken. Doesn't even have a head anymore. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why did my mimic go... of course it... I went out of range, I think. Oh well. Is there somebody down there? Sounds like it, doesn't it? Maybe it's coming from somewhere else. There are a lot of freaking paths here. But what I was going to say is that the serpents seem to have quite a high amount of HP for like a fairly normal enemy. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just the weapon that I'm using currently. I don't know. I mean, they're not really threatening at all, but... it's weird to a degree. Who the hell is making these sounds? Man, I really like the aesthetic of this. The fuck? Somebody clearly jumped down somewhere. That was a weird sound. Might have been him. Are they hanging in the air? Or what are they doing? Yeah, he fell down. What the hell is going on with them? Are they, like, tortured by being suspended above sort of heat? Or what's going on there? fuck, there's a lot of places you can go to here. Wait, I can't jump over there though. I don't think. But yeah, I mean, seeing all these sort of cool structures, towers, what have you, somehow they all really make me wish that FromSoft would do a game in this style that is just a more traditional RPG world. I think they fell down. So that's interesting. We found an Albinauric blood clot. So they're also part of this. That's another sort of part of this game that I haven't really figured out. The Albinaurics and where they came from, what they're supposed to be even. Are those slugs? Magma slugs or something? Holy shit, this is a big level. I mean, clearly, it sort of looks like as if the volcano erupted at some point, right? And just completely annihilated this village. Just a castle up top that's still standing, more or less. Volcano Manor is still part of this, though. That's the interesting thing. You would assume that they, I don't know, would abandon this village together with like everything else or something. Really. Can I kill them from here? I mean, they don't seem to be particularly threatening. Other than the fact that they can potentially drop down onto you. The fuck are they? What the hell is going on? So they're clearly... Well, is it so clear, right? That's the question here. It looks as if they've been sort of... Oh, hello. Here's another one. It looks as if they've been sort of potentially captured or forced to endure weird experiments or something like that. Definitely strange, right? What is this thing that they're sitting in? Did they subject themselves to this? Or were they captured like this? I feel like I should almost know that. I feel like there's definitely information about these Albinaurics and stuff that I'm sort of forgetting here. Also, I'm really not sure if I'm walking the right way. What? What the fuck was that? That looked as if their eyes were sort of coming out of the thing that he was wearing, right? I guess they were also subjected to these experiments with creating some sort of new lord out of these mimic tears, and maybe sort of stopped halfway through the transformation or something. This is really, really reminiscent. I think I actually said that at some point in the past as well, that these things reminded me a lot of the weird patience in the Bloodborne DLC. This is just... Holy fuck. That just looks wrong. But yeah, they remind me of a lot of the patients in... I don't actually remember what it was called, like the level itself, but they definitely remind me a lot of those patients. In Bloodborne they had like a sack on their head as well. And this does look very similar to that. Again, just wondering if... Did they try this themselves, or were they... How is this all connected? Why are they suddenly here? Ah, that's what they're doing. Okay, so when they're screaming, they essentially they're calling for the friends, more or less. Okay. For some reason the other guy isn't attacking me though. Wait, when did I... Did you not see me? When did I fill up my FP? What the fuck are you doing here? Ooh. How did that not work? Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, they are somewhat threatening because of their HP pool, right? Because, like, you definitely take a couple of hits to kill them. Ah. Wait, there is a Site of Grace here already? Did not really expect that, to be honest. Well, I mean, that's maybe because it's somewhat confusing. Jumping ahead? Okay, so you can potentially go down there. Somehow you can definitely also go all the way down there, I think. Because that's... I think that's where the other sort of castle-like structure was. At least that's what it looked like. And another summoning pool, even. Summoning pools are still very, very weird. I wonder why they decided to make that sort of separate instead of just placing them next to the Sites of Grace. Or not placing them next to the Sites of Grace, but just making the Sites of Grace a summoning pool, right? It could literally be that summon signs would just appear next to the Sites of Grace. Definitely wonder why they opted for a separate thing. Guest hall. So, what's up with this guy then, for example? Did the experiments not really work on him, or was he sacrificed earlier? It almost seems as if you're able to actually go down almost into the lava itself. Which makes me wonder if I maybe need like a lot of fire resistance or something. You can definitely jump down there, right? That's what the message said as well. You can jump down there, and that then leads you around the building. This seems like this is where the level actually continues then. Yeah. Jump down there, and then it's against those magma slugs and whatever. Does make me wonder if this is the actual way to progress. Though it might also be... It kind of looks as if that village over there actually loops back almost to the same location, doesn't it? There's actually a ladder here. You don't even have to jump down. You can just walk. It's very intriguing that the magma slugs are in the lava itself, because that makes me that's what sort of hints at the fact that you can also enter the lava. I mean, it might be very, very damaging, but it does seem to be actual play space rather than sort of a drop, right? Because it could also be like literally just like the ocean, basically, where you would just drop to your death. I wonder if I can fall down here. I can. Well, it's definitely very, very strange that you can stand so close to it without being damaged by fire, because in real life this would be excruciatingly hot, right? You would be able to survive this. This does seem like a very weird section, though. Halfway expecting like a big monster to be down here. I swear, if there's one of these worms down here as well, that would be annoying as fuck. Doesn't even look like there's an item here, though. Futility. Are you kidding me? Is there literally nothing here? What? Huh? Where the hell does this exist then? Did they sort of forget about this? Or what? Did I actually walk out there, by the way? Might have forgotten about that. Or not realized where that was. I don't know if that's really a gorgeous view. I wonder if you'd be able to run over there, though then again it doesn't really actually look like there's something there in the first place. Well, this is weird. So, am I now stuck down here? Is there actually no way to go back up? Because then they might have really just overlooked this. Or maybe they planned on this being a play space at some point and just forgot about it or something. I kind of don't want to teleport back to the site of grace, because that would mean that all the enemies respawn. But I don't actually think I have a choice. The thing is, if I don't have that many runes, but if I jump in the lava and it kills me, my runes are probably down here, which would be very annoying. Though, now that I think about it, it might actually be worth going the other way. Let's see here. Also, if I teleport, I can summon my mimic back, right? interesting. I think the serpent thing on the outside actually notices when he screams, right? At least it sort of seems like that's the case, or at least I thought I heard her. It, whatever. Their waddle is really cute. I'm not gonna lie. The way they're moving is really funny, especially when they're upright. If you get them from behind, they are actually quite easy to defeat, which is interesting. Okay, let me see here. I kind of don't want to deal with all of these guys. Not that they're especially hard to deal with, but... Are you serious? Oh, hi. I wonder if they can actually hurt you when they drop down onto you. Nope. Wait a second. Where the hell is the balcony? I think you might have actually... I think you might have to get onto the roof and drop down to it? It is actually quite intriguing that they're dropping volcanic stone. Kind of makes me wonder what they're made out of. Okay, so... Ah, fuck, there was another one here. The problem is if I drop down from the roof, I feel like it might actually kill me. Well, maybe not. That was weird. Did I get lucky there, or... Be wary of ill-omened creature. Oh, hello. Ew, what the fuck were they doing with these guys in here? So, either these weird creatures are sort of the evolution of what they're trying to become, or they're the guys running this experiment. Or maybe both. Grab the item first, maybe. Albinoric staff and mask. Okay. The mask almost makes me think that that's what they're after. Sort of carving off their head and just wearing it as their own. Oh. You have less HP than I thought you would have. Great Omen Killer Cleaver. Okay. Makes things even more mysterious. That thing straight up looked like a Japanese demon, didn't it? Like one of those Oni things from, what's the game? Neo? Okay, let's actually look at all of this. So I got this cleaver thing. If I can find it. This one. Another weapon with bloodlust buildup. Omen Killer. The blade of this huge, loathsome cleaver comprises a row of amputated omen horns. Weapon of slaughter wielded by omen killers. Okay, well that makes sense. If they kill omens, then they would use their horns on their weapon. Okay. The thing is, it looked like an omen. Or am I confusing what omens are? The hideous horns cause blood loss, adding vibrant colors to the ongoing mayhem. Okay. And the Elbenoric staff. Short staff with a blue glintstone embedded, wielded by the Elbenorics of old. The Elbenorics harbor a secret. They cast sorcery using their innate arcaneness. Okay, so this is scaling with arcane then. Interesting. So this would then be potentially a very good staff to use for the dragon incantations, possibly, right? Because they don't they scale off of our arcane, or at least you need arcane to use them. So I think they also sort of scale off of that. Innate arcane magic. I feel like I'm sort of missing something big with the Elbenorics and everything, but Elbenoric mask. So that's basically a head that has been cut off, right? Mask made from the largely unaltered hide of a young Elbenoric. Raises arcane, but reduces the HP recovery effects of the Flask of Crimson Tears. A far cry from Godskin, this Elbenoric hide mask is the product of malicious mockery. Oh. So they're somehow connected to the Godskin nobles then? Man, this is getting more confusing by the minute. Honestly, I can't really even keep up with all the different sort of connections here. Also, I don't really remember what the Elbenorics were in the first place. Aren't they some sort of ancient race with sort of ancient arcane magic, right? And then we see a lot of them just sort of casually strolling about in the Urnia. And it was really unclear to me how they're actually connected to the sorceress and how they're, because it seemed as if they're sort of living alongside each other, yet at the same time might also try to use one another for certain things, or at least the Elbenorics seem to be used for a lot of things. Because that's also where we find the village of the Elbenorics, where they seem to have been slaughtered, more or less, right? So that does seem to be connected to this place then, in a way. The question is just why and who would do that? Also makes me wonder, well, what does that specifically mean for the well, this leads back down, right? Yeah. That does make me wonder what that means for these things here that look like they're wearing like a hood that's sort of come alive through magic or something. Because I thought that these guys were Elbenorics as well, or at least might be somehow connected to them as well. Yet at the same time, they're kind of not. I don't know. That's also what confuses me a lot, because we met that one guy. He was called Albus, right? And by the description of what he gave us, he seemed to be an Elbenoric. Yet at the same time, the actual Elbenorics look very different in a way, right? Don't they? So I'm just kind of struggling with, well, why is that? Do they... Maybe they just have this giant head when they're still young? I mean, the mask specifically mentions that it's the head of a young Elbenoric, right? So maybe that's what it is? That... that when they're young, they have these large heads, but when they grow older, they're just sort of normal-looking dudes? Very, very hard to tell. Okay, it does seem as if I've sort of done everything here, though, right? Didn't I already kill the serpent this time around? I think I did, didn't I? So I want to go back to the other side of the bridge before I continue here. I mean, I can always continue here because there's a side of grace here. So, check out the other side of the bridge. One guy is sort of still sitting on the ground. How do they even drop down? I mean, look at that guy. How can he suddenly decide to drop down? Oh. Oh, that was a fire. For a second there, I thought I heard a thing. Okay, let's grab my mimic. There is another one of these Oni-looking dudes. I'm honestly quite confused at them. What they're meant to be, or why they look the way they do. I always forget all the fucking spells that I have equipped. And then my mimic just starts using everything. Oh, that other Iron Virgin actually goes all the way down here. Behold, dead end. It is indeed. Does it turn around and go back up again? Oh, it does. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Really? Oh, great. I can just not damage him while he's damaging my mimic. Very, very cool. At least now I know how they potentially teleport you, right? Also, I think they should drop way more runes than that, but oh well. To be honest, that's still something about the game that I find very, very weird. The amount of runes that specific enemies give you is all over the place. And honestly, very, very inconsistent. Has seemingly nothing to do with the actual strength of enemies that you fight. So I'm really not sure about that. Are you fucking serious? Oh, you know what? One thing that I just remembered that I completely forgot about is the guy, like... Okay, calm down. Hey, he dropped the same weapon again. But yeah, Oh. Did he get stuck in the ground, or is there something beneath us? Might have got stuck in the ground. Well, I just remembered. I mentioned the village of the Albinorics, right then, right? And there was a boss enemy in that particular village that looked exactly like these guys, and in fact probably had the same name as well, Omen Killer or something. which is indeed very peculiar. Definitely wonder how these things are connected. Oh, just killed him. Yeah, I didn't actually think about that before, but yeah, was exactly the same type of enemy, which is why they seem so familiar to me. Though I still don't really get, like, why would they look like that? It's as if they're looking exactly like what they're trying to kill for some reason. Earth Tree Seal. The hell is that? Am I blind, or is that not a talisman? Oh, wait. Is it for using incantations? Aren't those things called seals? It is. 40 faith. Okay. Well, that's the Elden Ring, isn't it? A formless sacred seal decorated with an Earth Tree crest, once the focus of religion in the lands between. Even though the Elden Ring is shattered, and the Earth Tree has dulled from its former radiance, earnest faith continues to hold the answers. Okay. It doesn't actually seem to be that good. Wait, so it deals holy damage? How does that work? Does that mean that all your incantations automatically also deal holy damage? Even if it's like a flame or something? Or lightning? That is weird, isn't it? Also, how does that work? Because that's what I find really, really confusing still, because I just haven't been able to test it. Because there is a bunch of staffs as well. There are staffs that, but at least they like boost specific sorcery. For example, this one, right? This says, as a passive effect, boosts full moon sorcery. And then the sorcery scaling itself is only 60. Which I assume means that the full moon sorcery will have an insane scaling, or at least will be a lot better compared to if you're using it with a normal staff. But everything else will suck. That's at least what these stats suggest. But now I'm not so sure anymore, because this, I mean, if this, look at this. This has 162 incantation scaling. This has 60. I mean, obviously it's not leveled, but you would assume that everything just deals 1/3 the damage, basically. I know that's probably not how it works, but isn't that weird? I don't think that the additional holy damage would sort of counteract that. Unless it's specifically very, very strong with holy incantations, maybe? I wish they would be clearer in their communication there. I mean, to a degree, it's fine that you sort of have to test that on your own, right? I mean, I don't necessarily have anything against that. But, well, I said that at some point as well, is that it's just very, very hard to test, because you'd have to have basically one unupgraded seal, and then that unupgraded seal, and then you could test it, and even then it would probably be somewhat difficult to find an enemy to properly test it on. And I don't know, the behavior of these can vary drastically when they get leveled up, right? Because they change their scaling. You don't know what they changed their scaling to, right? You don't know whether or not they will have like an S scaling or not. There's just so many variables and unknowns that it becomes very, very difficult to decide on whether or not you actually want to use these, right? And I don't know, I wish that would be a little bit different. Wait. Wait? Visions of jumping. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to jump over there. You think I can make that jump? I mean, I'm definitely going to die if I fall down, so... Well, that's weird. From the other side, somehow I thought that there was like a normal staircase here, but that doesn't actually seem to be the case. Maybe I need to go the other way around. This place is pretty big, to be completely honest. Also, I'm wondering, should I activate a rune art at this point? I mean, as soon as I activate it, I'm probably just gonna die. But I don't know. It doesn't necessarily seem to be a reason to not activate it at this particular point. Let's just deal with this guy first. Okay, so I basically already went down that way, so this time around I'm gonna try to see what's up with the roof. What the fuck? The weird thing is, was I already on that roof? I feel like I'm already missing a couple of places again. Though I do have to say it's very, very hard to sort of keep track of all the, I guess, surfaces I've already been on. To be completely honest, this level does make me sort of curious about how this game would have been. Wait, do you just have an insane amount of HP? That's weird. That serpent seemed to have a lot more HP compared to the other ones. But yeah, it does make me wonder if they had kept a couple more of the movement options of Sekiro. How different a game like this could have been. What? Oh, that actually still extends? Interesting. Okay, so I think I actually have to jump down at this point. Okay, you can go up there. So I think there are 3 items that I still need to get here. If I'm correct about that. Bye-bye. Mimic going absolutely havoc again. He's just killing everything down there. But that's where I went earlier, right? That's where I have to drop down to? He's just... Holy fuck, man. He's just literally killing everything. Wait. They can sort of throw you. Good to know, I guess. Also, that makes... Well, I mean, that's not exclusive to your Mimic, but that makes summoning even more OP because he could sort of just drop down to the enemies, kill them, and then be teleported back up to me, right? I mean, look at this. He's just going He's just gonna go ham on him, kill him, I get the souls, or the runes rather, and then he's gonna teleport back up to me, since I'm still standing here. Pretty brilliant. Okay, let's see, I need to go... Ooh. Actually, I need to make sure to not fall down. Once again, really, really cool sort of medieval city design. I mean, obviously a bit more sort of... well, not convoluted, but... like, medieval cities wouldn't have this verticality to them because they wouldn't have been able to build them this way, but it's still a very, very cool, like, city design. It's crazy. He's just standing behind me, bam, with this giant fire thing that my weapon can do. Okay. Do I need to jump on top of that? No. I think it's just that one item that I'm still missing. I guess... Well, now I jump down. Really not entirely sure how... I think there's like another way that you can potentially jump down to in order to get the item on the staircase. That wouldn't be from here though, would it? Kind of don't want to teleport because that means that you have to deal with all the enemies again, though there's quite a lot of enemies here as well that I haven't dealt with. That thing in particular. How did that not hit? I don't get it. Sometimes that just doesn't hit, and it's very unclear as to why. Seriously. Well, now it did hit. It actually has arms! I never noticed that before. Were those mechanical, or were those... sort of flesh-like? It was actually very hard to tell what they were. Okay, so now I can jump back onto the roof. So technically there should be a way to continue here somewhere, but this is definitely too high. This is very, very weird. Some of these jumps seem to be sort of exactly at the point where you don't die, which... I really, really don't like that it's designed this way. Like, that's definitely too high. Not here, yeah. But doesn't seem like there's any other way. Unless I missed something, but it doesn't even look like... It's pretty much a solid wall, right? Windows are boarded up. I need to keep that item in mind. That seems to be very, very difficult to get to. And that's just the original sort of place. Wait, can I somehow get back up? Or do I have to go... Oh, I can, actually. Huh, what a weird jump. Didn't think I was going to be able to make that. This should be fine. Yes. Hi. Okay. That's where I already was. He's just going ham right away. Okay. I'm gonna lose my mimic here though. Unfortunately, this is out of range. Why are there messages there? Why would you... What the fuck? Okay, so I guess I need to go onto this roof then. I mean, this very much seems to be an optional path, I think. From here I can definitely not get over there, and that's the path where you can get to from that side of grace. And that seems to be their graveyard, more or less. It's interesting that my mimic is still here. Technically now I'm closer to the summoning point again, right? I'm just way further below. Interesting sarcophagus. Likely fat coin purse. Because it's like a very ostentatious coffin? I guess that makes sense to a degree. Oh! What's going on here? Wait, that's not Alexander. I halfway expected him to be here because we saw his message at the start of the level, right? Or, well, not really at the start of the level, you know what I mean. Smoldering shield. I guess they're passive as long as I don't attack them, though? I don't know why the small one is running after me, but I do suspect that as soon as I attack it, the big one's gonna attack me too. I think. I don't know why the small one's so intent on chasing me, though. Cemetery. Well, we do sort of know that these jars are kind of used to store sort of life energy, in a way. Maybe in this particular case they're sort of sitting in front of whose ever life energy they had inserted into them? Maybe? Huh. Somehow I don't think this is the correct path either to get to that item. It does somehow feel as if there might be a way to either get rid of the lava or at least do something to it? Maybe? I don't think you can make that jump. No. Can't even jump high enough this way. And sort of sprinting and jumping does get you somewhat higher, but not high enough. I don't think you can jump that. I mean, the reason why it's... I mean, there's that item there as well, right? But I think you're supposed to actually jump over to that thing. This is really weird, though. Why is the small one attacking me? The big one's just sitting here. I can target them. I can't talk to them. It's just weird, right? Wait, Tryfinger's butthole? Here? Where? What is that in reference to? Ooh. Okay, so you can sort of stand on it, but it'll probably deal quite a bit of damage. Wait, is this literally just a... What? So... I guess I'm supposed to jump over here? Yeah. What the hell? This wasn't even worth it. Huh. Anyway, at least that means that I'm... As far as I can tell, I've pretty much looked at everything here, right? So the only way to continue would be over here. I feel like. I still think that there might be some other connections here that I'm currently not really aware of, potentially. Like, what I mean by that basically is that there is definitely this sort of outside, or, well, it's not necessarily a connection, but there has to be a way to get to this place somehow, right? And I was sort of suspecting that maybe something in here led us down there, although now that I'm looking at it, maybe not. But that's definitely very, very hard to tell. I mean, there's a bunch of really weird connections here, for example, right? There seems to be like a giant stone that leads you over here. Maybe there's some sort of connection here where you can get over there. But very hard to tell if that would actually be the case. Of course. Okay. Good. So they're not very strong, at least. Oh, and they die immediately from my magic. Well, it does seem, though, as if I would have maybe been able to go back this way through the lava, right? Seems as if you're not dying immediately if you stand in the lava. So I probably could have just tried running over here. That is very weird, though. I don't know, that seems... Well, I mean, in a way it's obviously consistent with past FromSoft games. In Dark Souls 1, for example, you're actually running through lava quite a lot. I don't know, with the way this particular lava looks, though, I honestly think that it's a bit weird that it would be this easy to go around this place without being burned. Ah, fireproof liver. Yeah. Honestly, it seems like I don't even necessarily need any items against fire. Ooh. That was weird. Bunch of slugs. The ease with which you can traverse the lava, though, does make me wonder a little bit whether or not there are places that you can get to that you sort of don't really think about, because you'd literally have to run through a whole bunch of lava to get there, and it just seems like that's sort of weird. I mean, this in and of itself is strange, right? That they would let you... I don't know. This level is definitely different than what I expected from it, which obviously is not a bad thing per se. I mean... Honestly, I think the lava actually pretty much works like it does in Dark Souls 1, doesn't it? Sort of, it slowly damages you a little bit with each tick. Wait, let me get this first. Definitely very weird. Oh, that was the body. For a second there, I thought something was climbing out of the lava. I mean, stuff like this. Well, obviously, this whole town has been submerged, more or less, in lava. Something of it dried up. Most of it's still liquid. But... Is there like an additional way to get up there? Why? What did he just throw at me? That wasn't poison. It was something else, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it also just didn't properly connect or something. Okay. I definitely have to keep that one item over there in mind. Other than that, though, I do think that I've mostly gotten everything. Before I go up, though, I definitely want to check out this place as well. This definitely looks like a section that you normally wouldn't necessarily think to go to, maybe? Though in a way, these platforms are very sort of obviously spread apart in a way where they seem to be able to be jumped over. Okay. This I didn't quite expect. Yeah, I do want to continue here, though. It sounds as if there are footsteps somewhere, but why? Oh, it's another one of these magma lava things. Can you break through that? Can you break that for me, or this might actually be somewhat of a bug. I don't think he's supposed to appear quite yet. I think he's probably supposed to wait until you actually go around the corner. But wait, are you supposed to run through the lava here? That's weird, right? How this works? Very weird. Just want to make sure that there are no sort of surprise enemies hidden somewhere. Okay, let's get the Mimic. Most annoying part about this would probably be trying to hit him while not getting into the lava. I do remember these guys not necessarily being too difficult, because they're very, very slow for the most part. Well, up until that point, I guess. What the fuck was that? That did hit me. I always forget that they also have this very cool animation for like a weak spot in that particular case. Oh, oops. My Mimic's just standing in lava the entire time and just doesn't care. Oh. There was still lava on the ground though. Mimic just doesn't care, right? The fuck was that? Also, I completely forgot that they dropped Dragon Hearts. And he didn't even... How many runes was that? Like 5,000 or something? That's ridiculously low. Well, I mean, then again, I guess it was very easy to defeat. I don't know. I still find that weird, right? If this is not a boss enemy, why give them so many... so much HP? So many... That's what I don't really understand. I mean, it's completely like, obviously they're a very, very tough, big thing, right? Essentially a dragon, which is why they dropped the Dragon Heart as well. But they're also just a random enemy, right? They're nothing special in this case. Okay. Going through the lava is excruciatingly slow, but very, 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 very much not dangerous at all. Which is kind of weird. Also, there literally wasn't any kind of cool reward here, right? It's just, oh, you get another Dragon Heart. That's it. You can even summon for this. Weird, right? These are decisions where I'm really not sure why. I mean, looking at this isolated, there's nothing wrong with this, like, at all, right? But when you then think about other dragon encounters, for example, the one at Ranni's sort of church on top of the plateau, it just seems very weird that there is 3 dragons there. 3! That have equally as many hit points as this thing. but you can't summon there. You can, however, summon for the boss dragon there, that has an actual boss HP bar. For this thing you can summon as well. I don't know. It's just... seems weirdly inconsistent to me. I mean, maybe they're just sort of trying to keep it fresh that way, right? Make it different every time. But... yeah, I don't know. I don't even really know. So the whole point of this entire section is just to get another Dragon Heart? At this point in the game, that really doesn't seem to be overly interesting, to be completely honest. Right? It seems kind of a waste of space. I mean, at least, I don't know, they could have given him a better form of a talisman or something, right? I mean, clearly +1, +2 talismans are a thing, so why not give this thing a better talisman of some sort? Okay, that's another snake person. Technically, I'm still fairly close to the... oh, he has another weapon. And he's kind of going crazy. Whoa! Okay, I did not expect that to actually hit. Wait, what? For some reason it didn't activate my L2 R1 magic burst thing. Hey, do we actually get an elevator? A while since I've seen something like this. There are actually... wait, 2? Are you kidding me? There's one that literally leads down to this boss? Not boss? Whatever? What? Why does this exist? I mean, it's cool that it does, don't get me wrong. This is actually pretty awesome. But... huh? Makes this area a lot more special than it actually is, doesn't it? Like the sort of environment, the way how you get to it, the fact that there's an actual elevator leading here seems to suggest that the area itself would be a lot more important, but it's just not. Also, one thing that I always find curious with these particular things is that clearly this has to have been built after the city was destroyed. But then you kind of left wondering who in their right mind would want an elevator down into a lava pit in a destroyed city. Why would you start building this? This doesn't even really look safe. It's a wonder it works at all. Right? Who the hell are you? Isn't that sort of weird? I mean, in the context of the game, obviously it works out, right? Because it's kind of a cool elevator and... I don't know. Works well as a means to let the player continue. Isn't that... Have I encountered somebody like this before? I don't think so. There might have been similar enemies. He does remind me somewhat of one of the enemies that I fought at the bottom of the Divine Tower in Caelid, where I still haven't defeated the boss enemy. Looks very similar to that, but not entirely sure. There might have also been an enemy in Nokron or Noxtella that looked similar, I think. Really not sure though. Try down? What? Oh! Wait, why are there platforms to jump down to? Can you actually jump down there? Wouldn't that just lead to the dragon thing down there though? Oh no, never mind, there is a cave. That's kind of a difficult decision. The problem is that I don't really have that much healing left. Wait. Why would somebody write boss ahead this way? I mean, sure, there might be boss inside, but why leave this particular message? Okay, so I mean, I guess getting back here would be too difficult. I don't have any healing left, right? It's actually looking at me. The only thing that could make this really annoying is if he has, like... Okay, never mind. For fuck's sake. Well, that makes this thing easy. He didn't even... I think he didn't even really know how to react to that. Well, now he's dead. I'm still hearing somebody walking around. Sounds like... Oh! Wait a second, is that where... Is that where that cave leads towards? Probably, right? Huh. Doesn't necessarily seem like there's anything there, though. Okay, so this then... Yeah, this clearly is some sort of boss room. Looks pretty awesome as well. Which hopefully means that I'll be able to activate this giant bridge from this side. Because that'll lead me back towards the Set of Grace. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, we get a cutscene for this as well? Honestly, I know I said this as well at some point. I think 2 days ago, right? I wish the game would just have more cutscenes. I do appreciate the way they let you talk to NPCs because they don't take away... Like, there's definitely an argument to be made that it's kind of cool to not have sort of your control over your character taken away during dialogue, right? That's definitely a thing that has its place, but... I don't know, if we have cutscenes like this in the game, I just kind of wish that there would be more, right? Put in more cutscenes for specific enemy encounters / NPC encounters / dialogue / whatever, right? So... One second. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Just makes me wonder. I mean, well, I don't know. Having cutscenes here... Wait, why is there a fucking fog gate behind the whole thing? That's weird. Also, that cave does seem to lead somewhere completely different. Wait, is that the cave? But yeah, it just... I don't know. Somehow, it might not fit at all. In particular cases, it might fit. It is honestly hard to tell. Does make me wonder to a degree if they potentially even tried to incorporate a couple more cutscenes. and decided against it for various reasons. I would actually be very interested to sort of know about that, right? And to maybe see some sort of, I don't know, behind the scenes documentary or something where they mention something like that. Unfortunately, it's very rare that questions like that are actually asked in the first place and also answered by developers. I don't know. I'm just really interested in the decision-making process in those particular cases, right? Okay, 3,100 something. Wait, these are 5,000. What are these again? 2,5, okay. 77, so about 600 something. 4 of these. Holy shit, why do I have 27 of them? That is also, by the way, still something that I'm very, very confused about, is why the skulls that you just randomly find in the open world, why they still only drop the basic 200 rune thing. Because when I first encountered those skulls, I thought that, that's a way with how they sort of make sure that the player sort of can keep up with the level of certain zones. I thought that they would sort of use that to indicate what specific levels certain zones are, right? So that when you enter a new zone, you would think, oh, now I'm suddenly finding these skulls that drop 1,000 runes per skull or something, right? They're not actually doing that, which I find really peculiar, because at some point there's honestly the question of, well, do I even pick up the skulls, right? Do they even serve a purpose anymore? Because even having 27 of them, I think that's not even a level. It's not even half a level, I think, right? So it's just kind of strange to me that they would do it that way. I don't know. Okay. Well, do I want to check out what's behind that door? Wait, before I do that, let's try and jump down to the cave to make sure that I've sort of completed everything here before taking a look at the boss. I don't really know. Well, depending on how difficult or easy the boss is, I might try to kill it or not. Might be easy, might be not. Sometimes hard to tell with these things. Oh! Honestly, did not expect to still get the backstab off. Bye-bye. No idea what he tried to cast there, but... See? He doesn't even drop 1,000 runes! Are you kidding me? Why? That is so weird. I would expect an enemy like... I mean, think about it. Currently, well, maybe... Okay, so technically I'm probably over-leveled for this area. Fine. But at the same time, even if I wouldn't be over-leveled, let's say I would need 50k runes per level, the amount that he drops is still ridiculously low. I honestly... I mean... Funnily enough, you can still level somewhat easily, right? So it's not like it's difficult to level or anything. It's clearly not. But... Oh. I don't know. I do find it strange the way that they distribute levels and runes. Wait, how... Oh, I guess I have to walk over there then? Why? Oh, whoops. technically I should die walking into this lava, right? Because previously the giant bridge was down here. Technically there should be no ground beneath the lava, but somehow I feel like I wouldn't die. But, oh well. What's the point of this, though? It doesn't even look like there's necessarily a lot of items here. Well, that clearly kills you. Is this another place where you can jump down? Or is there an actual elevator leading down here? I don't actually think so. Maybe? Does that work? Sometimes I think they're gonna kill me here, but... What is the point of this place? The only thing... Like, visually... The lava looks pretty cool. Good luck. What the fuck are they talking about? Visually, the lava looks pretty cool, but it's definitely way too fast, right? Actually, magma in real life does. Wait. Oh, he's trying to attack me. Magma in real life does move fairly fast, like way faster than you would expect it to, which is also why people sometimes, I think I heard about it, or I heard about that at some point, where people sort of died next to a volcano because they underestimated how quickly lava moves, right? So it can really be dangerous because you'd think that it moves fairly slowly and then it kind of doesn't, but I don't know. Visually, this does look cool. Don't get me wrong, but it looks more like fantasy lava rather than actual one. Which not necessarily a bad thing, obviously, right? Since it's not an actual real world thing. Or not supposed to be anyways. Okay, so I have absolutely no clue what the point of going over there was. Where the hell does this lead? You know what? Maybe this actually leads outside to that castle-like structure that I pointed to earlier. Because this almost seems to be like a kind of a special area, right? Similar to, let's say in Raya Lucaria, that weird cave at the back that leads to the highest tower that is only accessible pretty much from the outside of Raya Lucaria rather than from the inside. Why do I always trust these messages? Clearly that's a fake message and still... Ah, well, you never know, right? Okay, this leads a lot further down than I thought. Yeah. I'm never really sure if you're supposed to jump that. I think you're kinda not. But then again, it wasn't as high as I thought it would be. Ugh. God, this is scary. Where the fuck am I going? What is that? Huh. This looks a lot bigger and a lot more intriguing than what I thought it would be. Grace ahead. Oh. These small things are here. Is this a special section of this level, or... I wonder what actually happens when they grab you. Okay, this is clearly another one of these sort of experiment things. He was sort of untransformed, interestingly enough. Oh, there's the Grace, okay. Huh. This seems to be sort of completely off the beaten path. I wonder if this continues, because, I mean, the Site of Grace seems to suggest that this is the start of another part of the level. But I do wonder where it would lead. Subterranean Inquisition Chamber. Also, from the location of this, you'd think that it doesn't actually lead anywhere, sort of. I mean, I halfway expect this to just be a dead end, more or less. I guess let's heal. Don't think I particularly needed that, but... Okay, I can go down here. I guess this is the sort of expected path, right? Huh. What a weird place. I do still find it weird though, like somehow the kind of the animation of the lava and everything is funny to me, because like visually it looks as if you're standing in about 10 centimeters of lava, right? So basically just the sort of maybe like 20% of your boots are in the lava, yet you're walking as if you're walking through, I don't know, some sort of weird adhesive substance, right? I don't know, it's just kind of weird. I mean, they have to solve it somehow in terms of gameplay, obviously, right? The whole point of it and why it slows you down so much is obviously so that it actually makes a difference, right? If you would just move normally, or if it would be somewhat easy to avoid the slow effect, then the lava wouldn't be dangerous at all, which already it kind of isn't, funnily enough. But yeah, I mean, it clearly serves a gameplay purpose, right? Laya, okay. But it's still, I don't know. Maybe they should have gone with a sort of more gradual effect instead of immediately just slowing you down to the slowest pace. I don't know. Then again, I mean, that's definitely kind of a weird transition, I would say, that FromSoft has made. Other games have made that as well, not only FromSoft. Oh, fuck! I did not expect that to happen. That actually got me. Okay. Is there nothing here? Dung? Wait, so I'm falling down and suddenly there's no lava anymore? Okay, sure. What was I about to say? Right, in terms of the lava and everything, right? Well, technically, you could argue that they didn't sort of really go through a transition at all, because it pretty much wasn't really dangerous in Dark Souls 1, right? It was never really dangerous. But arguably, there definitely were a couple of instances of poison being very, very dangerous and very annoying in a couple of FromSoft games. And I can't really think of an example right away, but there's definitely similar stuff in other games as well. And, well, the point that I'm trying to make here is there actually another boss down here? That's interesting. The point that I'm trying to make is that there's this weird sort of ambivalence, is that what it's called? That it seems like they're sort of trying to make lava threatening, right? By making you walk really, really slowly, you're still taking damage. Yet at the same time, if you really think about it, wouldn't it make a lot more sense to just massively increase the damage that you take? I mean, it's literally lava that you're walking through, right? You would think that walking through lava should very, very quickly drain your HP, yet it doesn't. So clearly they are aware of the fact that sort of environmental obstacles like that can be very, very annoying for the player. So it feels like they're sort of trying to avoid that, yet at the same time they're introducing the slow effect, making it look as if you are supposed to sort of fear being in lava, right? I feel like it doesn't really work. So I honestly think that they probably should have not included the slow effect and instead just made it so that it does a bunch of damage, deals a bunch of damage to you or whatever. Or alternatively, give you some sort of protection that sort of in-universe explains why you're not really taking that much damage. I mean, in Dark Souls 1, the solution was to give you a ring. That meant that you were pretty much immune to it. That didn't really work that well either, though, because that forced the player to constantly swap back to the ring if they wanted to get back to the boss, and then take it off again and swap it with a ring that they actually wanted to use, which, you know, that's just a bad design decision in general. I don't know. There isn't really like a one-fits-all solution to this, I feel like, but the thing that they went with here ultimately is sort of pointless, because the lava really doesn't feel threatening, like, at all, right? Because it's not hurting you. There have been probably a billion different instances of things actually hurting me in this game, and actually being scary and something that is very, very challenging to deal with. And for some reason, lava just isn't it. And yeah, at this point, I honestly, if I look at this, I'm honestly questioning, well, why is the slow effect there? Right? That doesn't really seem to make any sense. Yes, technically, if you're encountering enemies, so for example, against that big magma lava dragon salamander thing, it provides sort of an interesting additional gameplay challenge in a sense, right? Because it means that certain areas of the level are only traversable very, very slowly. Yet, I don't know, when you really think about it, even in that particular instance, right? If the whole fight would only take place in lava, and you'd have to find a way to deal with how slow you are, that would be different, right? That would be really annoying, and probably not a good design choice, but it would make, at least then there would be a reason as to why the lava slows you down. But since it doesn't do, like, they seem to have specifically put just enough normal platforms in that arena to where the lava doesn't really matter all that much, right? I don't know. I mean, it's certainly a cool visual element, right? Which means that it would also be somewhat, I don't know, underwhelming if it wouldn't really do anything at all. So maybe that's why they decided to do it. I don't really know. Anyway. What? 2 more? Oh, it's just dead. Inquisitus Girandol? What a weird boss encounter. They could have literally just put these two in here without it being a boss encounter. It would have probably been more interesting than this. How weird. Also, I really dislike that as the game progresses, their only sort of idea seems to be to just place enemies that we already know as a boss fight, and the only way to make it interesting is to just put a second one. What's that about? I mean, at least, like, why put 2 in here? Why not design one that's a bit more unique than the other ones? Why not take it, I mean, at least, I don't know, make it spew lava or something, right? It would actually fit with the level. What a weird encounter. And then they give you another Site of Grace? This actually leads to the outside, right? Seems like it. Yeah, that was a weird encounter. Abductor Virgin. Okay, so this leads to the, what I assume to be these sort of down path things. Mount Gelmir, yeah. Wait, there's another Site of Grace there. What? This does look very beautiful. Isn't that the lift? Or is that something else? No, it's not. That's a ruin. The lift is behind that, yeah, where the statues are. So this essentially leads back to where the hidden path comes up, though that's still somewhat far away. Also, this is still quite high up, isn't it? When you think about how far we went down, I mean, obviously we're coming from, like, on top of the mountain, basically, but... Up. Huh. Moments like this are really, really cool, right? I mean, obviously I expected this. I kind of... The moment that cave went all the way down, I kind of expected, oh yeah, this is probably going to lead somewhere outside or something. Nevertheless, it's still very, very awesome to actually experience that, right? To actually come out to this place and then see, oh, this is the, like, dead minor Earth tree that we were at, and, you know, be able to look over and see the Grand Lift of Dectus and all of those neat things. It's a very, very cool connection. Okay, so we can, from this point, we can basically go up and down, which is pretty cool. Because that means that this, this Site of Grace is a very good point to explore further here. Seedy Water River. Okay. So from this point I can basically go all this way, right? Which kind of makes me wonder if I should do that. And obviously I still have to, though, then again, technically I don't think that this castle structure is that much more, to be completely honest, because we've basically been all the way over here. This is where the boss is, in this cathedral building, and then this will just sort of loop back through these passageways to here. Though, then again, maybe there is more to this sort of main castle thing. Not entirely sure about that. And then from here, so there's definitely something up above. This seems to be above, right? But we can, if we walk this way, we can get here, which I assume this is just going to be a dead end, basically. And then we can go here and explore this thing. And I think, if I saw correctly from up above, there should be another site of grace pretty much in the middle of this thing. I don't know if there's anything else here. I mean, obviously a bunch of items, but not necessarily a boss enemy or anything like that. Should I try grabbing that scarab? Probably. I like that he's just trying to flee by running into the wall. Are you fucking serious? Barrage. Cool. Oh. Okay, there seem to be like little geysers? Geyser? Don't know how you actually pronounce that, to be honest. I know it is geyser, but I don't think that's the correct English pronunciation. Man, this is really intriguing. Kind of don't want to stop streaming. I'll keep going for a little bit. Arrow. There's just randomly 10 arrows here. Okay. Just a question of, should I continue this way? What is interesting here is that it seemingly there isn't that much here, right? I do very much like how they've sort of designed this volcanic environment. Especially since you can also see sort of the outside of it and everything. I thought that Breath of the Wild also did a pretty good job with the volcano in that game. So it's pretty awesome that they were able to do something similar here. Arguably even better because this is like really, really unique. Whereas Breath of the Wild, to a degree, still just looks like a sort of anime volcano thing. Yeah. I mean, it's still very, very cool. The reason why I think that Breath of the Wild is really, really good. Oh, there are geckos. Where do you guys want to go? The reason why I think that Breath of the Wild does an absolutely incredible job in how its open world works is because it honestly, even though it's technically, like, if you really realistically look at it, right? Breath of the Wild isn't necessarily, you know, that much bigger than other open world games because I mean, it's still fundamentally a game, right? It still needed to be developed. It needed to actually, like, be capable of being shipped. But the thing that I think makes Breath of the Wild very, very interesting as a game is that they managed to design a world that feels almost realistically big, right? Almost. Obviously, it's not actually the Earth, right? It's still very much a small game world in a way. Are you an NPC? No. What the hell is he doing here? It's still very much a game world, but the way they've designed it, especially with the way, and it was actually criticized for that, which I think is kind of false, in that it has large sections of the map that are somewhat empty, but that's how the real world looks like, right? And that's also true for the way the volcano is designed. There's actually a lot of sort of sections around it that are just rock and sort of rock formations and everything. But yeah, the way it turns out, it's just very, very, it feels very realistic, feels very cool, very unique, right? And the same thing is sort of true here. This world is completely different to the way that Breath of the Wild is designed, yet at the same time, it has this uniqueness as well, right? Where it has a very sort of interesting and unique design philosophy to how it works. Well, kind of. Do I want to continue through this cave? Maybe it's not actually that big. Sometimes hard to tell. Sometimes these are very, very small. Sometimes they're surprisingly large. And sometimes they can be very annoying. This... Huh. Are there just normal soldiers in here? Huh. What are they even doing here? Did they come on some sort of exploration mission? Seems almost unlikely, doesn't it? Oh, great. It just leads down again. That's poison, isn't it? And rats. I think I can hear rats. Do I have the anti-poison stuff equipped? I don't think so. It's unfortunate. I'm still carrying these around. I knew that I wasn't going to use them. See, this slow effect actually does make somewhat more sense, right? It's still... like, it kind of works in what it's supposed to represent, I feel like. Hello. The fuck are you? Oh, there's a bunch of them. Well... not exactly the type of cave that I hoped it would be, but oh well. That's where I came from, right? Can they actually land on top of your head? I kind of thought they would function the same as they do in like Dark Souls 1 or something. Maybe they don't. These are very, very easy to deal with. Yeah, actually now I'm kind of confused as to why there was... Oh. Why there were those two soldiers at the start of the level here? Huh. Well, maybe they were supposed to actually take a look at the cave or something. I mean, that's maybe why one of them sat outside as well, right? Sort of to keep watch. Oh. Probably shouldn't have even used my my FP for that. Oh well. Seek up. What? Oh. Wait. What the hell? How do I get to him? Ah, for fuck's sake. That was not very smart at all. Huh? How's that meant to work? Did I miss something? What? Where did you come from? Maybe the cave leads back up at some point? I'm really not a fan of these poison caves, to be completely honest. I don't necessarily mind that they exist, but the problem is that this doesn't necessarily feel overly different to the last time I found a cave like this, right? I mean, the last poison cave was pretty much literally exactly the same, just with another layout, so... it just... It kind of feels underwhelming at some point, right? There is no unique feature that this cave has that others didn't. Also, I wonder what the end boss of this cave is going to be, because the last time it literally... I think the last poison cave that I was in was the one that just has one of those giant flowers as the boss fight. Why is there this weird sound? Something's making a weird sound. Also, this is quite weird, right? So you're going down all the way to then go pretty much back up all the way. And then you have to go back down again because that's where the boss is. Okay, that's what these two guys were. At least they put a statue of Marika next to the boss, which once again makes me wonder why they wouldn't just... Oh, seriously? There is actually a flower here. Which does make me wonder why they sort of... Seriously? That only hit 2 of them? Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The holy pots are probably not very effective, but at least they'll do something. Wait, don't the holy pots also cost FP? I completely forgot about that. Ah, that makes them even worse! Fucking hell. Completely forgot that. Oh well. Okay, ooh. Can I still... I can. Bye-bye. Wait. Didn't I have the mushroom head already? Or was that another one? Let's see if I still have enough resources for the boss. I mean, there is a statue of Marka. I don't have that many runes. It's not a big deal. Yeah, didn't I already have the mushroom head? No, that's the mushroom crown. And now I have the mushroom head. Overgrown mushrooms have colonized the head. To those enraptured by the scarlet rot, there are holy vestments that root one to the earth. Okay. There's an entire mushroom armor thing? What the fuck? How weird. Though, to be honest, that makes... well, it doesn't necessarily make more sense, but I kind of wish that sometimes they would do that for other armor as well. I'm always kind of disappointed that you get these cool head pieces, like the scarabs and the... why is there still this weird noise? Like the scarabs and the Albinoric head and all kinds of other things, right? It's usually a headpiece. Even in the other FromSoft games as well. The very, very unique things are always headpieces. But the problem with that is that well, you can only wear one, right? And it feels a bit underwhelming because they make you choose, more or less. I mean, obviously that's sort of the whole point of it, right? They need to be balanced, and if they have very unique effects, then if there would be more headpieces, essentially, that would make it a lot harder to balance these things, right? So they're sort of only doing one per thing, more or less. Is that a rat? Wait, I thought this would lead to the boss. But honestly, yeah, I do kind of wish that they would give you more options in that regard. Well, what the hell? What does this mean? Do I have to jump down? I do. These gems are still very weird to me. Also, this continues quite a lot further than I thought. I thought this would sort of jump me down into the boss room, which is usually what happens, but it continues even further. Oh, there's the boss room. Once again with the fog in front of it, which just weird. I don't know, why put the fog here? Oh. Seriously. See, once again, what? Like, why these guys? Oh, he's already dead. Oh. Second one's here as well. Didn't even realize. That's just ridiculous. Kindred of Rod's Exaltation. Is that a talisman? See, once again, at this point, honestly, why even bother putting a boss in here if it's just 2 normal enemies? They don't even have that much more HP. They're just the normal enemies. And only 2. I mean, think about it, right? When I went down to that Scarlet Lake, next to Noxtella, I fought like 5 of these things at once. Like, wait, that's such a weird choice. I mean, if you don't have any more sort of unique boss enemies or whatever, don't put a boss in there. Not every cave needs to have a boss. This could have literally been, there would have been even more of a surprise, right? Sort of even an even more unique cave, unique design, if they would have just put a small encampment with a treasure chest in here. I don't know. It seems like a weird choice to me that they would put this here. Like literally 2 normal enemies. Oh well, I shouldn't complain that it's easy to deal with them, but yeah. This one. Poisoning or rot in vicinity increases attack power. Okay. Talisman depicting the exaltation of pests. Rot for the Scarlet Goddess. O scarlet blossoms, flourish in distant lands and return to us, the unwanted children. No idea what that's in reference to. Unwanted children. Kind of looks disturbing, doesn't it? I wonder by how much it actually raises your attack. Because, well, technically, if you're going through Caelid, well, it depends on how far the rot needs to be away, right? Sort of. Can definitely be useful for certain areas of the game, but Also, right, this was a cave where you had to use one of those stone dagger things to enter. Makes it even weirder that it is like designed like this, right? Huh. I mean, I don't have a problem with there being weak bosses. Like, I really don't care about that. Personally, right? Because it's just sort of, oh, it's only a poison cave anyway. You know, it's a boss that's somewhat easy to deal with. I kill it, get the item, move on. Don't really care about much more, right? So in that regard, it's really fine, but I can definitely see a couple of people that actually expect, you know, challenging boss fights, to be very underwhelmed by this. And, you know, in all honesty, I don't necessarily mind them sort of reusing normal enemies for these. That... Oh, I completely forgot that they do that. That by itself isn't necessarily a problem, but, you know, they should at least try to introduce... I hate... You can't escape these grappling attacks by rolling, that's so weird. Why didn't it replenish my flasks? That's weird. Oh, whatever. But yeah, the thing that I'm just wondering is, why not at least give the whole thing a certain spin, right? It almost feels as if they felt like, oh, let's just put 2 in here, right? That's unique enough. That'll count as a boss fight. Arguably, the ranged attack actually does make it somewhat difficult. I think if you're doing that alone, it'll become a very, very annoying encounter because they can constantly shoot those weird grey rocks at you. But yeah, there should be something else. Like there should be something that distinguishes normal enemies from boss fights. Honestly, don't really know what it could be. Maybe they could have a certain element, a certain sort of unique weapon. Honestly, if you're designing an open world game like this, now that I really think about it, I think it actually might have been a good idea to design these enemies with sort of different weapons in mind. When you think about how many unique and different weapons the player has to choose from, really does make you wonder if enemies would have these as well from time to time. And they kind of do, right? I mean, a lot of enemies are actually... Oh, what the fuck? A lot of enemies are actually dropping their, sort of their own weapons as loot, right? But they're only ever really connected to one weapon. There isn't sort of the same enemy with another weapon, right? So yeah, I kind of wonder how that would work, right? If that might have been a way to make these enemies more unique and actually at least somewhat make them feel like a boss fight. Because this way they clearly don't. CD Water Terminus. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh yeah, I should mark this. Okay, it can definitely still go up there at some point, but I've pretty much now seen this entire section of the map. I mean, this seems to be... I kind of want to keep this maybe for, well, not tomorrow, but for the next time. Because this does seem, well, it won't be that big, but it's definitely, you know, somewhat of a substantial area. So let me quickly return to this place and check out what boss awaits us here. Let's level up first, though. 39,000. Actually, quickly go back to patches. Sell a bunch of stuff. They're still just sort of chilling here. Okay, I need... What do I need? 72,871. 72,871. Okay, so let's start by selling this stuff. Well, this is almost enough. 72,871. 871, right? So like this, and then okay. How much is this still? That's 10,000, 22,000, about 30,000, 40,000, probably something 40,000 something. Okay, so that's not enough to get another level up. Okay. Oops. Let's go back here, do a level up, and check out what the boss is. The actual boss is. And then next time I start, I'll probably start with the outside stuff that I just found, and then go back in here and do the rest of this. I think. Maybe this boss fight is incredibly easy as well, so who knows. Oh, yeah, that's quite alright. If this is in fact the boss fight, maybe the boss fight is like back there where the fog is? Just kind of curious. This whole place looks pretty awesome though. Maybe it actually is, now that I think about it, because I was sort of wondering, there is an item there at the end of this cathedral, and usually they don't place items in boss rooms, so... What? Oh, whoops. It's just a Godskin Noble, though. Well, that's sort of underwhelming. Oh, that actually hit me. He even feels not as strong as the other one that I encountered. I mean, to be honest, this sort of magic blast is slightly OP, right? I'm not gonna deny that, but having just a Godskin Noble here as a fight seems weird. Godskin Stitcher, Noble Presence. 50,000 runes. Well, at least they will give me another set of grays and some sort of elevator open up. What the hell is up with this? Honestly, now that I really think about it, I mean, obviously this was easy, but that's also why, because I overlevel it and I have a very strong weapon and all that kind of shenanigans, right? Okay, fair enough. I am wondering though, considering how difficult it is, or, well, not necessarily difficult, but the Divine Tower in Liurnia, right? You need a very, very special item from Ranni to even get to the place. And then, like before you, or rather to go through that lecture building thing, the Carrion, what is it, Carrion Lecture Hall? No, something along those lines. There's like a sorcerer in there, so it's like a very specially designed tower, a tower that can even flip all the way around, right? And it feels very, very unique, feels very like cool, very cool idea, very neat, works out very well. And then you get to the top of the Divine Tower, right? And honestly, they could have just left it at that, right? They could have just literally not put anything there, just make you walk up to the tower, find Ranni's dead body, everything's well. For some reason, they decided, oh, hey, this needs another encounter that is not a boss fight, and place that Godskin Noble there. And you're kind of wondering, wait, but why? Why was that Godskin Noble there? Because if it hadn't been, doesn't make this boss fight any better, right? I mean, this would have still been easy. Doesn't change the difficulty of this boss fight, but at least it would have made it more unique. Right? So why place that Godskin Noble in front of that Divine Tower? Doesn't make any sense to me. Especially since the Divine Towers, for me, right from the beginning, have been associated with those giants, right? I mean, those are the giants that are connected to the capital, that are connected to the Divine Towers, that you see the first time you actually go to a Divine Tower in Stormveil Castle. So had they placed those giants there, at least that would have made somewhat more sense. And it still wouldn't have been unique. It would have been kind of boring since I fought those a bunch of times before. But at the same time, it would have been way more fitting, and it would have made this fight a lot more unique and interesting. Now it's just, oh, it's a Godskin Noble. Especially since I just did that cave with that very, very underwhelming boss fight. And something else as well. What was the other thing that I did? Right, I did 2 caves. I completely forgot about that. The other cave down here as well had a very underwhelming double boss fight that was just sort of unnecessary almost, right? And then I go to another cave and have another unnecessary boss fight with very, very easy opponents. And then I come back here expecting some sort of really, really cool, I don't know, serpent, eagle, whatever thing. And it's just a Godskin Noble. The same enemy that I fought at the Divine Tower already. And at least there, because I couldn't summon, and I don't know, he was actually a threatening enemy. Here, it was just laughably easy. Yeah, that... Honestly, at this point, the repetitiveness of enemies, and the fact that they're, for some reason, just placing enemies as boss fights that technically are just normal enemies? Temple of Eagle, okay. Is a very, very weird decision, and something that I didn't really expect out of FromSoft. I mean, the size of Elden Ring, the size of the game, does somewhat make up for it, right? I'm not going to deny that. But they're walking a very, very thin line here. Serpent's Amnion, okay, what that is. This altar looks very cool, though. Why isn't that the boss? That looks awesome! I mean, it's technically just a snakehead with some snakeskin sort of hanging in between the walls, but still, that would have been a much more unique boss fight. Actually, it looks pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, well, I think the thing that the thing that's actually pretty good about this is that most of these repetitive boss fights are quite easy, right? Had they given this guy a very inflated HP pool or something, then it probably would have been pretty annoying, because then it just would have been a known enemy with nothing special to it that is very annoying to fight and takes a very long time. The fact that these enemies that I fought now, that are sort of repetitive and not even really bosses, but just normal mobs with a boss HP bar, the fact that they're really, really easy to defeat does somewhat lessen the impact of it, right? It's just sort of... I almost take this as if there wasn't a boss fight here at all, but just this normal enemy, and that's it, right? You can sort of treat it like that, where it's just sort of a normal enemy, it's not really a boss fight, it's just sort of a normal enemy that also drops a special item, and that's it, right? You can sort of treat it as that, and that's fine, and it kind of works in the game's favor almost. But yeah, I do find that interesting. I do find it interesting that they're actually sort of risking this, right? Because this is, as I said before, I can definitely see FromSoft fans that have played the previous games and are really expecting a lot out of this one to be pretty disappointed, right, by these boss encounters. I can definitely see that, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering why FromSoft decided to do that. Because they sort of put it on themselves, right? There is no reason to make this world as big as it is. If you can't design enough bosses, then just don't make your world so big that it needs to facilitate a lot of them, right? Or design it differently. I mean, there didn't have to be this cathedral here that looks like a boss arena, right? It could have been, something else. It could have literally been empty, to be completely honest. And I wouldn't have minded. It's an awesome place. It looks awesome. There is a unique item at the end. Right? No problem. There doesn't need to be a boss here, but they put one anyway, and I don't know. It feels like they're really almost giving you too much sort of basis on where you can sort of attack the game for things that it sort of puts on itself. By the way, I never read this. Black Knife Tish. TK? Tish was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her black knife with the rune of death and slew Godwin the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader, Electo, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. Seems like very important information. Slew Godwin the Golden. The Praved Perfumer Karman. Praved perfumers practiced their art for themselves alone. Karman was a notably formidable perfumer whose strength rivaled that of heroes, and it is said that he was in search of a secret physique of revivification. Cool. Oh, right, I got an Ash of War, right? For a second I thought I got a Spirit Summon thing. Also, I got this. Amnion from the mother's womb, which cradled the poor, unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. What? Is that supposed to be a snake? Oh yeah, it literally says serpent. Whatever that means. Okay. I also got something here, but I don't think it's too important. Wasn't that one? Let me see, maybe I can find it. Wait, which one was it? Oh, well, whatever. Wait, was it this one? Noble Presence? Yeah, it was. Ancient Power of the Godskin Nobles. Thrust out belly. Oh, that's their weird belly thrust, okay. With gusto, to produce a shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. Charging enhances potency, knocking enemies into the air. Once a sign of the god's wrath, this incantation became a trophy of the noble's god hunt. Okay, so that's why they're literally called Godskin Nobles, because they're literally wearing skins of gods, apparently. Noble's God Hunt. Just wondering which gods they were actually hunting. Also, I got a weapon, right? A scimitar, if I remember correctly. Godskin Stitcher. Elegant piercing sword with a celadon-colored blade wielded by Godskin nobles. The nobles possess skill with the sword unmatched by any lowborn. Despite its size, successive attacks from this weapon are swifter than the eye can follow. Interesting. So that's a heavy thrusting sword. You know, that's pretty awesome. No idea what this serpent thing is about, though. What the hell is this about? So do we get like 2 elevators here, or is this a shortcut of some kind? It looks like a shortcut, doesn't it? Oh, contraption does not move. Okay, it is. So, huh. Interesting. That means that however the level continues, it'll probably loop back here. Honestly, I kind of did not expect that. Oh, this platform existed before, right? And it just got lowered down once I defeated the enemy? Pretty cool as well. I mean, this whole place looks really, really awesome, right? It's just sort of dragged down by the fact that the enemy you fight is just very underwhelming. Huh. Are there even other enemies up here? Probably not, right? Because otherwise they would maybe accidentally drop down during the boss fight. Also a rather large area. Much larger than I would have expected it to be. Try right. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of obvious. Oh. Wait, we're going back out onto the lava? Huh. That's unexpected. Huh. That's just kind of... I'm honestly quite confused by how they've designed this level, or why they've designed it like this. So now it just jumped down again, and then we're sort of looping back around behind the castle through this lava-like structure. Yeah, it looks like it. So we're sort of going this way, I guess, and then looping back here. And then we can probably unlock the shortcut as well. Strange, isn't it? There has to be... Now I'm wondering what the final boss of this area will look like, though. I mean, I hope there is one. Okay. That is somewhat of a good stopping point, though. Also, maybe I wonder if Tanith here, or... what's her name? Raya will potentially comment on this serpent thing that I found.
Now you are I am pleased.
Or she doesn't. He probably doesn't either. I definitely need to think about whether or not I actually want to fulfill the,
My serpentine form were secret. Now I share this. Please keep them.
How strange, right? You would think that she would either comment on the fact of what I found. Like, how did she... Why is she a serpent? And why did we find this other, like, embryo thing that also seems to be a serpent? Those seem both kind of weird. I think. I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously this will lead to something. It's just, it's kind of strange that they don't even really talk about that, or like don't mention anything in terms of the. I mean, there was some dialogue concerning her snake form, but yeah, the fact that this whole place, castle behind this manor, seems to be somehow connected to serpents. You would think that they would sort of interact with that a bit more. Also, do you think it's worth it to take a look back at the round table holds? Probably not, right? I don't think there's anything. I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, there aren't that many people left at the round table hold that would actually comment on anything. So, yeah, it becomes less and less important to go back there, I feel like. This place is kind of a cool sort of second base of operations, isn't it? I really kind of, I mean, obviously the atmospheres, but that's the thing, right? I feel like they've really, really done a great job with the atmosphere in this place, because in a way, all of this red light does seem to be somewhat threatening, right? But at the same time, they've sort of managed to keep this whole place still pretty sort of warm and inviting. Not really sort of scary or threatening. I definitely like this place. I would really like to hang out more here. It's kind of unfortunate that it's connected to killing people, in a way. Honestly, it seems like a great place to stay, right? When you really think about it. If I would have to sort of just keep living my life here in the lands between, this is probably where I would sort of decide to stay. Definitely one of the most sort of inviting places, I would say, overall, so far. Oh well. That being said, 74,367. 74,367, okay. Patches will be delighted that once again I only sell stuff to him. What was it? 74,367. Yeah. I can't equip two of them at the same time anyways, right? So let's get rid of the duplicate ones. That's it for this. These are duplicate. These are... I do have to say that I'm very, very slightly disappointed by the armor selection in-game. I do feel like it's... Well, I wouldn't say that it's lacking. But looking at the insane amount of weapons in the game, right? I do kind of wonder why they didn't include a bit more in terms of armor. Though then again, maybe I just haven't found some of it. I don't really know. I definitely sold a bunch of armor early in game as well. So maybe that's why I'm sort of saying that. But, oh well. It's funny that I got two of those. Do you think you could two-hand the same weapon, by the way? Maybe it was actually a bit dumb to sell that. I mean, not that I would do it on this character either way, but... technically that should be possible, right? To two-hand... same weapon, more or less? Shit, what was it? 74,367 or something, right? 3, and then let's sell these. I think this should work. Let's see. I'm not even farming levels, and still I feel like I'm leveling way more than the game intends me to at this point. I don't know. Maybe that's just me? It's honestly a bit hard to tell. Though technically, at a certain point the game theoretically should get harder again, because typically they have soft caps for stats, right? So, for example, with Vigor, I'm pretty sure that it actually decreased the amount that I get per level when I reached 40, and everything beyond that didn't give me as much. So maybe at one point the game will get harder again. Though, having said that, the only reason the game feels very easy right now is because I think that I'm slightly over leveled for this particular area, and because most of the enemies that I fought now were just sort of easy copies of other enemies, right? I mean, I literally started the stream off by taking like 2.5 hours to kill that one Everjail. Which, funnily enough, led to the discovery of this energy blast thing being pretty OP, apparently. Yeah. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, that's how I started the stream, right? I took literally 2 hours of trying that boss fight, quote-unquote, the normal way, and then at some point I just said, well, let me just try the L1 plus R1 on this weapon, or L2 plus R1, rather. And it just blasted the enemy away, and I immediately killed him. Oh well. To be honest, at this point, I am thinking about maybe leveling mind a bit further. Also endurance, right? I was thinking about equipping those other pants. So I think once I get intelligence to 35, I'll probably put in a couple more points into... Well, maybe, probably endurance first, up until the point where I can actually use the pants without the Great Room. And then I'm going to put another couple points into mind, at least to 25 or something, just to get a little more FP. Because now with the insane like energy arcane blast that the weapon can do, I feel like it's actually worth it to get more FP compared to before. Okay, let's do this. Boom. Can I find like a really, really cool sort of end shot? This maybe. Does look kind of cool. Okay, that was an 11-hour stream. I kind of planned to go a little bit longer. I started really early, so I kind of wanted to stop like 2 hours ago, but it was just too interesting to get all of these things done. Honestly, if I didn't have to work tomorrow, I would probably still continue. Because there's just a bunch of things that I definitely want to finish. Obviously, this castle section thing in the volcano, then the lower portion as well. It's a pretty cool place. I do like it. Obviously, in terms of challenge, it's really underwhelming, but I kind of expected that because I felt like I was sort of doing Caelid at a bit of a weird point. But Caelid is weird in general because it has this stark divide between most of Caelid and then the northeast of Caelid, because the northeast suddenly is sort of 20 levels higher. And I did kill a bunch of enemies there for a while until I sort of realized that. And I think that's the point where I definitely over-leveled other areas a little bit. And then afterwards, I actually went to Nokron and Oxtella, whereas I should have done that probably before I ventured further into Caelid. Then again, it's just sort of a small portion of Caleb, but it was like a weird portion of Caleb because it also had that giant dragon in it, right? That gave me like 3 levels at once when I killed it. Oh well. But yeah, now it does feel like I'm slightly over level for this, so who knows, right? At the end of the day, it can very, very quickly go the other way as well. And yeah, I don't know what awaits in the capital. This was really interesting. I definitely knew about the volcano, sort of, right? I mean, the game definitely had a lot of hints towards there being a volcano, and all that neat stuff. We obviously knew about the mana from Raya as well. So it wasn't necessarily a surprising area per se, but I don't know. I was definitely surprised by the size of it, I guess. The fact that there is literally a Stormvale castle-sized castle in here as well is pretty awesome. And yeah, I didn't expect this to be here sort of very close to the capital as well, which makes me really wonder how big and interesting the capital is going to be. And then, I don't know, it feels like there's still more. I mean, obviously there's this sort of mountain range behind the capital as well that sort of leads further up. So I definitely expect not to be able to get to the Earth Tree right away. Either those big doors won't open, or maybe there's some other thing that'll happen. Also, we got a bunch of hints towards there being more... Like, there seems to be another tree, the Halic tree, that we've heard about, but no idea what that's supposed to be. The floating city, those floating ruins exist as well. No idea how to get there. And then there's that weird divine tower that's just sort of standing out, well, not on the ocean, but on this sort of inner lake of the whole thing. So I'm definitely still wondering if there's something going on with that inner lake. Maybe there's like a cutscene at the end where you sort of drain all of the water and the Earth Tree dies or something like that. Don't really know. But it definitely feels like just getting to the capital isn't the end of the game. It's definitely not just the last level. I don't really know. Definitely still a lot of things to look forward to. Still a lot of optional stuff to do as well, seemingly. Yeah, I'm just sort of... I'm still kind of blown away by how long this game takes to complete. I mean, obviously, I've been talking a bunch as well, right? Streaming the game, talking, does obviously massively inflate the in-game playtime, right? So the 180 something hours that I now have on this character, had I not streamed it, it would probably be more around maybe 120, 130 hours, I would say. Though that's still a lot of time, considering that there's still probably 30, 40 hours left, depending, right? And since I'm streaming it, I expect this to go to probably 260 hours, something like that, which is way, way more than I thought it would be. Definitely didn't expect this game to be as big as it is. Though, again, as I said, a couple of the boss fights now in these optional dungeons do make me fear a little bit for the rest of the game. Especially the Godskin Noble here, right? It's completely fine if some optional dungeons have repeated bosses or something, but the fact that this very, very unique mana and castle and volcano has a repeated boss enemy in it, does leave somewhat of a sour aftertaste, but oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, that's going to be it for the stream, though. It was a ton of fun. I still, even with all the nitpicking that I'm doing and complaining that I'm doing about the game, I still think that Elden Ring is awesome. Would I have wished for more of a Sekiro-style gameplay? Maybe. I do think that they sort of took 2 steps forward, 2 steps back in a lot of ways in terms of the gameplay. The actual world building and stuff, they've done a phenomenal job with that, though I also wish that it would be a bit more traditional, especially in terms of how the quests work. It really feels as if FromSoft's sort of quest system is very, very old and archaic in a lot of ways. And as I said as well, it still has that certain sort of uniqueness and charm to it. But it also, at the same time, it feels like it's sort of it's taking it's sort of keeping itself smaller than it could be, right? I don't know, especially with the size of the world, looking at it, I honestly really think that they maybe should have considered making the world just a little bit smaller, maybe keeping, that southern island to the south of Limgrave, for example, is very, very similar to Limgrave itself. That maybe didn't need to be there. Caelid could have been a bit smaller, maybe. Liurnia, honestly, maybe could have been a bit smaller. Nokron and Oxtella are pretty awesome, yet they're also both potentially a bit too big without much actual meaningful content behind it. The fact that the Moose boss, for example, appears twice is a bit Also, those weird Dragonkin soldiers, they appear like 3 or 4 times even. That's a bit unnecessary. So there's a lot of fluff to make the world seem bigger than it maybe potentially should be. And again, I do wonder what would have happened had they put that development time into polishing up the existing areas more and putting more time into maybe fleshing out quest lines, character dialogue, maybe even putting in an actual dialogue system, maybe even actual, quest tracking, not necessarily, right? There is definitely a coolness sort of a coolness factor to the fact that FromSoft games don't have your typical sort of quest tracker in them. That's fine, but still make them feel like more actual quests, right? Like actual quest lines with a lot of dialogue attached to it. Maybe even put in some sort of archive. That would have been great. Not necessarily for quests, to track quests or something, but to track, I don't know, people, connections to certain things, right? Because keeping up with FromSoft lore was always difficult with how it's presented to you through multiple different items and stuff, and with how mysterious they can be. And again, that also has a certain charm, but it feels like with Elden Ring, there's another sort of difficulty layer on top of it, which is that you can go through tens of hours, right? 40, 50 hours without ever engaging in certain quest lines or with certain characters because you're doing something completely different. And then you're suddenly returning to those characters and you have absolutely no idea what they were on about when you first met them because it was such a long time between meeting them, right? Whereas obviously in past FromSoft games, because they were sort of linear in their structure, it was, you didn't necessarily forget about all the things that you did and the dialogue that you had with characters and stuff. So I kind of wish that they maybe would have put in some sort of archive, something to, give you a better overview about the characters that are in the game. Again, because I actually very much like the characters in this game and sort of the structure of the world, I'm way, way more interested in this than I am in Dark Souls world, for example. And because of that, it feels as if the game, again, is sort of keeping me from enjoying it more by giving me the ability to actually sort of gather the information that I have about a certain character at any given place, right? Yeah. That's honestly what it feels like. It feels like Elden Ring is sort of purposely trying to keep you from enjoying it more, which is a weird thing to say about a game. And honestly unfortunate, right? Because that's obviously unnecessary. They could have literally just built the game differently and I would have enjoyed it a lot more. Obviously, that's a subjective thing, right? Other people might have other opinions about that. Then again, arguably, a sort of archive section in your inventory is something that is honestly optional, right? People don't necessarily need to engage with that, so... I don't know. These are definitely interesting conversations to have. Elden Ring keeps being weird to me, personally, as a whole. It's a very, very unique and amazing game that has a lot of flaws and a lot of things where it feels as if it's sort of purposefully wasting its potential, right? Which is, I think that's sort of the weirdest part, and the thing that I want to close on here is sort of the thought that when you see other games that are missing their potential, right? I mean, there are a lot of games. When we're talking about Cyberpunk, Red Dead Redemption 2, No Man's Sky, those are just the ones that I can see in my room right now. But there are like a million different games that just simply cannot reach their potential. And with most of those games, it's that they would have needed, you know, maybe a different team behind them, a different publisher behind them, a lot more development time, a lot more budget, or just simply another game director, somebody with a better vision of what they're trying to achieve, right? All these kinds of problems where, you know, it would have been great had they reached their potential, but it's also clear to see why they didn't, right? That is different in the case of Elden Ring, right? I feel like with Elden Ring, weirdly enough, they sort of on purpose didn't do more to reach their actual potential, which is very unfortunate because I think in large part they did it because they didn't want to alienate their player base, right? I think people had a lot of expectations for this game, and people probably wanted it to be similar to, you know, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, whatever, right? So they sort of tried to bring these elements together, but purposefully kept certain things the way they always did them, right? Namely, quest lines, items, item descriptions, the fact how PvP works, the fact that the message system still exists the same way that it always has. I think I talked about that at length for at one point as well, that I think they should have completely overhauled the message system at this point, because it honestly just feels like it's been sort of lazily copied over from Demon's Souls all the way up to Elden Ring, even though it could have already been improved a lot, right, and made an actual important part of the game, or rather at least a part that feels cool, right? Because honestly, at this point, the message system feels almost pointless in Elden Ring. Almost, right? And I wish that they would have innovated on these things a lot more than they have. But I think they didn't innovate on it, not because they couldn't, or because they didn't have ideas for it, or didn't have the budget or time for it, but rather because they probably thought that changing it would have meant that they would have alienated their fan base to a degree. And that's honestly my biggest sort of gripe with Elden Ring, is that in a lot of places it feels as if they're sort of, it feels as if they had a bigger vision for the game, but somehow didn't want to change up too much, And so they kept a lot of elements sort of very similar to what we're expecting of FromSoft. But by doing that, they couldn't realize what they might have thought of as sort of a new vision or a new sort of development that they wanted to reach, right? Obviously, I don't know if that's actually the case, but it very much feels like it. And it feels, again, that's why I feel like Elden Ring sort of leaves me wanting more in a lot of ways, because I look at it and I think I see a game that still has way, way more potential if it would have shed its sort of old Dark Souls roots in a lot of places. That probably would have made a lot of people unhappy, but I think it would have made for an ultimately way, way better game. Yeah. I guess let's leave it at that for now. I still had an absolute blast with playing the game, and I will continue doing so on Sunday. And maybe, hopefully, I'll see you there as well. Thanks again to Froshy for the raid. That was absolutely awesome. And I hope you're having a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you on the next one, the next stream with Elden Ring. Until then, have a good one. Bye-bye.